All right, I think we will go ahead and start. So thank you all so much for being here with us today. My name is Sarah Ann Rennick. I'm the Deputy Director for Research at the Arab Reform Initiative. And this conference today, this event, is being co-organized with Oxfam in MENA. So I wanted to extend a special thank you before we begin to our partner organization, Oxfam in MENA, for participating in the co-convening of this event, which I am sure is going to prove to be an extremely in-depth and engaging conference. So today's event is our second annual conference within our social protection program at the Arab Reform Initiative. And we really see this event, this convening exercise, as well as this partnership with Oxfam as key components in the development of the program and our objectives and being able to meet our objectives within this program. So the program seeks to leverage both research, policy-oriented research, as well as social science research, and building a community of practitioners in order to move towards universal social protection systems in the Arab region. This includes identifying what are the priorities for developing social protection mechanisms, what kinds of reforms and institutional designs are necessary, what would be the funding mechanisms that are needed to move towards universal social protection, what are the various political and economic factors that act as barriers to this, both internal factors as well as external factors, and how can we leverage the variety of different actors, including social movements that are asking for new social contracts, that are asking for new mechanisms of social protection, civil society actors, both local and international, that are doing a wide range of activities that are meeting gaps in current social protection systems, international organizations, international financial institutions, and academia and think tanks. How can we build a ground movement, put pressure from below and from above in order to move towards universal social protection? And so today's conference, where we are gathering together many different players and really studying one particular dimension of this, we really see this as key in building this ground collective. So today's conference is focusing very specifically on funding mechanisms and financing mechanisms. Of course, the logic is that such systems, a universal social protection system, would be far too costly, and so there's not a possibility of creating it. And that's exactly what this conference today is trying to address. What is the current reality in terms of funding and financing? What are the gaps that create? And what would be alternative funding and financing mechanisms? We know there's a lot of alternative possibilities that exist. And so this is the goal of today's meeting, is to explore these. And also to really think about this in a holistic sense, that we need to move past a piecemeal logic of certain programming that affects certain populations for a certain period of time, and think of this in a holistic manner. So today we have 5 different panels. We have 2 panels that are looking sort of at the realities and the current realities, and 3 panels looking at the alternatives. So the first panel will be discussing the logic of debt and austerity, the harmful nature of this logic, the policies that are imposed by international financial institutions, and the effects of these logics on social protection systems. The second panel will be looking at poverty-targeted social safety nets, and those specific types of programs and their impact on the development of a universal social protection system. And then for the final 3 panels, we'll be looking at alternative financing mechanisms. This will be ranging from the types of tax reforms that could be put into place, the contributory schemes that are available, and the constraints to developing a broader contributory scheme. We'll be looking at debt restructuring, and rethinking in particular climate financing and the logic of climate financing. And we'll be looking at innovative options, such as enlarging even the concept of solidarity and what kind of solidarity systems could be put into place. And so, as I said, in bringing together all these actors, what we're really hoping for is the exchange of expertise, the exchange of knowledge from our different vantage points, bringing together different actors in different sectors, so we can really come up together with new ideas and concrete proposals for what could be a better systems design, and what are the types of reforms and policies that we think can be put into place. As we have a very packed day, I'm going to just again thank you all for being here. We have a long day, but I think it's going to be an extremely important day and a very fruitful day in terms of our reflection, our exchange of expertise. So I'm now going to turn over for second introductory remarks to Safa Jayusi, who is part of the regional advisory at Oxfam International. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and always a pleasure being with Arab Reform Initiative. Really, it's always this partnership on different thematic areas that bring everyone together is very crucial to us as Oxfam. And it's also a crucial moment for the world that we are in today and for the region. Like our region confronts different interconnected challenges like climate change, that reshaping the fabric of our societies, also polarization, geopolitics, wars, and conflicts. And we tend to see always in our region and worldwide that vulnerable groups like women, refugees, youth, and many others are bearing the brunt of those challenges and the crisis. That's why our gathering here is important, because it's centered around the universal social protection. And it's a very pressing issue for us as Oxfam. As the universal access to social protection must be a cornerstone in our efforts to create a more feminist, more equal, more green region. And in Oxfam, we believe that social protection should not be only a standalone and isolated policy, but more of a tool and a cross-cutting tool that strengthens the fight against inequality and enhances our resilience into those crises, but also as communities. And it's instrumental to address the persistent inequalities in our region. And also in this conference, we will, in the panels that Sarah just mentioned, there will be reflections on the current financial flows and financial systems, and that we recognize that that has failed the social protection. And it's not an accidental, but it's a result of a policy and choices that policymakers made. And those choices has privileged austerity measures over comprehensive social protection and welfare. And we know that social protection is underfunded, and it is also a choice by policymakers, but it is also a call for us as civil society and practitioners who are gathering today here to find a sustainable universal solutions beyond the fragmented policies. And we cannot overlook the broader issues, wealth concentration, privatization of essential social services. These are not just technical challenges, as I pressed before, but they are ethical and political issues that requires commitments from policymakers and also pressure from us as civil society practitioners and think tanks in the region. Um, so because it's not only a matter of an economic issue, it's a matter of social justice. If we want to have fair taxation of the rich, equitable wealth distribution, we need, and to reduce inequality, we need to think of social protection as an overarching issue and as a matter of social justice. So I do look forward for the discussion today. I don't want to take more time of this, but thank you all for your attention, and thank you for being here in the spirit of building a fairer, more feminist, greener world and region, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you, Sarah and Safa. We can now turn it to our first moderator, the moderator of our first panel discussion for today, Ms. Leah Yamin, the co-director of the Center for Social Sciences Research and Action. Leah, over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Farah. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Ari and Oxfam for organizing this day of reflection. As Safa mentioned, it may seem dissonant for people from our region to gather and discuss social protection systems, the impact of international financial institutions, policies, and financing mechanisms and alternatives at a time when the world is in flux, but our region in particular is under the threat of a global war. Not to mention that we've been witnessing for the past year a genocide unfold in Palestine, with Israel decimating the population and destroying the Gaza Strip, notably its health sector. More recently in Lebanon, the intensification of Israeli attacks that have plunged the country in a large-scale humanitarian crisis, with an estimated 1.5 million currently displaced. Elsewhere in the region, we note a deterioration of socioeconomic living conditions and a return to authoritarianism and stifling of freedoms and liberties in countries like Tunisia, Egypt, or Jordan, but also the devastating natural disasters that have hit Morocco and Libya at the end of last year, all in the context of eroding universal social protection schemes and austerity measures that get exacerbated year after year. However, it is in times of crisis that gaps and failures of social protection systems are mostly felt. If social protection systems are inclusive and sustainable and shock responsive by design, then governments would be able to prevent, prepare, and respond to crises, whether natural or man-made, i.e. wars and conflicts, which our region seems so prone to. Moreover, the MENA countries are characterized by weak social contracts. These have been further weakened by IFIs interventions and their corollary of imposed conditionalities, to name a few: austerity measures, cuts on social protection budgets, and an over-reliance on exclusionary poverty-targeting approaches, privatization of social services, which ultimately leads to the commodification of rights, along with a policy of indebtedness. This is thus leading to more pauperization, social inequities, and social unrest, as populations bear the brunt of these measures and of successive crises in the context of states with failing social contracts that are unable to invest in their social protection systems. So this first panel will discuss the various impacts of IFIs, and particularly the IMF's policies and conditionalities on countries of the region, notably how they restrict the fiscal space, leading to limiting social protection to targeted schemes and preventing the development and adoption of universal programs and social policies. We have three speakers with us today: Salma Hussein, economist and expert in social protection; Farah Shami, senior fellow and social protection program director at ALI; and Stefano Prato, managing director at the Society for International Development. Each intervention will be 10 to 15 minutes long, so I'll have to keep a close look at the time, and I ask the speakers to please not go over 15 minutes, and I will give you a little nudge on the chat, so please keep an eye on that. And we can start with Salma Hussein, who will tell us more about the IMF's second largest client, Egypt. Over to you, Salma. Salma, are you with us, or are you having technical issues?
Of course, I'm muted.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a presentation. I don't know if I can, the screen can be shared with me. Well, I can skip it if you like and just talk.
Selma, you can share your screen. Please feel free to do so.
Okay. طيب. Yeah. So now you can see it. مش كده؟
Yes, yes.
Okay. I prefer to talk in Arabic, so thank you for having me, and I will switch to Arabic if this doesn't make any problems. طيب النهارده حابة أتكلم على إزاي البوليسيز أو السياسات اللي بيستخدمها الصندوق النقد الدولي غير إنه هي سياسات أهم من إنها غير عادلة، هي فكرة إنه هي كمان رديئة اقتصاديا، وبالتالي لما نطبق سياسات تانية مش هيكون عندنا نفس الأثر السيء للسياسات دي، بمعنى إنه ضرورة ما نسميه التقشف ما هواش ضرورة، هو بديل محمل بأفكار أيديولوجية مسبقة، وما هياش بالضرورة الأفضل لما نتكلم. فهاخد المثل إزاي إنه لما مصر مثلا استعانت بالصندوق بيفرض، وهقول إزاي ده حاجة أكتر من مصر، يعني ده حصل في كل الدول اللي أنا درستها في المنطقة. أول حاجة الصندوق بيخلق تضخم، يعني لما أي دولة بتلجأ للصندوق بيفرض عليها مجموعة من الشروط المسبقة prior actions اللي بتدور حول زيادة التضخم، تخفيض قيمة العملة وزيادة أسعار الطاقة، المستهلكين، أسعار الغذاء، ضريبة القيمة المضافة. دول أنواع الشروط الضرورية اللي لا يستقيم البرنامج من غير ما الدولة تعملها، وبالتالي ما بيحصلش على أي سواء القرض من حيث المبدأ أو في أثناء تطبيق البرنامج. في حين انه لما نبص على خروج على اسباب ازمه الدولار مثلا اللي بتخلي مصر تلجأ للصندوق، في كل مره كانت اسباب سياسيه مش اقتصاديه. احنا دايما بنتكلم على انه عندنا ازمه كبيره علشان نسدد، عندنا عبء دين كبير هو ده اللي خارق الازمه. ده صحيح، لكن ده مش كل الاسباب. الاسباب دايما التريجر او السبب الرئيسي بيكون هروب رؤوس الاموال خارج مصر، وعادة بيكون بسبب عدم استقرار سياسي، ودي أمثلة أنا حطاها كلها، أو سواء سياسي أو اقتصادي خارجي عالمي، زي مثلا في آخر سنتين اللي حاصل إنه السياسات النقدية في أمريكا وأوروبا خلت أسواقهم أكثر جذبا من أسواق النامية، وبالتالي كتير من الفلوس اللي كانت بتستثمر في مصر والمنطقة خرجت بحثا عن ملاذ آمن مربح كمان في ظل اضطرابات سياسية. طيب كمان انه مش بس انه ده قدر وخلاص، لكن انه بسهولة جدا ممكن كتير من بنود اللي خرجت من خلالها الدولارات من مصر ممكن معالجتها بسياسات حكيمة وقتية أو دائمة. عندنا مثلا كتير جدا من دخل على الاستثمار الأجنبي خرج من مصر، في حين لأنه ما فيش أي طريقة الدولة بتتبناها لأنه تقنع الدول إنه الشركات الكبرى إنه هي تعيد استثمار الفلوس جوه البلد، الدولارات جوه البلد. بند السهو والخطأ في ميزان المدفوعات بيوري لي خروج الأموال غير المبرر، يعني الفاينانشال illicit financial flows أو خروج غير المشروع للدول. وزي ما انتم شايفين في الفترة الأخيرة قد إيه المبالغ أكبر تفوق من قرض الصندوق نفسه. يعني مصر اقترضت 8 مليار، اللي خرج حوالي 12 مليار، وبالتالي كان مجرد إنه أنا أعالج كثير من اللوب هولز أو الفجوات اللي موجودة لخروج الأموال غير المشروع كان يغنيني أساسا عن قرض الصندوق ويفيد. طيب الصندوق فرض سياسات خالقة للتضخم وقال إنه العلاج الوحيد للتضخم بيكون سعر الفايدة. مشكلة سعر الفايدة إنه لما برفع سعر الفايدة ده بيتعامل مع تاني تشخيص خاطئ، كأنه أنا عندي حالة تضخم ناتجة عن زيادة الطلب. يعني الاقتصاد في انتعاش رهيب، وبالتالي ده اللي خالق تضخم من كتر ما في استثمار كتير وفي استهلاك كتير، في حين انه لا، انا مش هو ده السبب. التضخم هو الكوست بوش افكت بسبب سياسات الصندوق، انه تكاليف الانتاج زادت، اسعار الطاقه، الاقتراض زاد، سعر الاقتراض زاد، الديفالويشن قللت قيمة العملة وأنا بستخدم كتير imports أو واردات. فبالتالي رفع سعر الفايدة هنا بيفاقم الأثر السلبي على النمو وعلى التشغيل، وبيضر بشدة بالطلب الكلي في لحظة الاقتصاد فيها ضعيف ومحتاج ينشط الطلب الكلي. ف من هنا التحليل سيء وبالتالي والوصفة سيئة، لكن كمان أثرها قاسية جدا على اللامساواة. أنا عندي في لحظة برفع فيها فوائد على القروض، مين أكتر ناس مستفيدة؟ financial sector، القطاع المالي اللي بيقرض الحكومة، وال1% الأغنى من المجتمع. وعندي في المقابل حكومة بتفرض ضريبة موحدة مش تصاعدية على النوع ده من الاستثمار في الدين العام. خلينا نقول ازاي ده كمان بقى الأهم الموضوع بتاعنا، ازاي انه السياسات الرديئة دي بتأثر على البراح المالي او الفيسكال سبيس. بنلاقي انه في مصر وصلنا لانه كل زيادة في سعر الفايدة 1%، لو الحكومة بتستلف، كل ما بتستلف الحكومة، كل زيادة في سعر الفايدة 1% بيؤدي لي 70 مليار جنيه مال عام بيذهب إلى البنوك، وال1% الأغنى اللي بيقرضوا الحكومة. يعني كأني بعمل تحويل من المال العام إلى الأغنى، الطبقات الأغنى والقطاعات الأغنى. آه، ف ف- آه، متخيلين انه في 2022 في مبلغ اللي راح، ده مبلغ غير مخطط نتيجة التعامل مع البنك، مع القرض، مع صندوق النقد الدولي والقرض اللي أخدناه، فحصل رفع فظيع في سعر الفايدة. نتكلم على زيادة غير مخططة في الإنفاق العام. يعني الحكومة كانت حطت اوريدي المؤشرات بتاعة الخطة بتاعتها والموازنة للسنة المالية، لكن اللي حصل انه عملنا القرض مع صندوق، وبالتالي عملنا تعويم، وبالتالي اضطرينا نرفع سعر الفايدة. اللي حصل ده حصل 700 مليار جنيه، ده أكبر من مجموع التعليم والصحة وبرنامج تكافل وكرامة اللي بيدي تحويلات نقدية للفقراء مجمعة في سنة واحدة، إنفاق غير مخطط. والحقيقة إنه الوضع ده مش مصر بس، الوضع ده كمان في العالم كله، ومع ارتفاع أسعار الفايدة العالمية ومع زيادة أعباء الاقتراض الخارجي. خليني أقول لكم إنه حصل دعاية رهيبة وضغط رهيب في من أول الأزمة العالمية في 2008 على الدول النامية إنه تلجأ إلى الاقتراض الخارجي، لأنه غير مكلف، لأنه أسعار الفايدة المفروض إنها ضعيفة جدا، كانت حتى وصلت بالسالب في لحظات ما. لكن الدول دي لما جت تستلف واجهت الحقيقة إنه لا، هي الأسعار ما احناش لا نقترض بنفس معدلات الفايدة بتاعت الدول المتقدمة. احنا بنقترض بأسعار لأسباب تدخل الصندوق وأسباب تانية ما هياش ليها علاقة خالص بمخاطر السداد، لأنه مصر لم تمتنع عن السداد في يوم واحد، ومعظم دول العالم لم تمتنع عن السداد في يوم واحد. فبالتالي ارتفاع سعر الفايدة لا يعبر عن المخاطر، زي ما قلت لكم هو وصفة ليها علاقة بمعالجة التضخم باعتبارات أخرى ملهاش أي دعوة خالص بمخاطر السداد. زي ما احنا شايفين في 3 مليار بني آدم عايش في دول مضطرة تدفع مدفوعات الفايدة للأغنياء وللقطاعات المالية المحلية والعالمية أكثر مما تنفق على التعليم والصحة. آه، مش عايزة أطول على كده، هختم هنا، ولو في أي أسئلة أحب أجاوب عليها. شكرا.
Salma, thank you, Salma, for this intervention. I suggest that we go over all the speakers' interventions and then we do a round of questions. And here I'd like to remind attendees that you can use the chat or the Q&A box to type in your questions. We'll move now to Farah Shami, who'll give us a more regional perspective. Farah.
Thank you very much, Leah. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Selma, for your presentation. So I will share my screen as well. I have a PowerPoint presentation to show you. And then I'll start and I'll be speaking in English. So here we go. So my presentation will mostly build on a regional report that I lately wrote for the Arab Reform Initiative. This report is, as I said, is a regional report. It's a comprehensive report. It's titled Financing Universal Social Protection Systems in the Arab Region, What Alternatives to Debt and Austerity. And it's very comprehensive. It builds on and refers to others' work. It adopts a multidisciplinary approach, a multidimensional approach, because it aims at politicizing a discussion that is typically seen as a technical discussion. So we look at the political economic factors, the socio-political factors, and the different parameters surrounding the financing landscape for social protection policies and programming in the region. It also adopts a mixed method approach. It brings together the quantitative and the qualitative analysis to do two things. First, to show what is the impact of government policies and international financial institutions policies on social protection systems via the channel of financing financing for development and financing social protection. And it also proposes alternatives, tangible and feasible alternatives, which unfortunately I won't be able to get to or to propose in the interest of time, and given that in the next sessions we will be tapping into these alternatives, and other colleagues and panelists will be focusing on solutions and policy recommendations. So my presentation is very selective of parts or sections of this report, but as you can see in the second section after the introduction, it does provide a historical overview that proves basically, or that shows how social protection historically in the Arab region, especially in non-GCC countries, has been part of, or has been an element of political bargains, a tool for political bargains, for authoritarian bargains, in order to offset political system deficits and in order to ensure political compliance. And this is how the clientelistic system was in large part nurtured with time. So in this historical part, we show how social protection systems have evolved as a result and how they interacted with the different political factors. And we also show that social protection and social welfare systems have also been seen and been used as a tool for crony capitalistic outsourcing. So we have been privatizing social welfare systems. So they became private welfare systems basically because of this intertwining between the business and the political elite, and the basically conflict of interest and favoring the business owners and the capital owners. So this political bargaining and authoritarian bargaining through social protection was possible then because of the situation or the context in the Arab region that was different, with the oil and gas, with the Suez Canal, with remittances from migrant workers, with political driven aid. That was possible, but with time this wasn't possible anymore. Governments weren't able anymore to provide social protection and to finance social protection and to sustain this model that they have created for themselves to survive. So what happened eventually is a reliance on foreign aid to be able to provide social protection in a certain form that is dictated by international donors and especially international institutions. So this reliance has mainly become a reliance on international financial institutions, especially the IMF and the World Bank. And this is how we ended up with this figure. So in this figure, we did a mapping of social protection policies, programs, and interventions in 12 Arab countries since the Arab uprising up until 2023 by type of reform, and then we do by function or by category, but I'm skipping so many things from the report. And you can get this figure from many data sets, but at least from the data that we collected, you can see that social protection systems in the region are, as a result, predominated by poverty-targeted social safety nets, and by active labor market programs and non-active labor market programs of all kinds, and that only 13% approximately is just universal schemes, although this is what we are calling for, and that the great majority of these schemes are contributory because governments, even contributory schemes, are shy, because it's 73% of 13%. And I'm going to be talking about this more, but the contributory part is outperforming the non-contributory because governments aren't able to finance social protection systems through their own resources and the internal redistribution of wealth and public resources. So basically, we do have barriers to contributory schemes. We have inherent deficiencies in our state systems. It's not only, the problem isn't only with international financial institutions, but international financial financial institutions are exacerbating the situation, are making it worse. So the barriers to contributory schemes, for example, we find in the report, in a nutshell, that they're due to insufficient, the lack of political will, to institutional fragmentation, and to the lack of public trust in state systems. This is shrinking the contribution base a lot. At the same time, as I mentioned, we have structural public budget deficits and structural fiscal imbalances that are hindering alternatives, which is the internal financing of social services, social protection, and other kinds of government expenditures. This basically is exacerbated indeed by the IMF and the World Bank interventions and policies, if we are to say, in the region, because the IMF and the World Bank coordinate with each other. It's the World Bank that is kind of imposing on the IMF its own definition or its own understanding of social protection, be it poverty-targeted safety nets. Their definition is limited to that. The IMF considers the World Bank as a developmental agency to be the reference on social protection. And when I said they coordinate, it's that. So the IMF, as colleagues Leah and Salma mentioned, the IMF, with its concessional loans, with its structural adjustment programs, all kinds of loan agreements, it imposes a wide set of conditionality. And at the core of the conditionality is austerity. So basically what's happening is we do austerity, we reduce, for example, subsidies in order to use savings to increase cash transfers, targeted cash transfers. So this is their approach. This is how they're basically doing it together. And we're increasing World Bank programs, which are mostly, not mostly, yes, mostly, as in all of them are poverty targeted in order to offset or to make up for the austerity being imposed or being promoted by the IMF. But at the same time, in many research pieces of research, like a research by our colleague Usama Diab, it shows that a reduction in subsidies isn't being really accompanied by an increase in cash transfers. And if so, cash transfers, as Leah mentioned, are very exclusionary, they're not inclusive, they're transient and not effective, and they don't provide adequate social protection. So in addition to austerity, which is taking all forms, reducing subsidies, privatizing pension reforms, basically, or privatizing, sorry, pension systems, rationalizing public expenditures, cuts in public wage bills, etc. This is accompanied as well by labor market flexibilization policies and by all kinds of trade and financial liberalization. And when I mentioned the labor market flexibilization or liberalization, particularly here, I want to mention that this is also exacerbating informalization, because the private sector is increasingly relying on zero-hour contracts and on informal forms, informal labor, basically. And we know that there is informal labor in the formal sector. And when it comes to trade and financial liberalization, just to give a piece of data so the currency devaluation, for example, that the IMF keeps recommending through its different interventions, it's causing fiscal imbalances and it's increasing debt. So it's increasing the amount of debt that needs to be settled. So the increase in debt payment in Tunisia after 2016, for instance, was more than 20% increase in the debt payment. So in this table, which is like labeled as figure 9, this is a summary of all IMF loan agreements in the region between 2010 and 2014. So since the Arab uprisings, we can see that the IMF has been very active through its different programs, and this does not include the SDRs and the concessional loans or the soft loans. And we can see in the graph on the right that the incidence of austerity measures recommended by the IMF in 2020, and it's very obvious that low-income countries and lower to middle-income countries have got the biggest share of this incidence, basically. So the burden is mostly being borne by low-income countries and low to middle-income countries. If we zoom in at the Arab region, particularly, the same. In 2020, we looked at IMF documents to see what were the IMF recommendations in selected Arab countries in 2020. And we focused on 2020 here, and because we cannot map and scan all documents, and because 2020 was a very active year because it was the COVID pandemic, and it also coincided with many economic and financial crises in different parts of the region. So we can see indeed that in a selection of countries in Egypt, Jordan, and Tunisia, there is a reduction and reallocation in public expenditures, a reduction in subsidies, public wage bills and wage caps, tax reforms, which are very regressive, and I'll talk about that later, and safety net targeting. So this is the IMF's way of doing things. Now, to add to that is that there is also the non-contributory part. So the contributory part is self-financed, but for political economic reasons that are internal to our countries, it is very shy. There is no political will to do it, and we have issues of trust in public system. But the non-contributory part is tax financed, is government financed. And with the fiscal system or the tax system that we have in place, it's very actually challenging to finance the non-contributory part, especially with the chronic indebtedness that the IMF and international financial institutions are making our governments fall into, our countries fall into, and with austerity, this is really, really shrinking the fiscal space that is available for social spending, for social protection spending. And that is what is also shrinking the fiscal space. In addition to that, and austerity is the very bad credit risk management that the IMF, for instance, adopts. So Egypt, Jordan, and Tunisia, for example, pay a sum of $22 billion per year in surcharges and penalty, while the IMF pretends to be wanting to help our countries. In Egypt, for example, spending on energy subsidies decreased from about 40% of total expenditure in 2017 to 30%. So it decreased from about 40% of total expenditures in 2017 to 30% in 2019. So this is right after the 2016 loan program with the IMF. And again, we have structural deficiencies in our systems. The tax base, like the contributory base, the tax base is also very small. Why is it so? Because of the large size of the informal labor that do not pay taxes, and they're right not to pay taxes because they are not also receiving any services or social protection in return. The exclusion of migrants and refugees for political reasons from tax systems and from social services. And we have issues, as you know, of tax evasion, tax avoidance, unnecessary and unfair tax deductions, exemptions, incentives, and credits, arbitrary, favoring the powerful and the wealthy. And we also have issues of self-exclusion due to the lack of trust in public systems and the broken social contracts. So just like we have problems in tax administration, governments aren't collecting taxes the way they should. It's also that the citizens aren't paying taxes because they are following the principle of no rights, no taxation, no representation, no taxation. And all of this is basically tightening the fiscal space that is available for social spending. As we can see in this graph, we are lagging behind the world as a region when it comes to government expenditures as a share of GDP for social protection spending and for health spending. And if we look at the disaggregated part of the histogram, we can see that when the fiscal space is shrinking, it is indeed the social spending that is being more affected. And this is because of our government's priorities. So as we can see in this graph, military expenditures are competing with health expenditures, and this is really worrisome. In this graph as well, we show the trend in public spending in terms of government consumption expenditure, which is a proxy for social spending, and in social spending itself, based on the data that was made available by UNESCO. And we see that overall there is a downward trend, and if the trend isn't like fully downward, if it is kind of stationary, we see spikes, and we see actually not spikes, we see decreases right after IMF interventions if we are to look at this table that I showed at the very beginning. I spoke about the impact of indebtedness. We can see here, obviously, that in the region, we pay on debt servicing more than we pay on health. So debt services exceed health expenditures. And I'm gonna skip this part, but just to show you a few graphs where we show the budget deficit, debt as a share of GDP, the impact of on GDP growth and on unemployment after episodes of IMF interventions. So the IMF isn't helping our countries the way it is pretending, and this is impacting our social protection systems. For example, when we speak about GDP growth, unfortunately for our governments, GDP growth has been a proxy for government expenditures and for social expenditures. If we are to focus a bit more on taxation, it's very obvious that. So I always say that in every intervention, and I say it in every intervention, which is that usually the political cost on our governments to adopt the austerity measures is much smaller than that of increasing taxes and of introducing tax reforms, especially if they are progressive and redistributive. So what is happening is basically, as we can see in this graph, the taxes on goods and services and indirect taxes are much more basically than all kinds of progressive taxes in the region, of corporate income tax, of property tax, and even personal income tax that is relatively more progressive and that can be made more progressive by increasing the number of tax brackets. So we can see that very obviously in this graph. And also, we can see here that the average effective tax rate in 14 Arab countries is smaller than the world average in most cases, and it's smaller than the statutory CIT rate, the corporate income tax rate, in also most of the countries due to, as I mentioned, corporatism and tax dodging. I have more data. Leah, how much more time do I have?
I was going to ask you to wrap up, actually.
Oh, okay. So I'm glad I asked because I had a bunch of numbers to mention to prove how tax systems are being in favor of corporations, especially multinational corporations, and to show how much of tax relief and tax exemptions we are giving to corporations in Jordan, Tunisia, and Egypt. But this data can be found in the report. So I'm going to for sure skip it in the interest of time, or maybe elaborate further in the Q&A. So we do have, what I wanted to say is that we have, as Arab governments, we have our issues for sure. We have illicit financial flows. We have administrative issues and issues of corruption. We have regressive tax systems, and we have a few tax brackets, especially for we do not group payers by total income. Which is a proxy for wealth. Instead, we group them by individual income. This is unlike what many countries, many OECD countries or countries in the West do. They look at the income of the whole family and they look at the full wealth and not just the salaries. But in our case, it's the salaried employees that are being most affected because of the structure of our tax systems. And that's why they are evading or avoiding paying taxes. So we do have our problems, but international financial institutions are exacerbating that and are having a significant impact on social protection systems. They are pretending to impose a social protection floor, but the floor is not meeting international benchmarks and is not being disaggregated by sector. So with every additional dollar in social spending, we are seeing a $4 decrease in other forms of public expenditures, among which many social expenditures. So just briefly to say what this is, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to skip this one because it's global. We did also collect data mapping social movements in the Arab region to show that all of this predicament or impasse that I was talking about is projecting or is reflecting and materializing in public dissent on the ground with serious demands related to social protection, even if people do not know that this is within the framework of social protection, and with demands related or objecting to austerity. To end with the last sentence, the book or the report, actually it's not a book, sorry, it provides alternatives. There is a chapter for every alternative, for alternatives related to tax, to contributory schemes, to climate finance as a potential solution, to debt reforms of all sorts, and other innovative solutions such as global funding mechanisms, solidarity, social and solidarity economy, and fiscal decentralizations in some contexts, also building on best practices and international experiences. So I'm skipping the full recommendations. This is the report for those who are interested in knowing more. We will be talking about alternatives and solutions in other sessions, and maybe in the Q&A I can provide additional details. Sorry, Leah, for taking more time. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Farah. I suggest you drop the link in the chat also for
Sure.
the attendees.
Thank you.
So we can give the floor now to Stefano Prato from the Society for International Development, who will tell us more about the opportunities that the International Conference for Financing Development can hold for advancing the social protection agenda.
Thank you so much, Leah. Many thanks for Salma and Farah for the very, very interesting presentation and a very interesting report, Farah, that you've just presented. I will certainly dive into it after this session. So let me start first of all, as usual, with a bit of positionality, right? I'm speaking here in my capacity, not so much as Society for International Development, but maybe as coordinator of the Civil Society Financing for Development mechanism. And therefore we'll dive in a little bit into the challenges and opportunities of these upcoming international process. Let me also say that I'm clearly not from the region, and therefore I'll take more a bit of a global perspective. And when you do that, sometimes you always run the risk of being a bit disconnected from the urgencies and the context that the region is actually confronting. And of course, I'm also, as much as I intersect social protection in many ways, I'm certainly not an expert in social protection. So I hope you'll bear with me. But also, and probably most importantly, I do understand the political complexity of speaking about a UN-based process in a current phase in which the UN, in terms of its political process, of its institutional arrangements, has been constantly failing to address the conditions of impunity that unfortunately continue to storm the region with massive human suffering, not only in Gaza, in Lebanon and beyond. So I think I do understand that particularly in the MENA region is a very complex political context. So please bear with me with that. Because I do understand that a lot of people these days, as soon as they hear the United Nations, they equate it to a political space that has not been able to address the challenging circumstances we all confronted with. So I felt it was important, Leah, to just make this opening positionality statement. So let me get into the substance of it. I think it's very clear that social protection, particularly in the way we understand it, will never be funded by international mechanisms, will not be funded by donors, and will certainly not be funded or supported by international institutions. I think for the reasons that, even if Salma focused a little bit more on Egypt, but I think for the reasons that she articulated very clearly, as well as Farah, there is a very coherent set of financial debt trade traps that in many ways locate social protection in very different terms that we understand it. Fundamentally as yet another instrument of market flexibility, particularly to address with conjunctural crises and actually shift the burden to the state purely in temporary terms to allow the market to continue thriving. And where the notion of the market is not even a notion of what we normally refer to as a market, or where people in the streets will refer to as a market, but a particular framing of the global economy that is based on principles of extraction and principle of trapping in neo-colonial forms, the reality of many countries. So I think that's what we're talking about. And therefore, that's clear why we can't expect anything in terms of donor-funded or international financial institution-led processes. And that was the main reason why some of us, even at the moment in which there was a discussion on the Global Fund for Social Protection, we opposed that idea, not because we opposed the support for social protection, but because we oppose the mechanisms that any vertical fund automatically will import into this. Now, unfortunately, therefore, if the strategy is that of expanding fiscal space, while at the same time ring-fencing social expenditures and social protection programs, you know, how do we do that? You know, and I think that's where the challenging comes in. And I have no shortcut. There is probably no shortcut to that. Then systemic reforms of the international financial architecture and at the same time of the global economy. So I know what I'm saying. You say, look, this guy is basically suggesting that we need to reform capitalism in order to have an outcome. I know it doesn't sound very short-term, immediate to the urgency of the issues we're confronted with, but there is also not other path. I'm not suggesting that while we do that, we need to stop doing other things, but I think it's important to embark in that systemic reform agenda. Now, why is the International Financing for Development Conference interesting? Well, first of all, the FFD process, which started more than 20 years ago after the sequence of conferences in the 90s, probably suffers of a naming issue. You know, financing for development evokes the idea of money that pays for things, right? But that's really not what the process is about. This has been a constant space of struggle for developing countries to really advance systemic normative and governance reform of the global economy. Basically an attempt to democratize the governance of the global economy, with the hypothesis that through that democratization of governance, there could be an expansion in policy and fiscal space that would allow developing countries to tackle these multiple traps that we discussed before. So what is a possible three-step sequence in this? Well, the first one is really to address the debt issue. The debt issue is what would be able to free resources in the short term, because most of these cases are resources that are already resident within countries. They just need to be redirected. So in a sense, tackling the debt crisis is also what has the most impactful short-term consequences on expanding fiscal space and possibly ring-fencing social programs. Now, the suggestion of the civil society financing for development mechanism, which is a very wide platform globally, mostly led by Southern economic justice networks, is to negotiate a UN framework convention on sovereign debt. Why a convention? Why getting out of the usual mechanisms? Because the challenge of the convention is basically fourfold. The first one is that we need a body of international law that clearly establishes rules and norms in international law that regulate sovereign debt. And only the United Nations can do that. No other body, not the G20, not the IMF, because it is a norm-setting engagement. Secondly, we need to rectify and shift governance away from creditor-centric spaces, which is exactly what happens today, particularly when we deal with the sovereign debt crisis. And therefore, the governance issue is a second key dimension of the convention. The third one is that we need to create clear binding instruments that allow for sovereign debt restructuring by assigning primacy to public interest, assign primacy to governmental priorities nationally, and provide binding legal instruments for private sector participation. And this is particularly important in a number of countries in which, unfortunately, sovereign debt now is significantly in the hands of the private sector. It's not only a matter of discussion between sovereign states. And lastly, it creates a political process of struggle in which what we identify today as debtors in terms of commercial debt are really identified as creditors because of the ecological, colonial, and even racial credit, globally. So it's important to create a context in which we talk about debt politically, not only commercially. Now, this may sound very ambitious, maybe overly ambitious, but it's very interesting to see that in the early stages of the discussion, the Africa group and a few other states, including Egypt, by the way, because Salma, of course, spoke about it, have actually picked this particular fight, and they put forward in the opening negotiating statements for the conference that they actually want a multilateral legal framework on debt decided, or at least initiated as a result of the conference. Now, of course, this is not going to be a short negotiation, as you can imagine, but as soon as it's established, it creates a different political landscape in which we can also locate short-term, immediate debt distress situation, because you kind of change the scenario, change the landscape in which even the short term will somehow have to be accommodated, even if the negotiation of the actual convention may take, several years. So I think it is really a shifting on horizon, a shifting of landscape that automatically locates also the IMF in subordination over the UN General Assembly process. Now, the second process, the second important step is to recover policy space to change the structure of the economies, because ultimately the systemic determinants of debt distress or debt unsustainability are the fact, and I think Farah was making that point before, that the structure of the economies of most countries within the global south are completely unable to support sufficient level of domestic resource mobilization. And therefore, without a change in those structures, debt will always run into recurring cycles. Now, there are two important initial steps which we propose to struggle for in FFB4. The first one is to have a permanent and progressive resolution of investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. In many countries, this is one of the key determinants that does not allow development of social policies or generally policies in the public interest, because they change the terms of investors' agreement that some countries have signed. So the permanent cessation of investor-state dispute settlements arbitration mechanisms is one important step. The second one is to fight against unilateral sanctions. And I think this is particularly also important in the context of the region. And these unilateral sanctions sometimes are the traditional ones, but they're also a new generation of unilateral sanctions, such as the one for carbon border adjustment mechanisms that the European Union is actually now proposing. So there's a new generation of that in the name of climate, which once again impose on those that do not have any responsibility for the climate crisis. So these are maybe insufficient steps in trade terms, but it's a first movement to recover the role of the UN in addressing the trade and development nexus, which at the moment is completely absent in our global policy making, because the WTO has completely captured the space. And lastly, before Leah stops me, is the fact of continuing the advancement on the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. Because even assuming we recover some fiscal space, even assuming we recover some policy space to change the structure of the economies, we also need to be able to tax appropriately. And there is a need for tax regimes which are not shaped only by developed countries through their OECD and related processes, but a truly democratic process. Now, the good thing is this process has started after a long struggle led by African countries in particular. And I think it's very encouraging to see that process moving forward and actually being fast-tracked, because with the beginning of the negotiations in 2025, there is an expectation that in 3 years, we already have the body of the convention and a number of early protocols that address some of the issues also that Farah mentioned, particularly with reference to illicit financial flows. So these are 3 elements of the re-architecture of the international financial architecture in terms of addressing the debt challenge, creating policy space for structural transformation, and ensuring that there are more just tax regimes that also tackle illicit financial flows. I know these are not short-term measures. It's not something that resolves the immediateness of the urgency of some of our development imperatives, particularly when it comes to social protection. But we also need to recognize that current solutions and current band-aid approaches led by donors and the so-called charity of international financial institutions is not going to take us very far. So as much as we keep on struggling in the short term, we also need to start transforming the reality that we're dealing with. So I think I will stop here, maybe with an encouragement and an invitation to really consider the process towards the Financing for Development for a conference in Sevilla an important battleground for this. And if any of you want to engage more closely and know a bit more about it, I'm very happy to take extra time in another occasion to maybe discuss it a little bit more thoroughly, including by providing the historical, the current negotiating context, as well as the opportunities for engagement from a civil society angle. Thank you so much, and I hope that has covered the task that I was assigned.
Thank you, Stefan, for this very interesting opening of horizon. And considering, I mean, yes, solutions on the longer term, which is very essential, even if it seems like a daunting task at the start. So we can open now the floor for questions. I believe we have about 20 minutes for that. And you can use the chat box for attendees if you want to type in your question, or the Q&A box. But I can already, I'll take advantage of my role as moderator. I can already set us up with a couple of questions, if that's okay. I was wondering, a question actually to Stefano. How can we get all actors on board for such a big endeavor of restructuring the financial architecture? Because I'm sure there will be a lot of resistance. However, yes, the International Conference for Financing for Development has been ongoing. I think it's 4th year. So if you can tell us a bit more about how to get them, yes, involved and ultimately on board for these structural changes.
Would you like me to start, Leah, or you wait for other questions?
We can start as questions come. We'll clarify.
So, thanks for the question that has no easy answer. There will be a lot of resistance, particularly when it comes to the idea of a debt convention within well-established powers, including the Bretton Woods institutions, including the US in its new reality as of yesterday. Well, I think independently of yesterday, in whichever reality, the US would always have opposed and will continue to oppose this. So resistance will be very high. But I think there are 3 elements which help our case. The first one is that there's really a shortage of solutions. If you look back even 3 or 4 years ago, there was maybe the myth that the G20, through its latest initiatives, such as the Common Framework, could actually do something about this, independently of what we think of the G20. And I'm certainly not a great fan of it, to say the least. But the reality is that all the solutions that are been put forward have failed or have not delivered. So we are in a situation in which even the most orthodox cannot deny, and normally don't deny, that we are in a situation in which everything that we've tried until now within our conventional and current status quo have not worked and continue not to work. And against us, there is the reality of the situation, the dramatic situation in which many countries are located in, particularly when it comes to, the lack of progress towards the 2030 agenda. Honestly, the 2030 agenda doesn't matter, but the issue is really the lack of progress on fundamental social, economic, and political issues. So I think nobody denies the status of crisis and the fact that the solutions that we currently have are not working. I think that's a good step, right? Because otherwise there is always the pretense that, oh no, we have these, we're working on this, let it unfold. Nobody believes in the common framework, not even those within the common framework itself. Secondly, I think there is a situation in which, and I think I probably should have mentioned before, is that it's a combination of the debt crisis, but also with the current financialization in many ways of the global economy and the role that credit rating agencies play. Credit rating agencies are actually becoming a very big challenge, which actually add an additional layer of complication that increases unnecessarily the borrowing costs of developing countries. While in fact, if you do an analysis of asset classes, investments in Global South is actually the greatest asset class of all in terms of returns and in terms of actually security in the investment capital. So the reform of credit rating agencies, which is also another element of the Financing for Development Conference, is an important dimension. But I think it adds to the equation in exposing how debt traps and in combination with the functioning of financial markets really are a fundamental obstacle. And on credit rating agency, there's another dimension in which nobody disagrees that there is a concentration of market power, there are conflicts of interest, there is bias in ratings, pro-cyclicality, that's a word I can never say, in their assessments. So I think that's another component which I think somehow helps us. And the third dimension is that is the private sector dimension. Like if you confront the debt crisis in the past, were largely crises of political nature between sovereign states. But now nobody, in whichever case, has managed to find a proper mechanism for participation of the private sector. Why? Because the private sector simply will only, won't be seduced to participate. It won't be invited mildly to collaborate. Either they are following binding rules or they're not. And the absence of those rules is now increasingly perceived across the board as a necessary step to ensure cooperation, participation, and non-speculative behavior of private sector actors when it comes to debt restructuring. So I would say, Leah, to conclude, is that there is a political analysis that even if people want, fully accept it in these terms, but bottom line, everyone agrees that we are in a cul-de-sac and we are in a situation in which only through regulatory measures we can get out. Of course, some won't like it because that means shifting power away from the institutions they control and from a creditor-centered mechanism of managing debt traps. So it still becomes politically very complicated, but it's great that the Africa group, Pakistan, probably the small island states, they have not yet fully aligned, but they are getting there. Of course, their primary concern is climate contingent debt instruments because of the reality of their situation. But I think there is a potential for strong alignment in the global South that eventually could also rein in China, which I think is the big, challenge in many ways. But China would more happily make changes in the UN context than in the IMF, even if potentially would avoid both. But if really it's pushed by the global South to a corner, would rather choose the UN versus the IMF for sure. And I think that's a little bit the political context. Maybe I'm being over optimistic, maybe I'm being over ambitious, but I think there is a silver line on this, which I think we can work with. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefano. In the meantime, we got 2 questions in our question box. One is to Farah. I will read it out. In the context of IMF-imposed austerity measures, how can humanitarian actors calibrate cash interventions to offset the reduced social spending and rising costs of living, ensuring that recipients achieve resilience, and what adaptive mechanisms and economic indicators could be used to continuously adjust these interventions in response to inflation, service cuts, and market fluctuations caused by austerity policies? We also have another question. I will read them both. This way the panel can respond. Recently, more than 100 economists sent an open letter to IMF board on the need of significant reform of the rate of charge and surcharge. IMF took note and reacted. Do you see this ad hoc or a continued effort? So I'll leave it. We can start with Farah, and then maybe Thelma, if you want to intervene, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you also, Stefano, for your presentation, and to the attendees for their questions. So in response to Claude's question, I would like to start off by saying that it's actually not the responsibility of humanitarian actors and of all kinds of non-state and trans-state actors to fill in this gap or to step in to offset the impact of austerity that is promoted or recommended by international financial institutions and adopted by our government. So this, in principle, as a matter of principle, this is to begin with. They do not have this responsibility. However, as things stand now, and since humanitarian interventions are there and are much needed, especially in Arab contexts that are suffering with compounded crises, with conflicts, we cannot but have humanitarian interventions. The more adaptive these interventions are carved out and made, the better. And this adaptability includes so many aspects. Indeed, accounting for inflation is something that is very important to do, because for example, in Lebanon, with our in many targeted safety nets across the region, but I'm just giving the example of Lebanon now being, heading the news. So in our targeted safety nets, the allocation or the transfer amount that was assigned per individual with a cap per household, this was assigned at the beginning of, for example, the National Poverty Targeted Program. And up until this year, which is, I think, 5 years or maybe even more, 7 years after the program, we still have the same allocation. So basically, the thing is that humanitarian actors and actors collaborating with the governments on delivering targeted safety nets and on delivering humanitarian interventions should be conducting systematic and continual reviews in between, in order to adjust the amounts being transferred, in order to adjust their targeting to see if there are beneficiaries that weren't eligible that have become eligible, or if there are beneficiaries that were eligible that aren't eligible anymore, in order also to avoid duplication. But this adaptability is a fait accompli, is something that we should do in every program, in every intervention that we make. But this does not mean that humanitarian actors are expected or have the responsibility to offset or to make up for the impact of austerity and for our government's inability to do their jobs and to provide social services. At the same time, one additional message here in response to Claude's questions is that we keep inviting humanitarian actors to coordinate with all other social actors and to coordinate with the government in order to strengthen linkages between humanitarian assistance systems and social assistance systems. The HDP nexus that we always talk about needs steps and more coordination to be leveraged and to be strengthened. Development includes social protection. Humanitarian assistance is needed. We are not trying to say that we don't need humanitarian interventions. In the opposite, we need them, but we need more coordination to be able to have a more coordinated response, stronger linkages, and a more integrated response. And this is when we do the no harm policy, the do no harm policy. And in order to do these linkages, we need not to create parallel systems, not to create new structures and reproduce the same inefficiencies, the same bureaucracies, damage the potential for the economies of scale and the economic multiplier effect. We need, from the onset, whenever humanitarian actors are intervening, they need to coordinate with the state to build on existing systems and on existing infrastructures, existing registries and data, and all that, and also to ensure that it is possible through this mechanism that I'm proposing to transition humanitarian beneficiaries to state-led systems, perhaps to safety nets as an intermediary, and ultimately to universal schemes. We cannot give humanitarian assistance to people and then when the program or the funding ends, we leave them. We need to graduate them to more sustainable systems. And this is what is important. And this is when we do no harm. And by doing that and by collaborating with the government, in designing the interventions, in deciding on the amount and the timing on the interventions, on all that, it is then that the government wouldn't basically just leave all that to the humanitarian organizations, because ultimately what we want is for our governments to do internal solutions, internal fiscal reforms to provide universal social protection schemes, and that these can then be complemented by targeted safety nets that can then be supplemented by humanitarian interventions, especially in times of shocks, crises, and conflicts, and to cover the ones or the people who are left behind no matter what we do because of different circumstances that are that we cannot account for. That perhaps there is a follow-up question, but it is a very ambitious project. Yes, indeed. Just to mention one point regarding Lamia's, Dr. Mbayid's question. So Dr. Mbayid, thank you for bringing this up. Actually, what I wanted to say is that we participated as Arab Reform Initiative in the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Marrakesh. And since then, the IMF has been talking about reducing or canceling surcharges. And that was music to our ears, perhaps in that meeting where the focus was mostly on Arab countries and the momentum was very strong. This was the only glimmer of hope. We saw that they have this kind of inclination to reconsider their surcharge policy, because it's fundamentally unfair. I mean, by definition, it is unfair. But since then, they did nothing. Now, the fact that they're reacting to the letter, as you said, gives us hope again that they did not forget, and it's not that they just sold us some promises and words because it was an annual meetings happening in Marrakesh and the focus was on the region. So perhaps they do have this intervention, but putting surcharges aside, I haven't, and this resonates or echoes what Stefano was saying, putting surcharges aside, I haven't been seeing the IMF I mean, being willing to change their way of doing business or to reconsider their approach. I haven't been seeing that. And the opposite, for example, we were supposed to have an IMF speaker with us today, and eventually they declined participation. Instead of seeing them being open to feedback and to our evidence and to our suggestions, we're seeing them, I think, more resistant, and it's as if implicitly they're saying we got enough of you. So they don't want to listen, and they don't want to consider. But with the surcharges, I hope we can get somewhere. But perhaps Selma or Stefano can add more on this point.
Thank you, Farah. I'd just like to point out that we're supposed to wrap up soon. So, Selma, if you have like some closing remarks, or maybe you want to add to the answers to the questions, please go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. I'll do both. I'll react to the surcharges and then maybe have some concluding remarks. Well, concerning the surcharges, the IMF lately approved like a cut of 30% of surcharges for indebted countries. And what we say is that it's very minimum. It's because now the whole narrative, like, it's evidence-based that surcharges are unfair. The rationale behind it is totally unfair. But let me repeat what Stefano said. Let's be reminded that the IMF is like, this is the creditor's point of view, the creditor's interest representative. So basically, if you have rich countries and poorer and less advanced countries, so the IMF represents the richest countries by quota, by design. It's by design. So it's like asking someone in distress to give me money in the time of distress. So they wouldn't see how fair is it, but they would see what is in it for them. And we saw this very blatantly during COVID, when the IMF decided to distribute more SDRs to all countries, and instead of putting a fair criteria that represents probably maybe population, GDP, they actually stuck to the quota system. So it ended up that saving the more advanced countries that got a lot of money, a lot of liquidity, in a time where they were faced by the threat of having their credit rating declining. So instead of seeing the IMF and the European countries having a huge cut in their credit rate, and then they will have trouble borrowing that cheaply, they got an injection of liquidity, unlike what happened for the developing countries, who got a very little amounts compared to their needs, compared to the population volume, and so on and so forth. So totally unfair, totally so little, and definitely not what the whole world was claiming for. And so yeah, a big, huge letdown. Let me say two things actually. Egypt is, for concluding, Egypt is becoming the second biggest client to the IMF, and they are offering like the highest net return on debt, which is the interest paid in the world for long years now, since 2017 till 2023. So what I can say now, that like borrowing from the IMF, this, there is a whole rhetoric of the certificate of confidence in Egypt to be able to pay back its loans. So this type of certificate is like a green light for hot money to pour in, and benefiting from such very high interest rate. It's a huge price. It's a lot of money, a lot of return on riskless investments, very short-term investments and riskless investments. So actually, by following what happens here, the pattern, we see that the IMF is turning into like a creditor of first resort, مقرض الملاذ الأول, not the last resort as often said. So basically, a country would go to the IMF, get this credit, this certificate of confidence, of trust, and by this gets more loans, and especially yes, debt. So in Egypt, we have the public debt has reached more than 120%. Some estimations, because the data is not very transparent. So some say 150 of the GDP, even percent. And we see that the external debt has increased tenfold in 10 years. And a lot of this, my two very basic points is that a lot of the public debt is becoming external debt, and it's hidden because when the hot money comes, they buy they lend the money in Egyptian pounds, but they get their money back and go out the country in dollars. So it's a hidden external debt. Number 2 point is that a lot of these debts are undemocratic. The parliament does not vote when the central bank issues bonds or bills, either in Egyptian pounds or denominated in euros or dollars. So a lot of debt also is hidden because the central bank is borrowing. The public banks are borrowing for the government in dollars, and these are not also being voted on by the parliament or monitored by the parliament. So basically, we have a whole narrative of restructuring, debt restructuring, even in the South, restructuring public debt that is not very accurate. It's not tailored to the South issues. So when we talk about restructuring public debt, we don't talk about interest payments. We only talk about the debt itself. So I think we need to include a lot of restructuring the interest payments, maybe a haircut of the interest payments, not the main debt. And I think this is very important because I don't think the international law is talking about the interest rate to be restructured. So this is something. The other thing is that we're not using in our narrative the undemocratic aspect of a lot of these debts.
These policies and
Thank
steps.
you.
Exactly. Thank you, Salma. That's a very good point. I think we have to wrap up. So if Farah or Stefano, you want to add anything, I'll ask you to please do it in 1 minute because we're already over time on the break.
Let me leave maybe the last word to Farah, but just to say that one comment on the emergencies, like emergencies and the condition of emergency is a critical factor in the maintenance of the status quo, because we always fight for an emergency, and therefore we tend to always set aside the systemic transformations and reforms because we need to deal with the emergency. And most of the emergential responses are actually designed to consolidate and deepen the status quo. So sometimes it's necessary we can't ignore the emergency, right? But we also need to save some time and space to engage in that sort of systemic reforms, even if it takes a little bit of longer time. And I think that's really what I think we always need to maintain in our spectrum of engagements, and recognizing that political economy of emergency responses. And that's where I think it's important to invest in a process such as the one of FFD4 or other structural reform agendas that were mentioned also by the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Farah?
Yes, just to mention really quickly that I answered Claude's comment regarding my suggestion being ambitious in Lebanon. So I just shared in the chat box to make that paper more accessible to others, a paper that we recently published that provides tangible recommendations as to how can we learn from humanitarian assistance now for social protection, how can we link the current humanitarian assistance ongoing in the country with social protection systems, and learn from the current conflict and build sustainable systems by integrating the humanitarian and the social protection parts. So the paper has been shared in the chat box. In response to the last question in the Q&A, I fully agree. I fully agree that our governments have a big responsibility and a big role to play in all of these dilemmas and predicaments that we have been talking about. And we know that. I mean, we know that for sure. But it happens that IMF's neoliberal policies, they happen to be very convenient for our governments, because this is the economic model and the development paradigm that our governments have been surviving on, and that fits so much with their political economy. So they happen to be friends, you know. So that's why we ask for the IMF, at least, we call on the IMF to reconsider their approach and to reconsider their recommendations, hoping that they would help us either pushing for positive conditionality with our governments, or if they can do this, at least to stop recommending neoliberal reforms on the part of our governments. And that's why in our reports, I'm sure in Selma's reports, in Stefano's research, in the report that I presented today, we do not only tap into the role of the IMF, we also tap into the role of governments, or the part that is related to their part of the story, our government's part of the story, basically. So thank you very much.
Thank
Can
you,
I add a
Farah.
small thing on that?
Sure. 30 seconds.
Okay. So number one, let's not forget about the revolving door. A lot of our government officials worked already at the World Bank or the IMF for long periods. This is number one. Number two, democracy makes a huge difference. And by democracy, I mean any channels that give voice to the people, to a lot of people. And when I was studying the different cases in the Arab region, I found that better programs were implemented in the countries where there was a space for democracy. So either a good parliament, either a good trade unions, you name it. So, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think we can end on this note of the political dimension of social policy making and financing. This was a very interesting first panel. I'd like to thank you all. I think we have a bit over 10 minutes for the break. Farah is telling me 13 minutes, so we can go on the break, and thanks again.
Thank you. Okay, Gunil, you can get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and warmly welcome to this session, where we will discuss poverty-targeted social safety nets and the role of the international community. My name is Gunnel Axelsson Nykander, and I'm a policy advisor at ACT Churches Sweden. Targeting is an issue in the debate about social protection, which may seem a bit technical, but which is also very political. It concerns people in a very concrete way, as it decides who should receive or not receive social protection benefits. So it has to do with the questions, how are beneficiaries selected, by which criteria? To simplify, there are two largely competing approaches. The first is poverty targeting, which means identifying the poorest households within a population. This is almost always the approach chosen when international partners support social protection, especially the World Bank, which in fact dominates funding in this sector largely. In fact, it invests more than all other bilateral and multilateral donors combined. The second approach is universal, or sometimes called categorical benefits, which means targeting everyone with a certain category of the population, regardless of their income level. Categories are typically age groups, such as elderly or children, but could also be other categories, such as persons with disabilities. Such universal benefits are far more common when benefits are tax-financed by national governments. Universal access to social protection is, since 2014, a joint goal for the international labour organizations ILO and the World Bank. But the debate continues, and I would say World Bank says that universal access doesn't necessarily mean universal benefits, but rather that all should have support when they need. That means when they are poor. On the operational level, that means that World Bank has continued to promote and support poverty-targeted programs. The main argument for poverty targeting is that when you have a limited budget, your help will be far more effective if that money is spent on the most needy persons or households. The power of that argument and the current domination of poverty-targeted programs among those that are supported by development partners may motivate the ambition to look at the negative side of poverty targeting, and thus the biased title of this session. It's against this backdrop that I'm excited to introduce the speakers in this panel. First, we will have Christine Beckerly from Amnesty International. Christine is currently the Socio-Economic Rights Advisor for Amnesty International's MENA division. She has over a decade of experience working on human rights issues in the Middle East, working also with organizations such as Human Rights Watch. And recently she was fellow at a Center for International Human Rights at Yale Law School. Next, we will have Stephen Kidd from Development Pathways, which is a global consultancy specializing in designing and developing social protection systems. Stephen has supported strategies and delivered social protection for over 3 decades in, I think, all developing regions and a great number of countries. And he has authored a number of publications, some of which are actually co-published with my own organization, Act Church of Sweden. Before founding Development Pathways, Stephen led DFID's social protection work and also policy at HelpAge International. The next speaker, Luca Pellerano, is from the ILO, where he's a senior social protection specialist in the Arab States region. He has provided technical assistance on social protection systems and programs in several regions. Prior to joining the ILO, Luca was leading the poverty and social protection team at Oxford Policy Management, OPM, and a research economist at the Institute of Fiscal Studies in London. Our final speaker today, Raja Bentoet Katan, comes from the Middle East region of the World Bank Group, where she is lead economist and program leader, oversees the World Bank portfolio in education, health, and social programs in Iraq, Iran, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Previously, she held various positions, including as advisor and country manager for Yemen. Raja brings with her more than 20 years of experience in operational research and policy knowledge in human development sector in many different regions, and has written on a variety of topics such as education, gender, and job skills. So I find this a very exciting panel. At the outset, I would like to emphasize that Raja will not represent the global policy and approach of the World Bank. Rather, she will speak from the regional and operational context, where social protection is one of several interventions in the portfolio. We have four speakers, not very much time. So each speaker will have 10 minutes. I will pose a short follow-up questions. After that, there will be a brief opportunity for the speakers to react to what the others have said. And we will end with a Q&A. There is also the Q&A box where you can pose questions. I'll raise a few of them in the discussion, but I'm sure that the speakers will try to respond in writing as well. So let's start, and we will do that with a concrete example from Lebanon. So Christine, you will soon publish a study of the poverty-targeted safety nets, which are implemented in Lebanon today, and you have agreed to share the main finding with us here today. So please, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. And I will say also thank you to the panelists from the first panel. I listened in and I found it really useful, and I'm hoping that what I can present in terms of what Amnesty has been doing for the last year and a half in Lebanon kind of intersects with some of the conversations we started this morning. So to start off, just to explain Amnesty International's approach to social protection, we are a human rights organization, as you guys know, so we approach it really from the perspective of international human rights law. And just in case it's useful, that means that we're really focusing in on the right to social security, which under international human rights law means the right to access and maintain benefits, cash and other forms of benefits, to protect people from lack of work-related income caused by a variety of things, unaffordable access to healthcare, and insufficient family support. And I say that partly because this right has existed in international human rights law for a long time, but I think big organizations like Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, et cetera, are really increasingly starting to prioritize work on social security, social protection, and other economic social rights in recent years. And that's partly because I think these big international human rights organizations have been pushed by other civil society groups. So it's really a thank you, because I think that sort of increased attention to these issues is important. And I say that also because as someone who lives in Lebanon and has worked on MENA for a long time, I think it can be really hard to keep attention to these kinds of questions and pieces of work with everything else that's happening around us. But it's really nice, frankly, to be on this panel with this group of people sort of thinking about these issues, which still really matter and maybe even matter more given all the crises that are surrounding so many people. So with that introduction, I want to just talk a little bit about a very specific piece of research that I've been involved in along with other colleagues over the last year and a half that's focused in on Lebanon. And basically what Amnesty did is, starting in 2023, we began research on the impact of the financial and economic crisis in Lebanon on the right to social security. And in terms of the methodology that we took, it's a mixed methodology. Usually Amnesty's bread and butter is really focusing on interviews with people who are impacted. So with rights holders, the people who hold the rights and kind of how those rights were affected. And in the context of this research, Amnesty researchers interviewed 81 people in Lebanon who were severely impacted by the financial and economic crisis. That included people with disabilities, older people, Syrian refugees, people working in the informal sector, as well as people working in the formal sector and who were public servants, civil servants, and carers for people. And we also, in addition to doing those interviews with people who were impacted by the financial and economic crisis about the right to Social Security, the benefits they did or did not have access to, and kind of the ways in which the crisis impacted their abilities to afford essentials, for example, healthcare, which was repeatedly brought up by interviewees. We also interviewed 34 experts on social protection and related issues, including, I will say, some people who have been panelists and who are attendees. So thanks to you guys, as well as local government officials and actors involved in the humanitarian and social protection response in Lebanon. And then in addition to that, because we really wanted to look at both the social protection system in Lebanon before the economic crisis, during the economic crisis, and the options available, not just to international financial institutions, but also the government of Lebanon for funding social protection. We relied on a great variety of data, reports published by other organizations, including, for example, the ILO has done some really good work over the last few years. And based on all of that methodology, we came to a couple of conclusions, which for anyone familiar with Lebanon probably won't be too surprising. And I want to run through the main findings quickly before shifting to really what we found on the kind of focus on poverty targeting in Lebanon. So one thing that, again, will not be surprising to people who are familiar with Lebanon is that during the economic crisis, even people who had access to some social protection benefits faced enormous difficulties accessing essentials from food, water, healthcare, to housing. People will also be unsurprised that the crisis had unequal impacts on particular groups. So in our report, we highlight 4 of those groups, but it goes beyond that. And the 4 groups that we highlight in our report are people with disabilities, people who work in the informal sector, older people, and Syrian refugees. One other major point that we try and emphasize, and I was happy that this came up in the first panel, is the role of the government of Lebanon in not just creating the crisis, but in failing to respond to the crisis. So while we talk a lot about the World Bank and the role of the World Bank and the World Bank's failure to support the government in moving towards universal social protection, we also look at the ways in which the government of Lebanon both created the financial and economic crisis that really sort of took off in 2019, but was in the works much longer than that, and then failed to take measures that were in its power at the time to respond to the impacts of the economic crisis. And we focus on 3, the first being the extremely sharp reduction in real terms in government expenditure. The second, the devaluation of social protection benefits to the point that in many cases they were almost non-existent. So even if you were collecting, say, for example, your end of service indemnity, because of rampant inflation, the actual value of that end of service indemnity plummeted. And the ways in which these 2 things combine to mean that people could not afford essentials, including essentials that, again, according to international human rights law, are sort of the minimum core that a government needs to protect, even during economic crises. And one of the big points that we make in this report is that, yes, economic crises impact the resources that states have to realize rights, but even during economic crises, there's a minimum floor that governments, with international cooperation, need to make sure that they're meeting for people. And then this is where I'm going to really get into poverty targeting, because what we point out is that even before the economic crisis, Lebanon's social protection system, as many others have written and put forward, was limited, fragmented, and inequitable. But what the economic crisis did was it really highlighted 2 flaws in the government of Lebanon's approach. And I will say, I'm saying the government of Lebanon, but in basically every case, it's the government of Lebanon, kind of supported, encouraged, pushed by various international donors and lenders. The first one being kind of an over-reliance on employment-based schemes. Amnesty, others are not against employment-based schemes, but it's very obvious, particularly in a context like Lebanon, that you can't just have employment-based schemes, and you certainly can't have this this reliance on employment-based schemes when you have such a large sector of people who are unemployed or working in the informal sector. But the other thing that the crisis, the economic and financial crisis, really highlighted was the limits of poverty targeting in a context like Lebanon. And that's what I'm going to spend the rest of my remarks on. And basically here, I just want to point out kind of 3 major things. So, and it might seem kind of obvious, particularly for people who have been working in this space, but there's a bit of a silliness, frankly, to trying to narrowly target poverty when poverty is rapidly expanding and deepening. So in a context like Lebanon, you already had poverty before the financial and economic crisis, but obviously during the financial and economic crisis, the amount of people living in poverty and the people who were living in deeper poverty widened and became more severe. And that's sort of borne out by the World Bank's own data. So it just feels a little bit nonsensical. Okay, so why are we trying to narrowly target poverty when we see that poverty is expanding? And you saw that the poverty targeting programs in Lebanon, both the one that existed before the crisis, the MPTP, and the one that kind of came in response, the ESSN, were completely unable to meet the needs of this growing population of people living in poverty. The second major thing, which I kind of want to emphasize, is that in a context like Lebanon, where people have been forced to deal with crisis after crisis, and where each of these crises is impacting poverty. So, okay, I'm starting from the economic and financial crisis, but like, look at COVID, look at the Beirut blast, look at what's happening now with the war. All of these things are impacting who is living in poverty, who is living in more extreme poverty, which means that poverty is rapidly changing. And in the context of Lebanon, the poverty targeting programs have frankly been very, very slow and very, very rigid, which has meant that their ability to adapt to all of these changes is extremely limited. And I say that not really as a pointing finger, but even as someone who has just been trying to release a report on social protection in Lebanon. We did the research in 2023. We were supposed to release it in 2024 in July, but we delayed it because of what was happening. Then we were supposed to release it in October. Now we're supposed to release it in November. But even now, it feels like the research that we did, which was mostly in Mount Lebanon and Akkad, like does not respond to what the situation in Lebanon is right now. So yes, we will release our report, but we don't have interviews with people from the South and East, which is getting decimated. So if you have a situation where, for example, even in the World Bank's great recent study on poverty in Lebanon, where it's huge chunks of the country that have been deeply impacted just in the last month and a half are not included in that data, then how can the poverty targeting programs that exist accurately respond to the needs of people in Lebanon as they exist in the moment? So to sum that up, it's basically, if you have repeated crises that are repeatedly changing the nature of poverty, you need to have quick and adaptable programs, and the poverty targeting programs that currently exist that are complex and confusing and require time for people to go to houses and figure out how many things various people have in their houses cannot do that. And then the last thing I will say to end on kind of a positive note is that one thing that came out really clearly in the research, which again is something that has come up in many other contexts, is that when there are clearer and more obvious rules, which come up, for example, in categorical targeting, people responded better to those programs. So at least in the interviews that we did, there was a much, much, much more positive understanding of, for example, the National Disability Allowance than you had to something like the ESSN, the poverty targeting program. Because for the National Disability Allowance, the rules are clear. Gunnar, I know you're going to tell me to stop, so I'm going to wrap up. The rules are clear. It's obvious kind of who's a beneficiary. It's obvious how and when it will be expanded. And I think one of the things that we as Amnesty are going to push and are hoping to see is for institutions like the World Bank that have really doubled down on these poverty targeting programs, that they'll sort of look at the experience and these little glimmers of hopes that we already see in Lebanon, that we already have building blocks to push from, and kind of dive into those, because we're not in a world where you need to reinvent the wheel. We're in a world where you just need to shift towards programs that actually help us build towards a universal social protection system that's sort of more capable, more quick, more adaptable to the context in which people are actually sort of living. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Very, very interesting. And just a short question. You mentioned that for your organization and for yourself, I think this issue is new. You haven't been working on this issue for such a long time. So, on that note, what surprised you? Is there something that you sort of was an eye opener, or was there anything that you in this research?
I think the thing that was really an eye-opener for me was, and I know that this is going to sound ridiculous to say given sort of the situation in Lebanon as it is today, but how much work is actually being done both by civil society organizations and by humanitarian organizations, and even a little bit at the government level, in that, like, we're not in a world where this work is impossible. I think in the human rights world, people often sort of say, well, how can we possibly work on social protection when we need to be focusing on like the latest awful airstrike, for example? And like, how can people have the bandwidth to work on these sort of longer term complicated issues when we have these like urgent crises? And I think the thing that, and my work previously to this was really on conflict related human rights abuses. And the thing that was really amazing to me when we began this work was how much wonderful work is already happening in Lebanon, has been happening in Lebanon, and this kind of fertile ground for progress, sort of despite and maybe in spite of the crises that have kind of constantly been buffeting the country and the people in it.
Thank you. Positive note then, I would say. Now we turn to the next speaker, and we go from the concrete to the more general. So our next speaker, Stephen Kidd, has spent many years of this particular issue of the session about poverty targeting and universality. So from your research and the consultancy for governments that you've been doing in numerous countries, Stephen, what's your main message? How can you summarize that in 10 minutes? The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Gunnar, and good morning, everybody. It's great to have the opportunity to speak, and thanks to the Arab Reform Initiative for inviting me. I'd like to start with really looking at the the basic sort of challenge that we have in the Arab region is with the design, overall design of the system. If we were to look here at population for the poorest to the richest on poorest on the left to the richest on the right, basically there's a designer given poor relief programs. These are the poverty targeted. It's just designed for supposedly the very poor, and for those better off, we have public service pensions, social insurance schemes, and then you have a large proportion of the population, most of whom are living on middle incomes, but are really still low incomes, are still struggling. Many in the informal economy are excluded from this. They're the so-called missing middle, and they're excluded despite paying their taxes. They don't receive the benefits. And I think it's important to understand this focus for the majority of the population on poor relief schemes is essentially a design that's from the 19th century, right? The design that's being promoted is a sort of 19th century design. It's rejected by most high-income countries nowadays. And the research that we've done with the Church of Sweden, we've looked at targeting errors around the world on programs that are just targeting the very poorest, and basically we found that none of them work, right? It's impossible to do accurate poverty targeting in any lower middle income country. There's no evidence of any country succeeding. So poverty targeting does not do what it sets out to achieve, which is to reach the poorest. You just see with these errors here, the best we found was 44% exclusion. And just to give some examples, Uzbekistan 83%, Albania 72%, Palestine, with the poverty benefit there, was 58% errors we found. There was an interesting study a couple of years ago, the ILO, but done by a friend of mine, showing that the more you lied or gave incorrect answers in Palestine, the more likely you were to be on the program with the proxy means test there. And then Georgia, 53%. So it fails everywhere, but is still promoted frequently. Even in high-income countries, it fails. I don't want to go into this in too much detail, but these are just the errors found of the exclusion found in the UK, my own country, by our National Audit Office. And even there, with all the information we have on many benefits, there's high exclusion errors. Job seekers allowance, almost 50% of intended recipients were excluded, but for different reasons, but still very high levels of exclusion. So it doesn't even work in a high-income country either. And poverty benefits, the problems we have is that they're really never popular with the majority of the population. We're excluded from them. Let's just illustrate this from a very simple diagram. And let's look at who's paying tax, the amount of tax that's being paid in a country. So very idealistic, even in countries like the Arab region with much as sales tax, you'll find that everybody's paying some kind of tax. The richest, the better off you are, the more tax you'll be paying in absolute terms. But if you look at the benefit and you give a benefit just to this group here, they're paying all the taxes, just getting this group. Most taxpayers are missing out, so they're not going to be happy about that at all. And these poverty benefits then undermine trust in the state. And yet this is the thing that we need in the region to really develop is strongest trust in the state, which will allow democracy then to potentially flourish in the long term. But most people feel cynical about the state, and that's why we see protests often, and issues as we go back to the Arab Spring, and they're very unpopular, and often there's lots of complaints about them. There's many studies that's shown. We've just heard about how poverty benefits have lots of complaints. People are upset. This is a study from 2005 in Indonesia when a large poverty benefit was introduced, and this shows the kind of problems that they found in villages across Indonesia. Just for example, 35% of villages, there was protests against the poverty targeting there. One of the worst cases of damage caused by poverty targeting was in Syria. One of the key triggers for the civil war in Syria was when the universal fuel subsidy was replaced, and the compensation program that was put in place was just a poverty benefit. And within 2 payments, civil war broke out. And why it wasn't the only factor, it was a trigger in helping the civil war destroy Syria, just by targeting the very poorest with this small cash benefit, when in fact it was those on middle incomes who were really missing out when the fuel subsidy was was removed. Now, the alternative, an alternative that was really set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and many countries have followed this, is to actually build a system that addresses the life cycle risks that we all face from birth through to death, and have a system that addresses that. It's not categorical targeting. I hate that term, I'm afraid. This is just about protecting all citizens, all people, as they move across the life cycle. And so we find in countries that are building modern, comprehensive systems, not these 19th century systems which are being continually promoted by development partners, is child benefits, child disability benefits, a whole range of benefits for the working age, unemployment, parental benefits, disability benefits, and old age, guaranteeing everybody has an old age pension. There's always room for a little bit of poor relief to help people who are dropping through the cracks. Some poverty programs, even in countries that are really committed to universality, you always have something to support those falling through the cracks. But it's only a small part of spending. The main spending is on these larger programs, mainly old age, disability, and child benefits. And so the kind of systems that modern states build, and which could be built in the Arab region, are to move away from this kind of system and start building systems that reach everybody, having the tax finance schemes as the foundation tier of the system and building social insurance schemes on top of that. It's always possible to do some kind of target in terms of benefit testing, that you could gradually withdraw the benefits from those on the social insurance schemes. But in a modern system, if you would design a multi-tiered system with both the social insurance and tax finance, you essentially should be designing a system where citizens will be receiving one state benefit, but those who've contributed would always receive more. And it could be delivered by one institution, often the social security institution in the country. And looking around the world, we can see a study we did with ACT Church of Sweden. There's now 88 universal schemes in low and middle income countries. Many low and middle income countries have introduced these schemes, shown it's possible. Almost none of these schemes have been driven by donors. These have all been put in place by governments themselves, knowing that they're more popular. And of course, Oman, we worked with the ILO on this, introduced a comprehensive life cycle system in January this year. So it's the model for the Arab region. Is sort of set out, and is the kind of life cycle system that I've been talking about, the sort of modern system that everybody deserves. And of course, what we see in terms of how people approach the citizens or residents of countries approach these, is that if you have a universal benefit like this, where it reaches everybody, then of course, if it goes to everyone, everybody's going to be more likely to be happy and more willing to pay their taxes in the future to fund schemes that they're going to benefit from. And this is going to help build trust and the social contract. And because the value and what we see in the global evidence is that universal benefits usually give higher value benefits than poverty benefits. And so they used to become even more popular. This idea that you give a benefit to the poor, it's going to give a higher transfer, is not borne out by the global evidence. And this will help build trust in the state. Just to give an example of this, if we look at old age pensions around the world, if we were to look here in this graph, countries in low middle income countries, more you move to the right at the bottom is the higher the coverage of your pension system amongst over 65s in this case. So those right at the end are the fully universal for everybody over 65. And then this is the value of the transfer as a percentage of GDP per capita. And you can see a clear relationship that the transfer increases as the coverage increases. Because programs, universal benefits in a life cycle system are more popular, then you're going to get higher transfer values as a result, because governments are more willing to pay to pay for these schemes, invest, and citizens are more likely to want to pay their are more likely to pay their taxes to fund these systems, which is, and encouraging people to pay taxes with a stronger social contract is critically important if we want effective states to happen. And just so now on the final slide, so that Gunnar doesn't get too upset, and she told me I wouldn't get through this in 10 minutes, but we'll see if I do, is we just simulated, what if Jordan, for example, where we're doing a lot of work, was to invest 3% of GDP in universal child disability and old age benefits as part of building a comprehensive modern social security system. And this orange line here shows the differences in consumption of households from the poorest on the left to the richest on the right. So, but what we're doing here is we're taking into account the tax that people pay for those benefits, right? So we're looking at the net benefit that people have between those receiving the benefits and the taxes that they pay, taking into account that there's much of the taxes and sales taxes. And this is the point with zero, where there's where we change. And so that, you know, this round about the 60th, 70th percentile, we find a shift. So those on the left are the sort of net winners of the system. They gain more from the system. They receive more in the benefits than they pay in tax. And those, and the main beneficiaries, the poorest. So the poorest are those that are really benefiting from these universal benefits. And then the net funders, those who are paying more in tax than they receiving benefits, are to the right, the top 30, 35%.
And by
yeah, and just finishing now. And so we see that you know, it's those at the top end who are paying more, but they're also receiving the benefits. And at any point in time, they may drop into the bottom 60, 70% if they get hit by a risk. But it's the basic point is that the rich will pay more under more universal benefits. Under poverty targeting, of course, the rich pay very little. And so the basic point is that I think we need to understand any discussion of poverty on poverty and targeting is poverty benefits mainly benefit the rich because they pay a lot less tax. That's why poverty,
yes, and that
austerity and universal life cycle benefits mainly benefit the poorest. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. And you, as I told you, you hardly made it, but almost. Thank you so much. And I just, my follow-up question will actually refer to a blog that you published last week, where you came out as a former true believer in poverty targeting. I found that interesting. And so my question would be, what was the main reason for you to change your mind, if there is one? And what is the best argument for poverty targeting today?
What is the best argument for poverty targeting?
Yes.
Well, I think it was the evidence, right? In terms of seeing the fact that poverty targeting always fails, doesn't reach the poorest. The only way you can reach the poorest is through universal benefits, those that most needed, but also about understanding the political economy behind this. The only way we're going to get funding behind schemes from governments is if governments put in place universal benefits that are very, very popular. And this is the only way that we're really going to drive down poverty and give everybody income security. In terms of poverty benefits, I think the only value for poverty benefits is, as I said, within a universal system, where you have a universal system in place, and poverty benefits can help pick up those who drop in through using poverty benefits as they used often in the Arab region and many other low middle income countries, still in this kind of 19th century approach of the main benefit for the majority of the public always fails. There's no benefit, there's no real argument in their favor, unless you're neoliberal and you think, yeah, it's hardly going to cost any money, and so we'll do it, right? But that's not an argument that I buy into.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we turn to Luca and ILO. And let's see. Yeah, here are my notes.
I'm here.
So yeah, you're here and I'm here. And ILO is advising countries and promoting the social protection floors, which give basic income security to all children, elderly and adults who are unable to provide for themselves. So pretty much among one of the pictures that Stephen showed with the life cycle benefits, yes. So please share with us some insights from the recently presented latest World Social Protection Report. And you've also promised that you will focus on the challenges preventing the Arab region from shifting from targeted to universal approaches. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to join this already very lively conversation. So I thought indeed what I would share is some thoughts also from our side at the ILO on the main shortcomings of approaches that rest solely on poverty targeting. Share a bit of intel and data from the latest World Social Protection Report. Also a bit of a sense of a silent revolution, which is sort of happening across the region that I think we should all try and support to shift away from this paradigm. And then perhaps end on a note on how we should continue to engage with poverty targeted programs where they exist in a context of a universal system, as Stephen just referred to. So to start on the shortcomings, I think I'm going to sort of echo some of the points made and perhaps trying to illustrate those with recent research that we did on the topic, because in order to engage on these matters, certainly with actors such as the World Bank, it's very important to put the finger on data to really be able to authoritatively illustrate some of the weaknesses or pitfalls of poverty targeting approaches in a way that is quantitatively solid. And so the first point is really what has been highlighted to this false impression of precision, which is actually an illusion, is a bit of a mirage in a way, because poverty is way too more dynamic than the static concept of poverty targeting. And so it ends up being a bit of a never-ending chasing game with an impression of being constantly behind the curve, and sort of matching this ever-evolving nature of poverty in Arab societies. So we did some work in Palestine in the past, and we found that within the space of 5 years, between 2013 and 2018, nearly half of those who were categorized as originally poor were no longer poor, but also that there were half of new poor in that same period of time. And we also found that during this period, 52% of those that rose out of poverty actually fell back into poverty in the subsequent time horizon. So you can see how much movement in and out of poverty, if it's narrowly measured in a form of monetary poverty being below a poverty line, there is in societies, in Arab societies, and how complex it can be to be trying to respond to sort of these needs in a way that sort of tries to bring people in and out of schemes. The acceptability and administrative challenges with such a dynamic system is simply not there. And as a result of this dynamic nature, poverty targeting systems tend to be always lagging few years behind. In Palestine now, there is discussion about data recertification, which is based on a new PMT formula, which is based on data from 2017. So we are always 4 to 5 years behind, lagging behind in terms of chasing with new data and new recertification, a reality which in the meantime has significantly moved on the ground. So that's a very substantive challenge. The second has been mentioned is the obsession with inclusion errors, where perhaps the primary focus should be on addressing exclusion and leaving no one behind. Same work we did in Palestine, staggering exclusion errors in the West Bank, as high as 70% with the coverage rate to reflect extreme poverty line, but also concerning exclusion for particular groups in society. Higher level of exclusion by design, meaning that PMT formulas by design leave people out for persons with disabilities or for the elderly. And we increasingly hear countries are trying to tweak their PMT formula. So there is a lot of work at trying to find corrections for these PMT formulas to cater better for these groups. Certainly we know that is happening in Jordan, there is discussion in Palestine, but again, it's trying to kind of fix a bit of a broken system by putting patches here and there. As well, PMT formula in some countries are linked to not only with eligibility, but with transfer values. So there are countries where the PMT formula is also the basis upon which transfers are set. And this creates a further challenge in the sense that transfer values are based on scores, which are largely arbitrary, and therefore so the amount that households received ends up being largely arbitrary. We found in Palestine that the PMT errors together produced produced an estimated transfer value that reflects only 20% of the poverty gap amongst the poorest. So the poorest end up receiving less, not only being there is exclusion, but also the poorest end up receiving less because of the errors which are built in PMT formulas. Now, a more fundamental third point is about recognizing that it's more cost efficient to protect households from falling into poverty than lifting households out of poverty. So life cycle approaches has this logic of sort of preventing downward income mobility, recognizing that life cycle risks and labor market shocks and risks are those that bring people into poverty. And so that actually from an efficiency standpoint is much better to keep people out of poverty, to prevent that they fall into poverty through life cycle benefit, as opposed to investing into lifting them out of poverty, presuming or assuming that we may even identify who is in poverty at any specific point in time. And I want to make a link to the graduation trap as well. Poverty targeting is also increasingly linked with this notion of graduation out of social protection, graduation out of cash assistance. We see more and more countries are entertaining this notion of we have to get people on cash benefits, graduate out of cash benefit, as if there could be graduation out of social protection, which we don't believe is the case. In this ILO, we believe everybody has a right to social protection. There should be transition perhaps from one to another form of social protection, but there shouldn't be any graduation out of social protection. So the poverty targeting paradigm very much also links with this narrow focus on getting people out of benefits and out on their own sort of legs, living in the labor market and facing their life cycle risks on their own. Final point in terms of what we found on the shortfalls, poverty targeting, and Christine referred to that, also becomes very much a straitjacket, especially in the emergency context. There is too much dependency on data collection, and data collection becomes a bottleneck when you need to scale up, when you need to go to scale upwardly in places like Lebanon today, Palestine today. There are constraints to deliver, because paradoxically, there are not enough data or way to understand who is poor. We had this very paradoxical situation in Lebanon where in the peak of the crisis, of the former crisis, we couldn't find enough extreme poor around. Simply because the process of data collection was slow and there was no capacity to recognize who were the extreme poor. And actually the program was not even able to meet its coverage target in a context where everybody's needs had gone to skyrocket. So really constraining an ability to scale up to these complex data intensive poverty targeting mechanisms is a killer at time of need. And certainly we're seeing how now the scale up of the National Disability Allowance can potentially be much more straightforward in context of crisis. So the region still relies very much on poverty targeting, and as a result of that, going to the World Social Protection Report, the coverage rates across the region are not that satisfying when we look at them. Overall, we know the overall coverage rate reported in the World Social Protection Report went from 42 to 52%, but the Arab states and North Africa very much lagging behind with coverage rates which are only at around between 30 and 35%, and very significant coverage gaps for key populations. Children, only between 14 and 30% of children in the MENA region are covered for social protection, much behind countries at similar level of economic development as countries in the MENA region. Same for mothers. 1 in 10 mothers on average receives social protection. By far, countries at similar level of development has higher coverage in other regions. And persons with disabilities, 1 in 5 people with disability access social protection in the region. Slightly better for older persons, but still significant coverage gaps depending on where you look at. North Africa, 1 in 2 older person has access to social protection, but in the Levant, it goes down to only 28%. So very, very large coverage gaps, and the region is the one that has made least progress compared to the last social protection report. So I've seen overall a bit of a slow but positive trend in many regions. Certainly structural factors are keeping the Arab region behind, and one of these is definitely the low expenditure on social protection in general, I mean non-contributory social protection, and the fact that most of that spending goes to poverty targeted as opposed to other types of life cycle benefits. Now, to end on a more positive note, we have seen, perhaps in view of these shortcomings, there has been in recent years an acceleration with the adoption of life cycle approaches to social assistance in MENA. Certainly in the past 5 years, the ILO has been closely engaged with some of these processes. One has been mentioned, the Oman reform, which sets this kind of universal social protection floor. In the Gulf countries, it's become a reference, and we hope others will follow suit, but also Lebanon, National Disability Allowance, and recently also in Palestine, social allowances have been launched in the West Bank, with the EU shifting its funding from poverty targeted to life cycle grants for older persons and persons with disabilities. And we now hope that partners do not fall in the trap of poverty targeting again in Gaza, given the the staggering scale of needs there. So it's a bit of a silent revolution. It's very fragile. These are very initial steps. So certainly there are initial reference points for other countries in the region to build on this momentum, to really move towards a narrative where poverty targeting does not over-dominates in the region, and show that another logic is possible, and concrete orientation towards building universal protection floors, is an option that countries can explore. I wanted to end on a note on what can we do, how do we still engage with poverty targeted schemes when they exist, but perhaps we can come to that in the discussion if anybody has any question on that matter, because I see Gunel is on the screen, so I'll leave it at this.
Thank you so much for a very interesting input, and also the examples towards the end. You mentioned that the EU is shifting its support. Do you think that has? Do you know the background behind that? And could you see that a larger donor, as the World Bank, also could go in that direction, or is there anything inherently in the kind of support that EU is giving? So my question is really the role of international development partners.
I think we need to distinguish a bit the role of more technical development partners and donors. I mean, pure donors. Certainly the work that we're all doing here with our different mandates and responsibilities, civil society, consulting, UN, is important to make donors more informed of choices that they have in the way they allocate funding to social protection. And the fact that, as you said at the beginning, this sounds a bit of a technocratic issue, but actually has very profound implication on the nature of social protection systems building in the region. So the case of Palestine is one on which there had been historically a very strong orientation, I think value-based orientation by the Palestinian authorities towards more a life cycle social protection floor approach. They're a strong believer in social protection, but that's the technical discussion had been a bit more dominated, if you want, by World Bank perspective on efficiency. And over the years, I think this research that was also done and efforts that have been done at different levels has made EU realize that there should be a more open conversation on this targeting question, that there were more than one option, and certainly that it would be beneficial for the country to move to diversify away, if you want, from poverty targeting as the only way to imagine a future of social protection. So that has happened. Is still, as I say, quite fragile. I don't see yet a time when the World Bank, at time where resources are constrained, will shift funding from poverty targeting to other more life cycle based scheme. But this should be put as an option to the bank as well. I think Christine was referring to that. Why not to build on what works and put the money where it gives biggest return to the buck, in terms of also rapidity, acceptability, and capacity to go to scale quickly, particularly in emergency.
Thank you so much, and I'll cut you there to give space really to our next speaker, who comes really from the World Bank, and who may not be in most comfortable position in this session, as you work in the institution which is, as has been mentioned, promoting and supporting primarily poverty targeted safety nets. which have been criticized there. But your perspective, Raja, is the MENA region. So what do you see as the main motive for the World Bank's present approach there? And from what you've heard here today, do you see any reason to sort of, as Lucas said, diversify away from the predominant approach and go more to supporting universal pensions or disability benefits or guiding countries in that direction? So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. No, thank you, Gillian. Actually, I wanted to follow up, but I think we'll have a chance to talk about this later on, about the EU support, because I've started working really closely with them in Lebanon. And it was interesting to hear that they're looking at these very different options, because their strategy in Lebanon is quite different, Luca, from what you just mentioned. But maybe we can talk about that later, because I'm really interested to hear more about that. You know, the thing about coming at the end is that when you prepared certain remarks, you realize that, you know, some things have already been said, but also that, you know, not really quite addressing some of the main questions on, you know, that some of you, that Luca, Christine, and Stephen have put forward. So I won't bore you with, because most of you already know, you know, sort of what we're doing in some of the countries that you referred to in Lebanon and Jordan. But I think it was important just to set a step back and to sort of tell you the strategy that the bank has in the MENA region, and then maybe share some of my views of what I've seen and insights on the universal approach versus the targeting approach. I mean, this is not news to anyone that, you know, the poverty and vulnerability were quite significant in the Middle East, in our MENA region, way before the crisis. I mean, it's still mind-boggling that the highest youth unemployment rate is the highest globally, especially among women. I mean, the population aging, climate change, all this mixed in with the crisis makes really us thinking of a viable social protection mechanism even more important. And I think in that context, I mean, when we think of social protection is one of the main pillars of our strategy in the Middle East region, because part of restoring trust and strengthening human capital, it's the social protection we see as that. But I do want to take a more holistic view of what we mean by social protection. I know these discussions that we've heard earlier have been mostly about the targeting and poverty target, but I'd like to put this into the larger context, because for the World Bank, indeed, social protection, as I said, is a big part of our engagement in the Middle East region. We spent more than $5 billion currently in the 4 countries that I work in, and reaching a population of close to 55 million. That, of course, doesn't cover all the poor in the region. And I think on the question, I wanted to go back on this question of universal social protection. To us, we are also committed to universal social protection. That is sort of like the ideal that we would like to achieve. And for us, universal social protection means ensuring access to social protection for all that need it, through whether it's social safety nets, whether it's social insurance, labor, or economic inclusion programs. So it's not one or the other. And we have to look at how these social protection programs are implemented in countries, and they require a long-term investment. And given fiscal constraints, many countries work on achieving universal social protection gradually and make choices, given the limited resources, how to effectively utilize these resources. So while in an ideal world, we would like to cover everybody and do everything, we work with these governments that have these constraints. And with those constraints, we think through with them, but it is at the end, it's the government's final decision of what makes sense to how to utilize these scarce resources. Our social protection strategy emphasizes an integrated approach. And I think it's really important to raise this point. Through all these key pillars, which is we have social safety nets, we want to foster resilience through social insurance, and creating opportunities through labor programs. Because ideally, we want to work on why some of these people are poor. It's true. If we don't tackle some of the labor opportunities for the youth, we will have more poor people in the future. So I think effective reforms must consider the interaction between these pillars to also avoid unintended consequences. Overly generous programs can also disincentivize work, but at the same time, social insurance plays a crucial role in safeguarding the elderly, who are often, for example, more vulnerable. So a holistic approach, I think, is really important to think about when we want to ensure that the system is equitable and sustainable and responsive to those that are most in need. And we do not see targeting NUS and universal social protection as conflicting, or it's one or the other. In fact, targeted interventions can be one step towards achieving universal social protections by focusing benefits on the poorest, thus maximizing impact. And I know some of you say the data is flawed, it's not perfect, but we have to sort of start somewhere. Because yes, universal social protection remains the ultimate goal. But again, I want to repeat the constraints that we get day in and day out about the limited resources. And of course, we need to work on tax reforms and all this in parallel. So I think that when we are looking at these type of questions, it's really important to look at it, how it fits in the larger context, where the country is in terms of all these different policies that play a huge role on poverty reduction, which is ultimately what we want to achieve. And I think it's important to note also that I think it was Stephen who raised, I think, the Jordan example. I thought Jordan was one of the more, so I'd love to hear a little bit more about it, because when I look at the region, and I think we talked a lot about Lebanon, and I can also talk to that because I've been now very closely involved this last month on how we can use the dime registry, which we worked actually very closely with the EU, Luca, on. They've supported this the social registry for the cash transfer program, how to use it to provide support to the displaced people, during this conflict. There's 1.2 million people that have been displaced, and how we can target some of the ones that are, for example, in the shelters and all that, but using the government registry. And I think this is really important for Lebanon, because we want to work with the governments ultimately at the end of the day to have a system in place, their system, not a donor system, their own system to deliver these services. And besides Lebanon, which still has a long way to go, when we look at the region, I think of Egypt and Jordan as examples, although I don't work on Egypt, of countries that have really come a long way in covering the majority of their poor. But maybe, of course, there's still a huge inefficiencies and some way to go. But to me, when I look at Egypt and Jordan coming in new to the region, like I said, bear with me, most of you have been working on this topic and in this region much longer than I have, seem to be as success stories. So I think I really do want to stop here, because I really want to hear, have a more discussion and learn more from you on how you see, like you said, the World Bank. I like to learn new things, so I would want to hear from you how you see the World Bank can, work differently or consider different ways of doing that, but leaving in mind the constraints that we face, especially in terms of resources. So I'll stop there. Thank you. I'm happy to bring in examples.
Thank you so much. My first I would like to say that I appreciate very much what you say, that systems building and working holistically are important for you. And holistically in the sense, working with other interventions, preventive and so forth. I'm just wondering, because you also said that poverty targeting is a first step that could be expanded. And unfortunately, what we see is that this is rarely happening. Rather, it can be that poverty targeted systems are getting smaller and even not, and there's very little appetite for governments to finance these in long term. And I think one of the answer or reason is what Stephen said, that if programs that benefit very small sections don't have very large buy-in from the population and the taxpayers. So my question would be, if thinking holistically, with you come back to which of course is true for everyone, we have limited budgets, but the point I think about arguing for universality is that the budgets are not limited, it's dynamic, and it is so I'm thinking whether the World Bank could work more holistically in the way of also thinking about long-term financing and actually increasing the buy-in. So that would be my first reaction, and and thank you for. But then after your response, I'd like to invite maybe Stephen and Luca to respond to your and give and maybe also to come back to the example from Palestine that you mentioned. Thank you. Your mic is not on.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Golan, for that. No, and I think what you just raised is precisely what we're trying to do. We are trying to see, how we could also, work in parallel. We're not, hung up on the idea that it's only poverty targeting, because we also work on, what would the tax finance system look like? We need to have all this, but this is not viable in some countries. For example, like I said, when I didn't say it in this panel, it was a different panel. I used to work on Yemen, right? And in Yemen, we had an unconditional cash transfer program, and we reached almost, I can't remember, like almost 50% of the poor in Yemen. And that was a different way of targeting. We did geographical targeting there, for example, and categorical targeting that I know Stephen is not a fan of. But that's what we did in that context, because in that context, we don't have everybody's poor in some of these areas, right? We don't know, we're not going to target a specific program for those. So we do look at different ways of targeting, if that's the correct, or addressing sort of this thing. And I think what's more important to think about is, like I mentioned earlier, is we also have to look at it from that back to that holistic approach, is that how we can work on making sure that the government is looking how to create more jobs to get people out of poverty. Because at the end of the day, we don't want people to stay poor forever. The goal is for them to graduate from any kind of support. That's what we're aiming for. But I'll stop there and I'll see what, I'd love to hear from the other panelists.
Yes, and Luca, you perhaps, the last point there about graduation, I think we're coming back to the question of whether we're talking about social safety nets or broader, which you should graduate from, and social protection where you're not graduating. But
yeah,
please,
I think yeah. In a way, I was sort of trying to argue for the contrary, that there shouldn't be graduation from social protection. There should certainly be a system that through different levers, and I do also appreciate the reference to social insurance. Certainly from the ILO, we're a strong supporter of inclusive extending social insurance to workers in all forms of employment, really maximizing the integration also between contributory and non-contributory systems, which happens more easily on a life cycle basis. Typically, if you look at the case of Oman, is one where they have really done a very good job at like bringing together the system, contributory, non-contributory, mixed financing around that. But I mean, to respond on some of the points, I mean, I sort of wanted to I think highlight here that the argument we're making is that there has been insufficient focus in the social assistance debate in the region on approaches that take a life cycle entry point as opposed to a poverty entry point. I mean, I do recognize that in mature system there could be a role for poverty targeting, but that having all the eggs of a social assistance system on poverty targeting is a huge risk. Is a risk for the issues of efficiency, precision, that data that were discussed, but also perhaps from the broader political economy dimensions that Stephen had highlighted. And there are opportunities to build life cycle benefits of universal in nature, which don't break the bank. I mean, if you look at disability, it's a no-brainer. There should be universal protection of all persons with disabilities with adequate benefits because of many reasons, not just poverty reduction. Yet it's not happening. You mentioned the case of Jordan, which is referred as a positive case in terms of a very refined poverty targeting mechanism. But if you look at Jordan, 1 in 6 persons with disability receives access to social protection. Is that right? I don't think it is. Should it continue? I don't think it should. 1 in 2 older persons in Jordan have access to a pension, be it contributory or non-contributory. There is 0.5% of people in old age that, as a result of labor market and many other issues, are outside the social protection system. I mean, moving towards a more universal disability and old age pension in Jordan makes a lot of sense. Does it mean that we need to dismantle the NAF? I don't think so. I don't think the NAF has a reason to continue to exist. But it means that we should not continue to put all the effort and the financing only to poverty targeted schemes. If I may, on a very last point, poverty targeting systems will continue to exist. Even in Oman, there is a poverty targeted income support on top of everything else that has been put in place. But we also need to interrogate a bit more the design of poverty targeted schemes when they exist. Transparency and avoiding black box eligibility criteria, PMT, now even artificial intelligence selection, big concerns there from our perspective. Flexibility in budget allocation. Many times these poverty targeted schemes are too rigid. They cannot respond to needs as they emerge, and they're too slow in responding. Adequacy of benefits, and then legal rights. Many of these schemes are not enshrined in legislation. There is no rights-based system for poverty-targeted schemes, and there are oftentimes no rights-based grievance and redress mechanisms. So we can also do much more work together to improve the design of poverty-targeted schemes in the context of a system which cannot rely only on poverty-targeted schemes. I will leave it at that.
Maybe if you allow me, I just wanted to come in quickly on that. And I just wanted to clarify that when I was discussing the graduationism of the schemes, I mean, disability and others don't fall into that. And I do hear you about your point on Jordan, and thank you for adding to that. But also the example, Luca, that you're giving of Oman, I want to hear from another country, about another country in MENA, where you have seen this has been done even with limited financial resources. The Gulf countries are not an example that can be, I think, used for countries like Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, Iraq, even. That, you know what I'm saying? So I think, we use these examples of Oman doing this great, program, but how is that applicable in the context of the countries we work on? I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, Christine, and maybe Stephen also would like to come in on that. Please, Christine.
Stephen, if you want to go first, you can. I was just going to speak to Lebanon, but you have the comparison approach, so go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, thanks. I was just going to come in, I mean, sort of following on from Luca. I mean, I think the debate isn't targeted versus universal, right? That's the wrong debate. We're talking about the wrong thing. It's between an approach that is about poor relief, trying to reach the very, very poorest, the 19th century approach that we used in high income countries, we rejected because it failed, or a modern system of social security where we support people, everybody across the life cycle. Now, in terms of Raja's point about, well, the World Bank views to only reach those in need, the only way you can do that, we know that if you poverty target, we know from the evidence that you cannot reach those in need. Right? I showed the evidence, right? It's just impossible. So if that is the commitment to reach all those in need, the only means of doing it is through a life cycle system, through universal benefits or benefit tested benefits with the social insurance system. So we have to just look at the evidence and do that. the idea that social registries are the way forward. There's no social registry anywhere in the world that has succeeded. They've all failed everywhere with high levels of exclusion of the very poorest. So keeping on pushing something that has globally failed and that we would never use in our own countries doesn't really seem to make any sense. I think when Martin Revalian, who was leading the poverty work in the World Bank for many, many years, left the World Bank, he talked about this fetish, so targeting the poorest as a fetish that he's got to move away from that. He sort of changed his opinions after, well, I don't know if he changed his opinions, but he certainly became more vocal once he left the bank. And the key issue is we're only going to make a difference in the region and anywhere if we can get sufficient funding. The only way that you can get sufficient funding is by getting programs that benefit the majority of the population so that governments are willing to use the taxes that they receive from the majority of the population on people. And then you don't have
please, could you come to the concrete question of feasibility in not so wealthy Gulf countries, but still in the MENA region?
So I think we've done a lot of work. The feasibility, and we could put a paper in the chat. If you start small with the universal schemes, focus on some schemes, every country's introduced them over time. You can start with universal schemes and build them, old age pensions, disability benefits, child benefits, etc., and build them in over 10 to 15 years. It's quite easy, feasible financially. We've done costings in Jordan showing a universal old age pension. It's very easy to introduce, very, very low cost in the first year. So you can do this. And it's important to remember that when high income countries introduced their universal life cycle systems, they were poorer than most countries are in the MENA region, right? So
and I will cut you there. So please, Christine. Thank you, Stephen.
The only thing I was going to come in and say was just, I think in Lebanon, we already have an example of a universally conceived categorical targeting grant that is not just functioning and moving towards gradual expansion, but was able to rapidly respond to the crisis over the last month and a half, and frankly, much faster than I imagine the poverty targeting approaches are going to be able to respond. So like, we don't even really need to go towards what could be possible. We're looking at a situation where in Lebanon, you have a program, the NDA, that is universally conceived, was adopted during the financial crisis, and now with the help of donors has been able to respond to the crisis. Now, I think, Raja, your question is also though, but what if it's not just donors? What about the government? And how do we actually get these things financed? And I think one thing that I find kind of funny about this conversation is that when we switch to the financing question, so what taxes should a government like Lebanon impose? The impression that you get from a lot of the IFIs is it needs to be as simple as possible because of government capacity, and that's why we're pushing things like that. But then when we switch to social protection, the IFIs are saying adopt the most complex possible social protection programs. And it's just this very funny disconnect where if you really believe that in the tax world that it's actually quite beneficial for these sorts of governments like Lebanon to have simple, clear, obvious programs that don't have tons of costs to run them and tons of costs in terms of ensuring compliance on the tax front, why doesn't that same logic apply to the social protection front? And I think in terms of the government of Lebanon, again, you already have buy-in on some life cycle grants, not just the NDA, but the National Social Protection Strategy includes a child grant, they've talked about a social pension. So I think you have these, like, this stuff already exists. And I think to Luca's point about it's not saying don't do poverty targeting, it's saying why are these other approaches so deeply deprioritized? And I think that's really my question to the World Bank, where
and then I'll cut you because I know Raja will leave in 1 minute, and we will end, but I'll give you just a few seconds to final word and then I will end. So if Raja is still there.
No, thank you so much. I think really, I'm glad we were having this conversation. I would love to follow up with all of you actually after this session, and I'd like to talk a little bit more with Christine and Luca and Stephen about some of the points they raised, because Stephen is an expert on Jordan, and I would love, like I said, I'm still new to the region, would love to hear more about it. And I like the point that you raise about it's not like one or the other, and how we can think of different options, together, and what we want to, sort of present to the government or discuss with the government as make them think through it. Because I think that's where we can help them, is really to think through, share with them on the knowledge, on the evidence, and see what has worked and how we can help them think through, given the constraints that they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And by that, I think that will be the prospect of future dialogue will be really the end note of this, and keeping in mind that we have it talking about addressing poverty, but also preventing poverty. We're talking. So thank you so much, and to be continued. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thanks for including me. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, and to Gonul for the great moderation, and to all the panelists for their insights, their very rich and informative presentations. We really appreciate that. We're going to be moving on now to the next session, and thank you for ending right on time. This is impressive, despite how rich and interesting the discussion was. So we have Ms. Sahar Mishmish with us now. She is the manager of the program on inclusive economies at TIMAP. Sahar will be moderating the next session, and I turn it to you now, Sahar, to lead and moderate. Over.
Hi, thank you, Farah. Can everyone hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Let me see if we can see you as well. Yes, totally.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I caught the last of that last panel, and I think our panel is going to build on it and kind of see the feasibility of financing universal social protection in the region. So I want to welcome everyone and thank you for joining us in what promises to be hopefully a dynamic discussion on how to expand social protection systems in the Arab region through just and equitable financing, including through taxation and also through contributory schemes. As Farah mentioned, I'm the Inclusive Economies Manager at the Tahrir Institute for Middle East Policy, and I'll be moderating today's panel. The consensus for a lot of us is that achieving universal social protection is an urgent goal. Yet the financial pathways sometimes to reach it, especially in the region, remain a significant challenge. So today we're hoping to explore how domestic resource mobilization through taxes and contributory schemes can offer perhaps a sustainable approach to funding these systems, allowing more people access to essential protections regardless of their economic standing, especially in light of the different transformations that the region is going through. So our expert panel today will delve into these questions in addressing context and country-specific challenges and attempting to learn from regional examples, but also international efforts and comparative experience. So I'm delighted to introduce our speakers, Oussama Diab, researcher and expert in social and economic rights, Amin Bouzayan, expert in fiscal and budgetary policies at CAGF, and Sabine Hatem, chief economist at Institut des Finances Basel Fulayhan, and Susanna Ruiz, who is Oxfam International's global lead on tax justice. So with that, I would love to hear from our panelists, but also I would love to highly encourage you to engage with us through the Q&A feature on Zoom to give us your feedback and questions, which we will pose to our panelists in the second half of the session. With that, welcome to our panelists. My first question would be to Oussama Diab, a researcher and expert in social and economic rights. And my question is that given that you've recently edited and written the introductory remarks for RA's volume, Property Taxes, Missed Opportunities for Funding Universal Social Protection in Lebanon, Morocco, and Jordan, if you can perhaps share with us the highlights from this research and kind of the feasibility of utilizing real estate taxes as a financial tool for universal social protection in these countries, and perhaps touch on the potential of contributory schemes in these countries as also a potential source of financing for social protection.
Okay, thank you, Sahar. I think my camera, I don't know if it's something linked with the Zoom or, but I think I don't know. My camera is working because I tried the offline camera of my computer and it's working, but for some reason, you cannot see me, yeah? You just see a black thing, yeah?
Do you happen to have another, very sorry, Sahar, for intervening. Do you happen to have another webinar open, like Teams or something open in the background, Usama?
No, no.
We can't see you, sorry.
Usama, do you have the camera locked?
I just do one meeting at a time, but you know.
Is your camera locked from your own laptop on top? Like you have
No, because I thought this might be the case, but then I checked in the offline camera, you know, of the laptop, and no, it's okay, it's fine.
If you want, you can go out and go back or send another link to your inbox, and maybe we can continue with another speaker with another question.
Yeah, I can move on to our
okay, I will send another link.
I will rejoin and yeah, maybe I can be the second speaker in this case.
Hoping to see you.
Okay.
The
See
next
you.
section. All right, so we can move on to maybe country-specific examples of the feasibility of financing social protection through taxation and contributory schemes. And here I want to address Amin Bouzayen, who is expert in fiscal and budgetary policies from Ali Ben Ghadam Center for Fiscal Justice. And my question to you is, maybe you can walk us through what the needed reforms in taxation that can be progressive and just in Tunisia that we can follow to create the fiscal space necessary to support and sustain a universal and comprehensive social protection system, and maybe touch on what the new finance law proposes in terms of taxation and in terms of new lines for social protection. And my second question is, what are the possibilities right now for Tunisia in introducing new contributory schemes or fortifying existing contributory schemes for social protection? And I'll leave it to Amin.
شكرا سحر. أولا شكرا لأري لتنظيم الندوة هذه، وسعيد جدا بالمشاركة معكم. أود الانطلاق ربما بالبيان التالي. نحن في تونس حاليا في سياق اعداد الموازنه للسنه المقبله، وفي اطار هذا ربما نحب نشارككم البيان الاتي اللي يتحدث على ضروره ان يكون مشروع قانون الماليه للسنه القادمه الذي هو بصدد الاعداد قائما لا على تحقيق التوازنات الماليه فقط بناء على الاختيارات الوطنيه، بل ايضا على تحقيق العداله الاجتماعيه. من بين أهم المحاور ضرورة مراجعة عدد من المعاليم الديوانية وإحداث صندوق خاص للتأمين على فقدان مواطن شغل وآخر الحماية الاجتماعية للعاملات في القطاع الفلاحي، ثم ضرورة إحداث خطوط تمويل خاصة للأشخاص ذوي الاحتياجات الخصوصية وغيرها من الإجراءات الاجتماعية الضرورية اللي تخص أيضا فئات هشة أخرى. ولتمويل ذلك يجب أن تكون العدالة والإنصاف والتي يقتضيان أن يساهم الجميع في ظل نظام ضريبي شفاف وعادل أساسه نظام الضريبة التصاعدية. البيان هذا ماهوش بيان لمنظمة يسارية أو منظمة أوكسفام على سبيل المثال، إنما هو بيان لرئاسة الجمهورية في آخر اجتماع له مع رئيس الحكومة في 30 سبتمبر الفارط، وكانت هذه لربما الخطوط العريضة للموازنة التي تم إعدادها وإيداعها في مجلس نواب الشعب. أعتقد أن السياق التونسي في المسألة هذه معقد جدا. طبعا على المستوى الحقوق والحريات الفردية فما تراجع، فما تهديدات، فما نعيش حاليا في ظل معناها نوع من الهجمة على صانعي المحتوى تحت عنوان حماية الأخلاق الحميدة وأحكام قضائية قاسية جدا. نعرف أيضا أنه فيه مرسوم اللي يتعلق بالفيك نيوز واللي تم استعماله من السلطات التونسية أيضا لإحداث أحكام قضائية أيضا التي تحد من الحقوق والحريات، واللي مست الصحفيين واللي مست بعض الناشطين السياسيين والبيئيين والنقابيين وإلى غير ذلك. السياق أيضا هو سياق تركيز لسلطات مهمة في يد السلطة التنفيذية وبالتحديد وعلى وجه الخصوص في يد رئيس الجمهورية وغيره لربما من التحديات والرهانات الصعبة. لكن على المستوى الاقتصادي والاجتماعي السلطة التونسية منذ توليها الحكم على قاعدة ما يسمى إجراءات 25 جويلية واللي كانت في الأصل إجراءات استثنائية في إطار الدستور التونسي تم من خلالها تجميد أعمال مجلس نواب الشعب. مرت السلطة التونسية إلى مرحلة دعوة الناخبين لاستفتاء على الدستور الثالث للجمهورية التونسية، كان ذلك في 27 جويلية 2022. في السياق نفسه الاقتصاد التونسي كان تعرض بطبيعة الحال لصدمات خارجية، إن كانت الأزمة الصحية أو الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية اللي كان عندهم تداعيات سلبية جدا. سنة 2020 تونس عملت نسبة نمو سلبية على مستوى إلا 8.7%. المالية العمومية شهدت عجز قياسي في التاريخ المعاصر لتونس. تونس عندما نتحدث على الانفاق الاجتماعي تدعم أسعار المحروقات، المواد الغذائية والنقل العمومي بكلفة كان المعادلة متاعها على مستوى 4 مليار من الدنانير من 2011 إلى حدود 2019 قبل الصدمات هذه، لتتضاعف ثم ترتفع إلى مستوى 12 مليار دينار. وكان ذلك أيضا نتيجة التضخم المورد والناتج من الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية على سبيل المثال. وكان في نفس الوقت تونس تجابه الأقساط مهمة جدا في خدمة الدين وخدمة الدين الخارجي على وجه الخصوص. وفي سياق هذا انطلقت الحكومة التي تم حلها في 25 جويلية 2021، حكومة هشام المشيشي أو الإسلاميين والتحالف اللي كان قائما هناك، فتح مفاوضات ونقاشات تقنية مع صندوق النقد الدولي للإعداد إلى وصفة تقشفية بامتياز لربما الأعنف في التاريخ المعاصر لتونس، مما أدى إلى في نهاية الأمر اتخاذ موقف رفض السلطة التونسية التعامل مع صندوق النقد الدولي. والموقف السياسي آنذاك كان هو ضرورة التعويل على الموارد الذاتية، وكان ذلك خلفية معناها صراع ايديولوجي كان عبر عليه رئيس الجمهورية مع صندوق النقد الدولي في محطات مختلفة. ففي السياق هذا معناها كان من الضروري انتهاج سياساتنا العمومية إلى نوع من الضريبية ونوع من التصاعدية، ولربما هذاك علاش تفهموا أكثر البيان لرئيس الجمهورية. ففي الإطار هذا أعتقد أنه عندنا مجال من الإصلاحات اللي مازالت مهمة وهامش مازال مهم، لكن حبيت نشارككم أيضا ما تم تقديمه في مشروع القانون المالي للسنة المقبلة من الإجراءات الجبائية. أعتقد أنها مهمة. العنوان الأول فيها مراجعة الجدول الضريبي في تونس بعنوان ما يسمى برنامج الإصلاح الهيكلي اللي صدقت عليه تونس في 1986، وكان بالطبع تم تصميمه من صندوق النقد الدولي، والذي دمر تصاعدية الضريبة على الدخل وأفرغها من محتواها. وكان التحول أنه تونس كان لها جدول ضريبي فيه 16 شريحة ونسبة عليا على مستوى 68%، تتحول إلى جدول ضريبي فيه 6 شرائح فقط ونسبة عليا تم تخفيضها بطريقة مهمة جدا لتخلط 35% فقط. ثم بعد اندلاع المسار الثوري في تونس وتحت تأثير نفس المؤسسات المالية العالمية واصلنا في نفس النهج النيوليبرالي، وتم إضعاف جدول ضريبي مرة أخرى سنة 2017 والنزول إلى 5 شرائح فقط والحفاظ على نسبة 35% وتوجيه الجهد الضريبي بطريقة مكثفة أكثر على الطبقات الوسطى، وخاصة منها الطبقات الوسطى المتدنية. ليأتي المقترح الجديد فيه نوع من النفس التصاعدي، وكان ذلك بإضافة شريحتين. الشريحة الأولى التي تم إضافتها هي على مستوى الدخل الضعيف، وكان والهدف من ذلك هو التقليص في الجهد الجبائي باعتماد نسب منخفضة أكثر. ثم على مستوى 2% من التوانسة اللي عندهم أعلى مستوى الدخل كان الترفيع، وذلك بإضافة شريحة على المستوى الأعلى وترفيع من في النسب الضريبية المنطبقة على الشريحتين العليتين، والشريحة العليا أصبحت على مستوى 40%. وكان شرح الأسباب المصاحب للمقترح معناها موجه حول الفوارق الاجتماعية وضرورة الحد منها وضرورة التعويل على الموارد الذاتية انطلاقا من تكريس عدالة جبائية على مستوى مهم. سحر، من عشان كان حبيت
أمين
وي
I want to be conscious of time. So in the last 1.5 minutes of your intervention, if you could touch on like quickly the rest of what came in the finance law and how it can be improved to increase the tax revenues of Tunisia and finance the new social protection that is proposed by the law, but also to really fortify the existing social protection system.
اعتقد انه شكرا سحر. اعتقد انه ما نعرفش قداش بالضبط مازال لي وقت سحر باش نعرف قداش.
دقيقة ونص 1.5.
دقيقة ونص باهي. في السياق الحالي اعتقد انه عدم اللجوء لبرنامج مع صندوق النقد الدولي وعدم وجود مشروطية وتحييد الدوائر الليبرالية ورأس المال التي كانت مهيمنة، أعتقد أنه يفتح لنا ثغرات مهمة جدا وفي السياق الحالي في المجتمع التونسي أشارك فيها كمركز علي بيغذيهم مثلا مع المرصد التونسي للاقتصاد في حملة مناصرة العدالة الضريبية في الموازنة الحالية، وسنتقدم بجملة من مقترحات تعديل في المشروع هذايا لمجلس النواب الشعب في إطار جلسة استماع، وسنقترح عليه جوستومون في الصدد هذا أن يكون جدول ضريبي أكثر تصاعدية، وسنقترح إضافة 7 شرائح إضافية على المستوى الأعلى حتى نخلط بالنسبة لمستوى طموح أكثر يمكن أن يخلط 68 أو 70% على الأقل ويصل إلى مستويات عالية من العالي. ثم الضريبة على الشركات، أحدث مشروع قانون المالية ضريبة على الشركات تصاعدية حافظ على النسبة الحالية ل 15% على المرابح التي تحققها شركات الصغرى والمتوسطة من الشركات الأكبر. كان فيه ترفيع أما ب5 نقاط إضافية.
Can you hear us? I mean, you're cutting off, I think.
إضافية
I mean, you're cutting off.
ثم تم الترفيع النسبة بالنسبة التالي شهدنا الحقيقة. وي نسمع فيك.
Yeah, you're cutting off for
ما
a
عادش
second,
تسمع
but I
فيا؟
will ask you to kind of wrap up in 30 seconds because I want to hear from our other panelists, but I'm sure we're gonna come back to these points around the new tax legislation in Tunisia in the Q&A. So if you can wrap up in 30 seconds, kind of what the situation is in Tunisia, that would be very helpful.
هذا في الختام معناها مع تنصيص على الإجراءات الأخيرة اللي هي الحد من استعمال الامتيازات الجبائية. أعتقد أنه في الوضعية التونسية فيه مجال من أنه يتم ترفيع في الإنفاق الاجتماعي بطريقة مهمة، باعتباره أنه المقاربة لم تعد مقاربة للمؤسسات المالية العالمية لتحقيق التوازنات المالية فقط، إنما مقاربة اجتماعية. أعتقد أنه ستتنصير لها الإرادة السياسية في الاتجاه هذا، وأعتقد أنه في المجتمع المدني من المساهمات ومن من أعمال المناصرة التي يمكن أن تتقدم بالأجندة نتاعنا على مستوى الإنفاق الاجتماعي مهم يضمن أكثر لربما كرامة المواطنين ويحد من الفوارق.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the overview of what is happening in Tunisia. I want to come back to Usama and kind of juxtapose what's happening in Tunisia with maybe the possibility of also using taxation in other contexts, such as Lebanon, Morocco, and Jordan. And Usama, if you can walk us through the highlights of the recent research by the Arab Reformers Initiative around using property taxation and real estate taxes to finance social protection mechanisms in these countries, and the potential of introducing contributory schemes in these contexts as well.
طيب شكرا سحر. أنا الحقيقة كان عندي البرزنتيشن بالإنجليزي وترجمتها عشان كنت متخيل إن الحوار هيبقى أغلبه بالعربي، فأنا هحكي بالعربي معلش عشان البرزنتيشن بالعربي. طيب هو أنا هعرض دلوقتي الدراسة. الحقيقة أنا كنت المحرر بتاعها لكن ما قمتش بالبحث نفسه، فأتمنى إن أنا أكون قادر إن أنا يعني أتمنى إن أنا أكون قادر إن أنا أنقل نتائج البحث زي يعني ما المؤلفين والمؤلفات يحبوا. هي دراسة نشرت مؤخرا مع مبادرة الإصلاح العربي. أنا يعني في البرزنتيشن هشير السكرين بس آسف أنا كمان عندي برد فالصوت مش غالبا هيبقى أفضل حاجة.
سلامتك.
الله يسلمك. طيب شايفين الشاشة كده؟
Yes, perfect.
طيب هو عنوان الدراسة هو الضرائب العقارية فرص ضائعة لتمويل حماية اجتماعية شاملة في لبنان والمغرب والأردن. من تأليف يعني الثلاث بلدان. عندنا 3 دراسات حالة عن 3 بلدان. اللي عملت دراسة لبنان كانت كريستينا أبو رفيل من استوديو الأشغال العامة. دراسة المغرب كانت الدكتور عبد الحق كمال أستاذ الاقتصاد والإدارة في المغرب. ودراسة الأردن عملها الأستاذ أحمد عوض مدير مركز الفينيق للدراسات الاقتصادية والمعلوماتية. فكرة الدراسة الرئيسية هو كان يعني زي ما اتناقشت مع فرح في مرحلة الكونسبتشواليزيشن أو يعني إيجاد إطار مفاهيمي للدراسة. هو إن إحنا عايزين الدراسة تكون بتبص على أبعاد ملموسة جدا لجانب جانب تمويل الحماية الاجتماعية عن طريق تعريف فجوات في المنطقة، يعني من حيث ان احنا يعني من حيث فجوات في الضرائب او فجوات في التمويل، وعلى الناحية الثانية فجوات في برامج الحماية الاجتماعية نفسها. فعلى الجانب التمويل لقينا ان طبعا الضرائب في المنطقة بشكل عام نسبتها منخفضة جدا إلى الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. بتصل مثلا في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي ل 1.48% ودي نسبة يعني تقريبا يمكن أكثر نسبة منخفضة في العالم. لكن طبعا مجلس التعاون الخليجي ليه ظروف خاصة، لكن حتى في البلدان اللي هي بنسميها البلدان المستوردة للنفط النسبة برضو أقل كثيرا من المعدلات العالمية. بنلاقي النسبة في المغرب العربي أفضل شوية من المشرق العربي باستبعاد مجلس التعاون الخليجي. فاحنا لو قسمنا المنطقة، يعني منطقة غرب آسيا وشمال أفريقيا أو الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا ل3 مناطق، للمغرب العربي والمشرق العربي باستبعاد مجلس التعاون الخليجي ومجلس التعاون الخليجي، هنلاقي إن أفضل وضع هو في المغرب العربي، والضرائب هناك بتمثل حوالي 26% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. لو بصينا على المشرق العربي باستبعاد مجلس التعاون الخليجي هنلاقي ان تقريبا النسبه دي 14.5%. ولو بصينا طبعا على مجلس التعاون الخليجي هتبقى النسبه اكثر انخفاضا بسبب طبيعه الاقتصاد النفطي. كمان في مشكله في تكوين الفصيله الضريبيه، يعني مش بس في انخفاضها، مش بس في انخفاض نسبتها، لا هي كمان مكونه من ايه. فطبعا الاغلبيه الكاسحه من الفصيله الضريبيه في المنطقه بتكون من ضرائب غير مباشره، وبتشكل مثلا في المشرق، في بلدان المشرق اللي هم الاردن ولبنان ومصر وفلسطين، بتشكل حوالي 54% من اجمالي الايرادات، يعني اكثر من نصف اجمالي الايرادات بتيجي من الضرائب غير المباشره. فطبعا دلوقتي عندنا مشكلتين، عندنا مشكله انخفاض المجمل بشكل عام، وكمان زياده مساهمه الضرائب غير المباشره اللي هي ضرائب غير عادله بتحمل طبعا تكلفتها زي ما كلنا عارفين اصحاب الدخول الادنى والدخول المتوسط. عندنا بقى مشكله ثالثه كمان في الحصيله الضريبيه، هو ان في المنطقه الضرائب المرتبطه بالعقار بشكل عام برضو يعني نسبتها منخفضه جدا، فهي بتشكل تقريبا اقل من 1% من اجمالي الايرادات في اغلب بلدان منطقه غرب اسيا وشمال افريقيا، في حين مثلا في بلدان منظمه التعاون الاقتصادي والتنميه اللي هي OECD النسبه دي بتشكل حوالي 6% من اجمالي الايرادات. فده شفنا ان هو فجوه كبيره على مستوى الايرادات على مستوى التمويل، وبيمثل فرصه لتوريد ايرادات كبيره لمعالجه فجوات الرعايه الاجتماعيه. ايه هي بقى فجوات الرعايه الاجتماعيه؟ فاحنا عندنا جنبين دلوقتي، عندنا جانب التمويل وعندنا جانب الفجوات. اهم فجوات عرفناها في المنطقه يعني او في البلدان، على الاقل بلدان دراسه الحاله، هي العماله غير المسجله، لان طبعا اغلب اقتصادياتنا يعني جزء كبير منها جدا غير مسجل وانفورمال يعني او غير منظم، بتصل النسبه دي ل 30 و40 و50% من اجمالي القوى العامله. والسكن كمان، ازمات السكن المنخفض التكلفه. وليه كمان اخترنا الضرائب العقاريه؟ لكذا سبب، ويمكن ناس تطرقت شويه، يعني كريستين مثلا في الجلسه السابقه كانت بتتكلم دايما ان مؤسسات التمويل بتطلب انظمه ضريبيه سهله، لان هم عارفين ان يعني سلطات الضريبه في منطقتنا دايما بتبقى عندها مشاكل تقنيه، عندها مشاكل في الموارد البشريه، وعندها مشاكل كمان في الموارد الماليه. فبالتالي الانظمه الضريبيه المعقده يمكن ما بتبقاش انسب حاجه في منطقتنا. لكن مشكله برضو الانظمه البسيطه اللي هي عاده بتبقى ضرائب الاستهلاك، ان هي بتبقى ضرائب غير عادله. ميزه الضرائب العقاريه ان هي اول حاجه بسيطه جدا اداريا وكتكلفه، وفي نفس الوقت عادله، او على الاقل ممكن تبقى عادله عن طريق استهداف انماط معينه وفئات معينه من العقار. فده اول ميزه للضرائب العقاريه، هي السهوله الاداريه، بحيث ان هو العقار لا يمكن اخفائه. يعني الدخل والارباح والثروه ممكن اخفائهم بمليون طريقه، لكن في الاخر العقار يستحيل اخفائه. طبعا ان هي ضريبه عادله بتستهدف الفئات الاكثر ثراء، او على الاقل ممكن تستهدف الفئات الاكثر ثراء عن طريق استهداف العقارات الاكثر او الاغلى ثمنا. وكمان ما بيبقاش ليها، لان دايما يعني لو تم فرض ضرائب على الارباح او الدخل او الثروات، دايما الحجه هنا بتبقى ان ده ممكن ياثر على خلق فرص عمل مثلا، لان الاستثمارات ممكن تهرب، اللي هو سبيل اوفر. يعني ممكن حتى لو بستهدف الاثرياء ممكن يكون في نيجاتيف سبيل اوفر او تاثيرات سلبيه على فئات غير ثريه في المجتمع. الحقيقه ده مش ممكن ان يقال، مش ممكن الحجه دي تقال فيما يخص الضرائب العقاريه، بل بالعكس هي ممكن تعيد توجيه راس المال بدل ما يتم استثماره في عقارات خامله بشكل مضاربي، ممكن يعيد توجيه راس المال ده لانشطه انتاجيه تخلق فرص عمل. فهو حتى السبيل اوفر افكت على الفئات الاقل ثراء مش موجود في حاله الضرائب العقاريه، فدي الميزه الثالثه. رابع ميزه هي ان هي بتنظم، ويمكن يعني عديت على النقطه دي، ان هي بتنظم اسواق العقارات من خلال الحد من المضاربه. يعني انا مثلا لو استهدفت العقارات الشاغره او الخاليه بضريبه عقاريه، فده هيشجع ملاكها ان هم ياجروها، فبالتالي يزيد المعروض من العقارات المؤجره، فيقل تكلفه الايجار على الفئات الدخل الادنى والدخل المتوسط. همر سريعا على دراسات الحاله. فدراسه حاله لبنان اللي هي من تاليف كريستينا ابو رفيل من استوديو اشغال عامه، بنجد ان في لبنان ان في ازمه اسكان عنيفه في لبنان، وطبعا الحرب الحاليه طبعا بتزيد من حده ازمه الاسكان، بس بالتوازي مع ازمه الاسكان دي في نسبه شغور تصل الى 23% من العقارات في لبنان. 23% من العقارات في لبنان خاليه، في حين ان في ازمه سكن في نفس الوقت. فصحراء انا الوقت خلص.
I'm giving you the 1 minute warning. So
طيب خلاص ماشي.
incredibly important to look at the case studies, but if we can briefly discuss highlights from each and then conclude, that would be
ده
great.
هو ده الهدف. طيب لو تم فرض ضرائب، يعني هقول سريعا ايه اللي ممكن الضريبه دي تعمله. فرض ضريبه بسيطه على العقارات الخاليه الفاخره، مش كل العقارات الخاليه، على العقارات الخاليه الفاخره، ممكن يوفر 100 مليون دولار سنويا في لبنان، والمبلغ ده كافي لدعم الايجار ل 50,000 اسره. اسف معلش المرض. وتوفير راس مال اولي لانشاء 25 تعاونيه سكنيه كل سنه، يستفيد منها حوالي 350 اسره لكل تعاونيه، فنضرب الرقم ده في 25 كل سنه، بالاضافه الى بناء 1000 منزل ل 1000 اسره سنويا على اراضي مملوكه للدوله. نتطرق سريعا للمغرب. في الضرائب العقاريه على العقارات ذات القيمه العاليه، اللي هو الهاي فاليو بروبرتي، مش كل العقارات، ممكن تمول ما يصل الى سدس الاحتياجات التمويليه لجميع برامج الحمايه الاجتماعيه في المغرب، مش برامج معينه. يعني كل برامج الحمايه الاجتماعيه في المغرب فرض هذا النوع من الضريبه ممكن يوفر سدس الاحتياجات التمويليه لهذه البرامج. وحاله الاردن في الاخير هو فيها برضو نسبة العقارات الخالية في الأردن حوالي 18%، والنسبة دي بتصل ل 23% في عمان في العاصمة. وفرض ضريبة على العقارات الخالية اللي هم تقريبا 400,000 وحدة سكنية ممكن يغطي نصف اشتراكات الضمان الاجتماعي ل 300,000 عامل غير مسجل، عامل وعاملة غير مسجلين، اللي هي نسبة تقريبا أعتقد مش فاكر الرقم تحديدا، بس نسبة كبيرة يعني من العمالة غير المسجلة في الأردن. شكرا، ويعني متطلع للنقاش أو لو في أي أسئلة طبعا أنا تحت.
Thank you so much, Usama. This has been incredibly helpful for us to kind of understand the potential of these taxes and these mechanisms to really mobilize enormous amounts of resources to finance social protection in contexts where we really need social protection and we're vulnerable. We're seeing populations become more and more vulnerable. And here I want to address our third panelist, Sabine, and kind of ask you to walk us through what the situation is in Lebanon in terms of the need for progressive and redistributive tax reforms and their ability to mobilize the resources necessary to finance social protection, and the need to introduce contributory schemes, especially given the current context of war and geopolitical and geoeconomic factors, and the limitation of Lebanon's access to money markets, be it domestically or internationally, to finance these programs. So I'll leave it up to Tim.
Thank you, Sahar. And thank you also. Let me just start by quickly thanking the Arab Reform Initiative for extending this invitation to the Institute of Finance, that is a Beirut-based, government-based center of excellence in public finance. So we come from more of a public finance background than social protection, but we're trying to work on both. Many of the panelists in the previous panel, and Osama as well, have tapped on the Lebanese context. I'll just say a couple of words so that we set the context in which eventually we can raise more revenues for social protection. As many said, the social protection system in Lebanon is fragmented, it's inequitable, it's regressive. And even prior to the crisis of 2029, already we had 25% of the Lebanese population that had no access to any kind of social protection. So we had a system that primarily served the public sector and the formal sector. But on top of that, with the crisis, we had fiscal measures that were implemented at the expense of the most vulnerable. We had a disorderly removal of energy subsidies, devaluation of pension, collapse of essential health care. So, all the disparities that were already existing were exacerbated with the crisis. However, in early 2024, the government launched a new national social protection strategy that aimed to address the shortcomings and expand coverage and strengthen the institutional framework. We also had the parliament passing a new pension law. So these were, if we can say, positive political commitments towards more universal schemes, but today they remain to be rolled out, costed, and prioritized amid very limited resources, as you mentioned, available in Lebanon. So where do we stand today on financing our social protection ambitions, let's say? Very recently, the ILO estimated that the social protection financing gap amounted 9.4% of GDP for Lebanon, including healthcare. And if you exclude healthcare, this would drop to 3.2% of GDP, which is equivalent to an increase, which means, that we need to expand our current spending by 3.2% of GDP or 25% of government expenditure, which is quite high, to actually have every person in Lebanon covered by at least one social protection benefit. And honestly, with the ongoing, five years into the crisis, and with the ongoing war today, we also tend to think that this is a very conservative estimate, and that the ratio has significantly increased over the past 5 years. So do we have fiscal space today in Lebanon to finance this gap? We don't. But can we create it? We probably can on the medium and long term. First, starting by, of course, a domestic resource mobilization strategy, because Lebanon has no access for the time being to international market and to debt. However, the strategy has to be very realistic, and I'm insisting on realistic because we have a tendency in Lebanon to sometimes, enact very unrealistic policies. So how can we really increase domestic revenues on the medium term? First, of course, it starts by increasing tax revenue, because tax revenue in Lebanon as share of GDP remains very low compared to other countries. Now, the overall tax system needs to be reshuffled in Lebanon because it's really regressive and inefficient. But the few, if you want, suggestion I will give are ones that can be hopefully implemented under the current system without going through the complete reform of the tax system. First, of course, it goes without saying in improving collection. But other than this, considering the removal of exemptions and preferential treatments, especially those existing on favorable capital income tax in Lebanon. 2 years ago, we conducted a study at the Institute of Finance, and the study pointed out that if you look at the 4 main categories of taxes in Lebanon, which are income, inheritance, built property, and VAT taxes, exemption were given to 135 categories of individuals and industries, and special discounts to 27 categories. So, which means that we have used excessively preferential treatment, and that this, of course, benefited to the most affluent and politically connected taxpayers, and it has widened the inequality gap. In addition, of course, to make it extremely difficult to the tax administration to manage like so many different exemptions. So starting by standardizing the criteria here on preferential treatment can, help us achieve, first, restore kind of a minimum level of horizontal equity, boost some of the economic sector, and, also send a positive signal to the market. Another possibility, and Usama tapped on that, is to introduce a new taxes such as vacant property. I will not elaborate a lot on that because it was mentioned already, or some sin taxes. I'll give you an example given by the IMF that said that phasing in an excise tax on diesel over 3 years could help us improve or raise 1.5 to 3% of GDP in revenues if we only moved the excise tax from 0.1 to $0.25 per liter. Other than the taxes, because in Lebanon we have to look at many options, of course we need to explore eliminating or reducing illicit financial flows, at least the one coming from commercial activities and legal activities in Lebanon, and such as trade under invoicing, because this is really an ongoing practice in Lebanon. And also, in addition to raising revenues, of course, this will send a very positive signal to the formal private sector and maybe encourage them to improve their compliance. And finally, fighting tax evasion using also the tools we have at hand in Lebanon. For instance, Lebanon ratified in 2016 the treaty for the automatic exchange of tax information, but we did not yet implement it fully and benefited from it fully. And implementing it will help Lebanon generate alone an estimated 1.5 billion of additional tax revenues per year. So this is regarding the taxes. But, everybody knows that Lebanon is a crisis-ridden country, and that, revenues projection in such countries are very volatile. So here, that's why we need also to think of a more balanced and sustainable financing mix that would also include raising contributory revenues. And today, we are on the eve of having next year, hopefully, the new pension law taking effect. And I think this is also a very good opportunity through which we can reach, hopefully, trade-offs with the private sector to encourage them, starting by declare effective salaries, because they have a practice here of under-declaring salaries in Lebanon in the private sector to the social security institution, and also to have incentives for business owner, liberal profession, and informal workers to actually join the system and contribute. First, of course, so that we have more contribution, but also to expand coverage, because those categories of people today are not protected by the system. And finally, revenue mobilization can only go hand in hand with the reallocation of spending. Otherwise, we'd be moving towards just more waste if we raise more revenue, but we don't spend them well. And even though we have very limited room to do that, it's important to say that the government in 2024 has allocated 12% of its expenditure to social protection. This is not negligible, but of course, reallocating and optimizing the use of the spending necessitate that we have an in-depth analysis of the structure of the spending and its organization. And this is why also today with the UNICEF and the ILO, we are undertaking a budget review of the government spending on social protection, hoping it will, inform the exercise of reallocating expenditures. So we have options. But the question remains: are they affordable and are they feasible? And I think this is the most challenging part for Lebanon, because many of you are probably familiar with the context here, that it's the political economy behind every reform in Lebanon that is extremely complex, and that requires navigating a system of longstanding and entrenched interests that have no incentive to change anything. So how can we address like this association of the lucky few that have most of the benefits of social protection? I will conclude on 5 very quick points that I
Please,
hope
if you could do that in 30 seconds, because we want to build on what you said in terms of the feasibility, and maybe learn from international examples as well. Yeah.
Of course. Very quickly, this anyway was my conclusion. How can we do that? First, of course, anticipate the resistance to change. And I said, those who are benefiting from the benefits do not want them to let. They won't accept to let them go, if I can say. So maybe starting by making the case that social protection is a public good and everybody benefits from efficient protection. Also, I would insist on starting with evidence and substantiate all the policy options that we're proposing with that data and impact assessment. Because if we're able to cost our policy option on social protection, we can showcase that incremental increases in social protection spending can be managed without having a negative impact on other sectors, especially that in Lebanon we have many competing priorities. We need to engage in very serious policy dialogue with all actors, the policymakers, private sector workers, representatives, and in Lebanon, that is a dependent country, the northern community. And finally, I would say be very realistic, because expanding social protection system requires time, and that's why I mentioned that medium to long term. But finally, today, just looking today at Lebanon, we're facing a projected GDP contraction of 9.2%. We have vulnerability levels that are all-time high, with 1.4 million of internally displaced persons. But amid all this, everyone expects the state to act today. So I think we need to keep an eye on the future, and that we do have a window of opportunity to speed up the work to more universal social protection, actually.
Thank you so much, Sabine.
You.
So a lot of really important points there around how to improve tax compliance, but also tax collection in general, the need for reviewing the tax incentives across all of the countries, I think. The need to fight illicit financial flows and tax evasion. And here, in terms of feasibility and maybe lessons learned on how to make that work, I think we can move to Susanna Rees, the Global Lead on Tax Justice for Oxfam International. And that can tell us maybe what are lessons learned or best practices that we can gather from international experiences around tax reforms, especially in terms of mobilizing domestic resources to finance social protection and to push for progressive programs in taxation and in spending. So I'll leave it to you.
Thanks very much, Sahar, for the introduction, and thanks very much for the invitation also. I want to share, I hope you can see my screen now. I just want to show, I want to start from something that Sabine was saying. We have options. Most of those options depends on political will, but they are very different also depending on the context of countries. So when we're talking about what kind of tax systems we need to understand that in a region with low growth, high inflation rates, high debt to GDP ratio, and high inequality, the challenges are very high. And what we need is to make sure that the tax systems we are going to put in place are going to respond to those challenges. But it's very similar to how we are addressing, or what are the different movements that are happening now at the global level, and the impact this can have in terms of solutions happening at national level. So just to show that, first, we need to understand that extreme wealth inequality in particular is escalating some levels that are completely unacceptable, but they are creating also very high levels of social unrest. So it's not only a macro indicator, it's an element that is having a huge impact in terms of social perception and the solutions that need to be in place. For a very long time, global tax systems have completely ignored inequality, but in particular, they have completely ignored wealth inequality and the fact that some individuals can have more and more in the society. So that's the reality. And what does it mean? That is creating or accelerating or exacerbating what means an extreme regressivity of tax systems. So there's a lot that has been said, but in practice, what we see is an individual like Elon Musk, and you can adapt Elon Musk to any of your countries, but somebody like him, we had the data because of international filtration from journalists who was paying in practice is the richest man in the planet, and he's on the way to become, if nothing changes, the first trillionaire in the planet, but he's paying close to zero on his wealth. And we have somebody who's working on any of the local markets here is an example of somebody who's working with Oxfam in market in northern Uganda, who dedicates 40% of the income she has on by selling flour to paying taxes. So we have a total extreme regressivity of tax system where those crazy richest individuals are paying absolutely nothing on their wealth and on their income, and most of the people who are working on informal economy or on very low conditions are dedicating much more revenues from their income and their work to pay taxes. And that's creating, I mean, it's not only a problem of lack of revenues, but it's creating, accelerating this perception also of inequality. So what we want is we want to change tax system, and we want to change a tax system at national level, but also creating the conditions at global level where we can achieve 4 objectives. First is revenue generation. We need to generate revenues. In the case of Lebanon, for example, with so low tax to GDP, what you need is to put in place solutions that really can generate revenues in the shorter term. But we need also to address the extreme regressivity and the loopholes that are in the system. And there's a lot that has been said already talking about tax avoidance, but also tax incentive, useless and wasteful tax incentives. But we need also to reduce inequality. That means that when we are putting in place the solutions, the objective of generating revenues is not enough if this is exacerbating or increasing revenues. Or if we are talking about wealth taxation, a low level of wealth taxation can generate revenues, but will have no impact on reducing inequality. And at the same time, what we need is the tax system, change global tax system in a way that we can also address the imbalances that we have at this moment on the way that the international tax system is working between countries, which is part of what Stefan also was mentioning at the beginning, and I will come very quickly to that at the end of my presentation. So just an example of what it means also. This is something we were working for Latin America. Is not, I mean, in terms of the level of the tax pressure on the bottom 50%, data that are not so different from your region. Most of the revenues in tax system come from consumption, and very little from individual contribution, and very little from corporate taxation. Even very little, when we're talking about taxing wealth, the only potential revenue collection is coming from property, and absolutely nothing from, or very little from capital income or financial assets, which is the opposite to when we are talking about rich individuals. So the contribution from the richest individuals means that the impact of consumption taxes, considering the level of wealth and income is much lower. And their contribution, the impact, the incidence, is more coming from corporate taxation. We don't have this data available for the Arab region at this moment, but we'd like to see if we could have similar. So we have two elements here. One, in practice, somebody who's on the top 1%, and that's very similar to what is happening everywhere, is contributing probably half of what somebody on the bottom 50% of the population is dedicating from their income, or even the little wealth they can have, to pay their taxes compared to the richest 1%. And it's done in a way that is increasing the regressivity and the negative impact on individuals. So two very important elements. So probably the economist who's been working more on this has been Gabriel Zuckman, who's the expert on taxing wealth, and he was producing this report for the G20, so to finance ministers at the G20 level who were discussing this. And what he was showing is, on average, tax system can be progressive on paper and on reality, but they are completely broken at the very top. So what is happening is that we have a system, a global economy, where this extreme wealth concentration is happening more and more, but also where everything, I mean, the political capture has managed to secure that those who are at the very top are paying us absolutely nothing or very little compared to the rest of the society. So where the system is completely, I mean, we need to improve on average the progressivity of tax system, but if we want to do that, at this moment, what it means also is we need to focus on how those who are at the very, very top of the scale of income and wealth are to be taxed. And that's where the system is completely broken. So considering all that, this level of inequality, the lack of revenue, the different crises we are facing, there are also some opportunities at the global level. So it has already been mentioned, we've had for long time a big global agenda on corporate taxation, especially on digital activity. We have an opportunity at the G20 this year with Brazil and next year with South Africa, which is the next G20 presidency. We have a big UN agenda also, was mentioned also with the global governance discussion on the Framework Convention on International Taxation, but also very connected, the financing for development process. And there is also an agenda on climate attacks. I will not have time to get into that, but it's important to mention it also because we have COP starting next Monday. So what has been happening with the corporate taxation, and we need to understand that because it will have an impact on the rest of the global agenda, is that for 10 years we've had a global agenda to try to fix the bad design of international taxation.
Sorry, Susanna, I'm just jumping in to give you the 1 minute warning, but please continue with the BEPS framework.
I will go very quickly. So first, the international taxation has been poorly designed in a way that it has not created the revenue collection and the solution for developing countries, and that creating this tension for another global governance. And that's how we have the Africa group pushing for an alternative solution on the global governance at the UN, where we can have a solution on how to fix the digital taxation solution, cross-border systems, where we can have a solution on illicit financial flows, and when we'll hope also we'll have a solution on taxing the super rich individuals. Because this is probably one of the most powerful elements also on the agenda, this global agenda on global governance emerging from the global south, but also in terms of governance, but also a new and emerging agenda on taxing super rich individuals from Brazil. For the first time in history, taxation of the super rich individuals has been agreed as a commitment at the G20 level. All G20 countries have agreed in signing a commitment to work together on developing this agenda, because first, they recognize the extreme wealth inequality problems and extreme wealth concentration. They recognize that this is having an impact, negative impact in democracies and in sustainability. And because if we don't address this, we'll have always this inequality problem that will remain in the future. So very quickly, we need to think that this is not inevitable. Taxing super rich individuals generates revenue, but depending on how it's designed, it can also have an impact in addressing progressivity. And it matters for every country. This is not only something that matters for the global north. There are rich individuals everywhere in the planet, and this is creating these imbalances. Taxation of super rich individuals includes also transparency agenda. If we don't know how much we will have, if we want to tax property, we know where the buildings, where the assets are, but we don't always know who are the owners of those assets. So we need to have more transparency, and we need to link it to the climate crisis. And just to finish, two messages. One is that it's a broad consensus everywhere in supporting taxation of rich individuals. It's happening in every, on millionaires, on now ordinary people, but also there are signs of hope that are happening at the domestic level. Two quick examples. One is Colombia, who put in place an agenda in taxing wealth, income, capital income, and high net individuals. And the example of Uruguay, and I will finish with that, where a solution on a very simple tax on small and micro companies has helped to cut by half the level of informality in the market, and has changed completely the level of informality in a country. It's true, it's a much smaller country, but it had a very, very big impact in terms of informality. So global agenda combined with domestic agenda, we can have and deliver some good examples on how we can redress those imbalances. And sorry for being a bit
Thank you so much. No, that's okay. I think it's important for us to keep in mind not just the regional context, but also the global context, and some comparative examples that can of similar contexts that we can learn from. Now I want to build on what was said during the panel through some of the questions that came in. So one question is around how the suggestion on real estate taxes is a really good one, but we also need to think about other tax justice issues, and I think that was touched on by most of the panelists. And here I wanted to come back to some of the points that came up during the real estate tax discussions, but also through other taxation, is what is feasible and what is not, what is realistic maybe and what is not, and how can we balance the quick fixes sometimes with the more complicated reforms around personal income taxes and corporate taxation that requires perhaps more resources, more of a commitment, and more of a political will by decision makers. So I want to come back to that question, and maybe we can touch on a few other questions as well. So how can we balance between the short-term need for tax reforms, but also build on it to the more complicated questions to really instill tax justice in our systems? Does anybody, maybe Usama can touch on the tax justice aspect of real estate taxes themselves, and then maybe we can build on that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Safar. No, I completely agree that I don't think the system, the tax, improving the tax system, make it more just, should end at our suggestions and recommendations. Certainly not. It's just, as you said, it's a quick fix, but it's not a quick fix. In a way, I wouldn't even say a quick fix. I would say it's something that could be implemented with immediate effect if there is political will, because Susanna, of course, touched upon the question of also political will. But what we, of course, real estate taxation is a very politically challenged topic, especially in the MENA region at the moment, and especially with the influence of the GCC countries, because using the words of David Harvey, the region is witnessing a mindless urbanization, a process of mindless urbanization. So now real estate actually plays a very important role not for housing. Like, you know, the use value of real estate is not there anymore. It's the exchange value. And actually as a driver for growth, as a creator of jobs, and also as an avenue for like, you know, excess capital that comes from the GCC area. So it plays a lot of political and very important functions for the elites in the region. So it will be politically challenging. But our point in the study was to show that the only reason why this is not implemented is political. It's not a technical reason. Like, technically, it's very simple. And actually, like, you know, as I said, also economically. So technically, it's very simple. Economically, it's very good in a way, you know. It's very good in the sense that it can be a job creating force, and at the same time it can lower rent, it can reduce speculation, it can also divert investment into, like, you know, more socially important sectors. So in a way it's very good for society and the economy. So we wanted to highlight that the only challenge is a political challenge, because, you know, in every other aspect it's feasible and it's also a quick fix in a way, but at the same time it's not a quick fix like VAT, because these are the IMF quick fixes, but they have like very, very, very negative social repercussions. So it's a quick fix, but we're not compromising on the social aspects of having a quick fix. But of course, this should happen in parallel with improvements in, like, you know, the way income, like with income taxes, with VAT, making, like, you know, reducing VAT. I've always been a proponent because, you know, we have a context of high inflation. So actually a quick fix for countering inflation is to reduce VAT, at least on basic commodities. And this happened in Europe, by the way, like during COVID. This happened like in Germany. Germany reduced VAT. So, you know, this needs to happen in parallel with everything that has been mentioned on making income taxes more progressive, in also, like, you know, plugging all the holes of tax avoidance in income, wealth, and profit taxation.
Thank you, Osama. And I wanted to build on that in terms of VAT and maybe consumption taxes, to come back to Sabine's point around sin taxes for diesel, and really look at the tax justice angle of that, especially in Lebanon, when we know that energy is already very high, especially with the lifting of subsidies. So I wanted to ask if we have any idea of the social impact of such a proposed tax by the IMF to kind of mobilize resources elsewhere. Especially as we know we're moving towards a more green economy, but in the context of Lebanon, where diesel and other fuels are needed because the infrastructure for electricity and other sources of energy are just not there. Like, what is the situation with such a tax, and what would be the potential social impact of it, but also what resources it can generate and where it can go?
Well, like any reform, you know, any new measure has, you know, two sides. So that's why I mentioned while I was talking, that for every measure that we want to consider, we need to have an impact assessment that is both economic and social. And it's true, this is one of the first, what you mentioned is one of the first thing we think of in Lebanon. If electricity is not easily available, made available for everyone, how can we like increase its cost even more? But on the other side, you have a cartel of private generators that are imposing on citizens very high tariffs and that are polluting the environment. But I mean, we don't have the impact assessment yet done, but it's really necessary, of course, but for any measure that we want to include. I just want to go back to the question you asked first on the feasibility of introducing quick wins.
we do believe, that any even small change requires political will, because usually there's no incentive to change anything. So I think here we can maybe work on at two levels. Of course, the level of the state institution, the technical people that are there, that need to come up with solutions and make the case to pressure as well the political establishment and show them that things can be done at limited political cost sometimes, and sometimes at a higher political cost. It depends. But also we need to work with the citizens a lot on financial education and tax education, because unfortunately in Lebanon, and I guess in many countries in the Arab region, there is not a lot of tax literacy, let's say, and people do not connect the practice of paying taxes to social protection or to other services. So this is also an area on which we need to tap in terms of financial and tax education, because this also creates more pressure from the ground and from the society, and it also allows the society to better understand the impact of new measures that are being implemented, let's say, or proposed at least.
Thank you, Sabine. And I want to build on your point to maybe address a question to Susanna on how much could we expect from these global structures, such as the G20 discussions around wealth taxation, or maybe the UN tax convention around the minimum corporate tax, etc. How much do we expect that to build momentum and build like political will at a country level? We know that, is it going to be implemented? Are we going to see changes coming out from these directly from these conventions, or will we see more of a norm-setting experience where those are our targets and we can work nationally towards them? So I know it's a big question to ask, but predicting the future, but what do you think? How much momentum can we expect from these structures?
So predicting the future in a very volatile future or in a very volatile present is complicated. So what we need to understand is international taxation is not like hard law, it's not binding or mandatory, except when countries join or endorse the legislation. So what is happening at the G20 is like the initial stage of an agenda that can be developed in the future. But it brings two important messages. One is that recognizing the problem and the need to work cooperatively is not just an agenda to be addressed at domestic level, but an agenda where we need international cooperation, because financial assets wealth is very mobile also from one country to another, and there are joint problems shared by all countries. Second, it gives an opportunity. It's a political message for countries, and it's a political opportunity. So a couple of weeks ago, when we were in Washington also for the annual meetings, we invited the Minister of Honduras, who's not a G20 country, to a presentation. And what he was saying is that what is happening at the G20 and the discussions in normalizing the debate about the need to tax super rich individuals is creating opportunities for us to normalize the debate and get political legitimacy at domestic level. Because what is happening in most of countries is that the level of resistance by elites in changing corporate taxation or wealth taxation is very, very high. So it's not something that is going to deliver in the very short term. It's a way to fix in the future some of those problems, but it's also for us in every country to take this as an opportunity to open the discussion and the conversation or leverage the political opportunities at domestic level. And that building on the idea of real estate taxation. So for me, what we need to understand is real estate taxation is like the low-hanging fruit when we are talking about taxing rich individuals, because it has to be seen as part of a journey. It's probably the easiest way or the first step, together with income taxation, with dividend taxes, to implement in the very short term. But if we don't have a transparency to know who are the owners, and if you don't link to a broader agenda, then you will get into a real estate taxation that is going to fall on middle class.
Thank you, Susanna. And now I want to finish with a question to Amin Bouzayan around, we've seen so much transformation in Tunisia in terms of right now the proposed corporate taxation. And can you hear me?
Yes, Sahar.
نسمع فيك نسمع في الترجمة متاعك زين.
What can we expect from Tunisia moving forward in terms of the improvements that we've seen in personal income taxes and corporate taxation? Will we, if it's successful, it can be a model for other Arab countries, but what can we expect in terms of the feasibility of the proposed reforms and their impact on Tunisia's financial situation, but also on the situation of social protection in Tunisia?
شكرا سحر. فيما يخص الضرائب كنت بصدد الحديث حول المقترح لجدول ضريبي جديد. تحدثت أيضا على الضريبة على شركات أو إحداث ضريبة على شركات تصاعدية. في الحقيقة أيضا في إجراءات مختلفة أخرى منها إحداث ضريبة على الثروات الكبرى بمقتضى قانون المالية الفارض، ثم فرض جملة من الضرائب على المؤسسات المنتفعة بدعم الأسعار، ثم أيضا معناها الإدارة الجبائية اللي أصبحت تشتغل بأكثر فعالية وأكثر نشاط وتوجيه العمل الرقابي إلى الشركات الكبرى والمجموعات الكبرى. بالتالي هذا مرة أخرى يجي في سياق عام وين الدولة التونسية على المستوى الجيوسياسي على المستوى الدولي تراجع تحالفاتها التقليدية والتحالفات القائمة أساساً على الدوائر الغربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، واتجاه أكثر معناها في سياسة خارجية التي لا تكون فيها تونس تحت محور من المحاور الصاعدة، وتحدث سوزان على تعقيد المسألة على المستوى الدولي. بالتالي أعتبر أنه النهج هذا نراه مجدي ويخلي أن تونس معناها في حتمية وفي ضرورة لتكريس أكثر العدالة الضريبية. أعتقد أنه تونس إلى حد الآن على الأقل فيما يتعلق بإدارة المفاوضات مع صندوق النقد الدولي، في الوقت اللي صارت حملة كبيرة جدا من الدوائر الغربية، أذكر بلينكون، أذكر بوريل المتحدث باسم الاتحاد الأوروبي اللي عملوا ضغط كبير جدا معناها بعد الموقف التونسي الرافض لبرنامج صندوق النقد الدولي، واللي تحدثوا على الانهيار الوشيك للاقتصاد الوطني في تونس وضرورة إبرام الاتفاق مع الصندوق والتنسيق مع وكالات التصنيف التي تضغط أكثر فأكثر على تونس. وإنما أول حاجة نجم نستخلصوها بعد عامين من ذلك أنه على مستوى التوازنات المالية، على مستوى سداد القروض، على مستوى تمكن تونس من فعل كل هذا خارج إطار اتفاق مع صندوق النقد الدولي، وسنحت لنفسها مساحة حتى تكون على مستوى الإنفاق الاجتماعي في دور أكثر إيجابية وأكثر طموح. معناها لتذكير برنامج صندوق النقد الدولي كان يبرمج تجميد الانتداب، تجميد الأجور في الوظيفة العمومية، تجميد الاعتمادات للدور الاجتماعي للدولة، ثم رفع الدعم كليا على الأسعار. بالتالي تجنب الوصفة هذه في حد ذاته أعتقد أنه رسالة أولى نجم نستخلصها من السياق التونسي، وأنه ممكن عدم التعامل مع صندوق النقد الدولي والتعويل على الموارد الذاتية. فيما يخص المستقبل أتوقع أنه لربما فيه مجال أكثر خاصة على مستوى الإنفاق الاجتماعي، باعتبار ديجا الإجراءات اللي وردت في قانون المالية هذه واللي هي إجراءات غير مسبوق لها على الأقل منذ فترة النيوليبرالية، منذ فترة السنوات 80 عندما نتحدث على تأمين الحماية الاجتماعية للعاملات في القطاع الفلاحي، تأمين المنح لأصحاب الشهادة العليا أو اللي عندهم بطالة. تفضل سحر.
No, I'm just trying to, like, if you, that would be the concluding remark for you, is that Tunisia was able, at least in the last few years, to move away from the concept of international debt and move now towards more revenue resource mobilizations. And we'll see, hopefully, in the future how that pans out for Tunisia and if it can be a successful example for other countries on how to finance their needs, including social protection, through other mechanisms that don't necessarily put them in unsustainable debt cycles. So as we wrap up, I'd really like to thank our panelists for sharing their insights. Today's discussions underscore the urgency of achieving universal social protection, but also the importance, feasibility, and efficiency of domestic resource mobilization through progressive and just taxation as a sustainable solution moving forward. Of course, each country has its own unique context and policies must be tailored, but I think we have a strong foundation on what meaningful reforms can be put on a national and regional and international levels. So thank you so much for our panelists, but also people who have shared discussions and questions with us. Hopefully, we will continue to push for policies that ensure fairness and dignity and resilience for everyone in the region and abroad. And we hope to see you for the rest of today's panel. Farah, I'm sorry for going 5 minutes over time, but I think the discussions were well worth the extra time. So thank you, everyone.
No worries at all. No worries, Sahar. And thanks to you for the great moderation and to all panelists for their great interventions and presentations. We really appreciate your time and we appreciate the time of all attendees. So we're now going to take a break just for lunch. Enjoy food. We're going to resume. Let me check. We're going to resume at 2:15 Beirut time sharp. Please be here for our fourth panel discussion. And thank you very much again to everyone. Bye.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from the break. We are arrived the panel discussion number 4, and we will discuss in this panel alternative financing mechanism, debt restructuring and climate finance. First of all, I want just to highlight that, let's say, the goal of this panel. The goal of this panel is to examine how debt restructuring and relief combined with the strategic and correct use of climate finance instruments can open up much needed fiscal space for countries in the global south, like the Arab region, of course, to invest in social protection and move towards universal system. We heard today in the morning panel that Global North will not finance or agree to use the debt for financing such social programs, social protection, or even universal system. Let me first to welcome our panelists. I will start with Zahra Bazi, Programs Director from the Arab NGO Networks Development. She will highlight the debt reconstruction with a focus on the whole region. And then we will move to Omar Ghanama. He is a research director in the social justice platform. And then moving to Nabil Abdo, a senior policy advisor from Oxfam International, and he will focus or cover the climate finance as a potential fiscal space strategy for social spending and social protection spending from a regional perspective. And we will end with Ishaq Diwan, who is who is a research director from Finance for Development Lab. And his intervention will focus also on the climate finance as a potential fiscal space strategy for social and social protection spending, with giving some examples from Canada. Let me start with Zara, and just not to lose a lot of time, I just give you the floor directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Salam. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm in Canada, so it's good morning for me. And thanks for giving me the floor. So I will be intervening on behalf of the Arab NGO Network for Development, as you mentioned, and precisely on the project Arab Voices for Sustainable Development Financing, which is actually led by Hassan Sheri. And my presentation will be mainly based on his research. So I want to give him credit for it and to mention this at the beginning because it's his work, but he's not available today. So I'll be sharing my screen if that's fine. Can you confirm that you can see my screen? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Salam. So, actually, as I said, I will be presenting a program by ANND and the main research findings of this program. Let me just put the slideshow. Okay, so the program Arab Voices for Sustainable Development Financing has a primary objective is to engage Arab civil society actors and stakeholders in shaping financing for development policies that integrate human rights, social development, and environmental consideration to advance social justice. And this comes from the belief that approaches to financing and economic policies should be linked and interlinked with all the aspects of human rights, social development, and environmental aspects as well. So the program mainly seeks to clarify the concept of debt for civil society and to engage civil society around these topics. So to answer questions like what is debt, how significant it is in the region, how costly it is, who holds it, why it is problematic from a human rights perspective, why as civil society we should be interested and we should be working on these topics, what are the potential opportunities, and also it looks into country-specific solutions because we cannot have one answer for the region. Also, there are specificities for each countries in the region when we're talking about that. And the project tries to have the following deliverables, like knowledge production in terms of producing training manuals, regional reports, national reports, policy briefs, so a lot of research here, national consultations, regional training of trainers and national trainings, and an e-page to also disseminate the knowledge. And this is important just to see how we are thinking around debt policies and how important it is for civil society to be more engaged on these topics. So so based on the report of this project, the initial regional report, it's still in process of finalizing, but these are few results or conclusions from this report. So what are debt realities and trend in the Arab regions? we saw that challenges in the Arab region are longstanding and remain a major concern for the countries of the region. Many Arab countries face high and unsustainable debt levels currently, and those are exacerbated by multifaceted regional challenges like after COVID, after the limited fiscal space, the geopolitical shocks, the wars, what we are facing in the region, and increased security spending. So the overall outlook of debt in the region is that the public debt to GDP ratio is mirrored in the high and rising public debt to GDP ratio since 2010. So here are some figures also developed and prepared by Hassan again. Public debt to GDP ratio by country and region in 2022. Here you can see that according to UNCTAD figures, the average of public debt to GDP ratio in the Arab region was comparable to that of developing countries, higher than that of least developed countries, LDCs, but lower than the ratio for developed countries. And this is also like show that these ratios do not necessarily indicate in developed countries, do not necessarily indicate poor debt sustainability, but of course they reflect advanced financial markets, more capacity to get credits and to get greater economic stability. The second figure here is about external debt to GDP ratio in 2021. And here we see that the average of external debt to GDP in the Arab region exceeded that of all three development categories: developing, least developed, and developing, least developed, and developed countries. And we can see that there are increasing numbers in countries like Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Morocco over the past decade. So there is a trend of growing external liquidity needs, and this is according to an ESCWA's numbers. And here we can see the public debt interest payment as share of the revenues. So we can see that the payment of interest is very high compared to the share of revenues in our countries. So the preliminary conclusions of our research here is that the state of sovereign debt in the Arab region is like we have a lot of debt, and it creates conditions that hinder development prospects, potentially undermining the country's capacity to realize social and economic rights and development. And we can see that in many developing countries, debt repayment often comes at the expense of human rights, including the right to food, health, education, housing, and work. According to a UN report on 2024, we can see that 3.3 billion people reside in countries where government spending on interest payments exceeds expenditure on health and education. And this suggests that heavy debt burdens and debt servicing frequently divert resources from essential social services, impeding ability to achieve the SDGs and the climate ambitions. Additionally, we can say that increasing that servicing commitment among Arab countries undermine their ownership of national development strategies. So if we go back to the right to development and the Declaration on Right to Development, we can see that the countries should have their ability and independence to be able to develop their policies and their strategies at the national level. But we can see that those kind of chronic debt and like debt servicing burdens and also the conditionality that comes with this with debt in our countries, like kind of undermines the capacity for the countries to have their national development strategies and to have the ownership of the national development strategies. So that's also a very important dimension, and that's also related to the work of the international financial institutions and the conditionality they impose on our countries and states. Another conclusion from the research is that the debt crisis in the region is multifaceted and have like economic, political, social, and historical dimension. And it cannot be addressed through only economic and technical approaches, but necessitate like global approaches and multi-dimensional approaches in policy making. And this is not being taken into account by international financial institutions who are overlooking this complexity, prioritizing a mostly narrow economic consideration over human rights. So again, like the Declaration of Right to Development underscores that the importance of country ownership in national development strategies. So it's important also to get rid of those conditionalities in the debt scene.
Sorry for interrupting you, but you have last minute
yeah,
left.
I'm ending. I have
Thank you very much.
Points and ending my intervention. So effective solution to that crisis must address the root causes of the issues, emphasizing sustainable human development and the realization of all human rights. The IMF has an important role here because of the conditionality that it is imposing, because it has to look at the issues and globally, and it's not and given the risk posed to sovereign debt and sustainability by climate change, and this will be addressed in this panel more. As international financial institutions, they should look more globally to the issues. And should be mentioned that there is an issue related to international governance and having a global resolution system for debt, which is actually lacking currently. And this gap is a gap that we, as civil society, we should be advocating for addressing it.
Thank you very much, Zahra, for this very informative overview over the region and also for this information about the public debt as a ratio in the whole economic indicators. We will move now to go more focusing on the one case study with Omar. Please, Omar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Salam, and thank you, Zahra, for your presentation. My presentation is going to focus more on debt reform to increase fiscal space for social protection systems in Egypt. Egypt is currently the second largest IMF borrower, and the debt crisis in it is one of the more severe in the region. As you might have seen in Zahra's presentation, even though Egypt does have a significant debt issue, it's not even the worst performing or has the worst external debt load in the region. Quickly, Egypt has had three main interventions with with the IMF and World Bank since 2016, one in 2016, one in 2020, and one in 2022. Each, of course, coming with their package of conditionalities and incumbent evaluation. I'm not going to go over the specific conditionalities. I assume everyone has memorized them by now. They are the same every time, and they don't work every time. But very quickly to go over the debt situation. When the program started in 2016, Egypt roughly had $55 billion of external debt. At the start of this financial year, it was 164%. It was 164 billion US dollars, meaning that within the 8 years, Egypt's debt increased by 350%. Its percentage of GDP at the start of the program was roughly 18%. And as of now, we don't have a very clear idea of what the GDP looks like because we just suffered a devaluation earlier this year. But we know that for the last quarter of last year, external debt exceeded 56%. Meaning it more than tripled, it actually pretty much almost quadrupled. Again, in the space of 8 years only. Now, this is all coming on the heels of a program that claimed that it was coming to stabilize Egyptian finances, make the economy more responsive, make the spur growth. We haven't seen the growth rates improve significantly at all. In fact, they have remained as sluggish as they were before the IMF intervention. But we have seen other indicators worsen. Overall, when we look at the devaluations, for example, with each one of them, a huge chunk of the Egyptian economy gets written off, or pretty much because of the devaluation dissipates. So, for instance, in the 2016 devaluation cost Egypt roughly 84 billion US dollars. The GDP went down from roughly $332 billion to only 248. The second major devaluation in 2022 costed the Egyptian economy about $81 billion. And the third devaluation in 2024, we're not entirely sure as of yet because we don't have enough recent data. But estimates put the cost between 60 and 120 billion US dollars. So overall, these three devaluations alone, at a minimum, cost the Egyptian economy roughly $220 billion. During that period too, debt servicing payments have increased drastically. Now, in the 4 years before the program, Egypt paid roughly $25 billion in debt services over 4 years. In the 8 years of the program, Egypt has paid more than 130 billion US dollars. Egypt, there is 1 year actually. Last year alone, Egypt paid more in debt servicing than it has paid in the 4 years preceding the IMF program. So if we are kind of doing what we call crookie, just a general look at the cost of the Egyptian GDP, if we're purely concerned with numbers, then we're looking at somewhere around 350 billion US dollars that the Egyptian economy lost by some way or the other. That's roughly equivalent to 1 year of GDP. So out of the past 8 years, Egypt just casually lost an entire year that was either shipped abroad for debt repayments or just lost the devaluation. Now, we're also why we're going over this is because we are also interested in what alleviating some of that debt or debt reform could mean. So incumbent on this program was a severe austerity program that has been repeated in rounds that included removing food subsidies, moving to a cash transfer system that lost most of its efficiency due to rampant inflation. We also saw the removal of electricity subsidies, fuel subsidies, increasing transport fares, increasing the price of metro tickets in some cases by more than 900%. And poverty increasing and reaching record levels, which of course decreased effective demand and made the economy more sluggish. And share of social spending plummeted quite quickly. So for this, we can look at a couple of indicators. First, when we look at debt servicing, when the program started and where it is now, when the program started, debt servicing cost Egypt roughly 43% of its total budget, which is a pretty hefty sum. But after 8 years of the program, it now costs Egypt 65% of its total budget. So more than 20% of the Egyptian budget has been redirected from internal needs to external debt servicing. And now the entirety of the Egyptian government runs on roughly a third of the total budget, with 2/3 just going to debt servicing. Meanwhile, if we look at growth rates for public services over that period, first, the cumulative inflation rate for this period is 362%. So when which is very significant and has had a very serious effect on people's daily lives. Now, when we look at public spending, the sector that has fared the best when it comes to austerity is healthcare, which saw a real growth rate when we factor inflation of -24%. So it shrank by 24.5%. And that's the best performing out of the service sector. When we look at the rest, we see that housing went down by 25%, education went down by 38%, social protection, which that's arguably the more central one, lost 48%, nearly half of its value since the program started. Youth and culture lost 51%. Environmental protection, of course, the most neglected, lost 60% of its value since the program started. Now, what we have here is the high debt levels and the absence of any clear mechanism for relief has worsened the living standards of Egyptians, pushed the poverty rates to unprecedented levels. We're not actually sure where it stands right now because the government has become quite worried about releasing the numbers if they're too shocking. But the expectations for the new poverty rate, we're not sure what kind of poverty basket the government will put forward, but some people put it as low as 35, and some people estimate it as high as 60% of the population under the poverty line. So at the same time that the government is, that the program is pushing more people into poverty, it's also removing the social protection cushion that would have protected them in this situation. So this compounded immiseration is, well, it's a big problem for people, for citizens, which are the center of our analysis. But even when we take it from a purely economistic point of view, it still doesn't work. It does not seem that it serves any real purpose beyond compounded profits for a few and compounded immiseration for the majority. Now,
sorry, Omar, I just want to draw your attention. You have 1 minute left to summarize, maybe.
Sure. Yeah, I'm coming to that. So the pretty much the end point here is that we need to be pushing for higher, for better and more clear debt reform initiatives, especially since the institutions like the IMF and the World Bank are very culpable in the crisis that happened. They have continued to praise the government's performance and said that continually said that they are doing great things in implementing the program. So the IMF program itself, in the one-fits-all system that it has, plays a large part in creating the crisis. And when we have the global financial architecture itself playing a large part in creating the crisis, the solution also has to come from there, and we need to be pressuring for more debt relief, especially since the global international financial institutions are guilty of putting these programs that have created these crises and can't just skate out of it on a technicality. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Omar, for your detailed also information about the Egyptian case, which is really very, let's say, yeah, not the nicest picture of an economy in the region. And thank you also for your recommendations. I will move to the, let's say, second subject, which is about the climate finance as a potential fiscal space for social and state spending. And I will start with we will start with Nabil's input. Nabil, you have okay, perfect.
Yeah, you can see my screen, right?
Yes, it's very clear. Thank you. If you can like exactly.
Yeah. Now, better. Okay. Yeah. Hi everyone. So I'm Nabil Abdo. I work with Oxfam International. So I'm supposed to talk about climate finance as a possible opportunity for financing social protection. So yeah, I'll go through the presentation. So first, I think in order to say if it's a potential or not, I think it would be it's worth looking at the state of climate finance in the MENA region. So here we have what is required in terms of total financing for countries to reach their NDCs, their climate goals, their set climate goals until 2030. So if you see here the difference between the blue circle and the orange circle, it's enormous in terms of what the region needs in terms of climate financing and what it has received in the last decade from 2010 to 2020. So 34.5 billion for all the region, which is, yeah, frankly, peanuts. So so this is right now what we have in terms of climate finance. But also, if we need to get a closer look at those numbers, how this financing came, what is the composition of it. So also, if you see from the graph here, we have sorry, yeah. If you can see, most of the climate finance flowing to the region is in the form of debt, either concessional or non-concessional. Obviously, the non-concessional type of debt is even bigger. If you look at least, you know, the since 2014, but also the 2019 and 2020, we see that non-concessional debt has the lion's share of climate finance in the region. So climate finance, that what is currently flowing into the region is can be considered to contribute to the debt conundrum or debt crisis that many countries might face in the region, as Zahra has mentioned in her presentation. So these are only till 2020. This is based on ESCWA numbers. And you see the grant element is very minuscule. In 2020, it was like $777 million, which is also peanuts. So also, if we see what the different countries have got, so this is over the last approximately 20 years, from 2003 to 2021, we see that Morocco has gotten most of climate financing that is approved. We're not sure about what came in, but this at least what was approved, and then Egypt and then Sudan. And also this amount over 20 years is too little for the region. And if we consider the cost of financing for social protection, it is also very big. Not very big, but in a sense that it is there's not very much room for climate financing to be to give a substantial boost to the efforts regarding financing universal social protection, at least. And we're not talking here about when we talk social protection, in my understanding, we're not talking about targeting a safety net, etc. It's a whole holistic system that guarantees universality and coverage, whatever universality might mean, but in a sense that it is more comprehensive, more global, and not what the most countries in the region provide for their populations right now. So if we compare this, for example, to military spending, I know it's can be a cliche, but I think it's a good example. In 2022, here we're talking 200 billion of defense military spending in the region. This excludes Israel, of course. So $200 billion, and also this doesn't include security, and I mean security spending. Internal security spending, like the internal security apparatus in countries. It's only military spending. So 200 billion for the region is obviously huge compared to, if you compare it to what has been received in terms of climate financing, which dwarfs it a lot. Obviously, this is much the military spending can be attributed a lot also to the Gulf countries, but still, I think it is a very indicative number. So in conclusion, in a sense that I would say that banking on climate finance as a way of like innovative or as a way to boost social protection, or just like the entry point that we have, I think it could be a bit over optimistic, especially compared to what is needed for a robust social infrastructure in the many countries in the region, especially lower middle income countries or middle income countries. And here we're talking about the social infrastructure, right? You have social protection, health, education, etc. That can be also considered part of the whole system. So in our opinion, I mean, financing universal social protection is a matter of policy choice rather than the technicalities of available possibilities for financing. In a sense that yes, there might be issues regarding financing. We have to prioritize. We have a lot of stuff, but I think mainly it is a matter of policy choice and policy priorities by the government, rather than like a path that we are in just because there's no financing for some reason. Wait, yeah. So obviously the question is why the answer that we constantly give, and it's been given over and over, but it's important to repeat it, is the austerity is the prevailing paradigm for economic policy in the region, and obviously this affects heavily and significantly the social protection financing. So I mean, at least since 2011 and the Arab Spring or the revolution, etc. But even it can be traced to even before that. Some can say, the revolutions were also sparked by this kind of austerity, digital austerity paradigm. But in a sense, at least for the last decade, at least we've been witnessing a sort of clawback on government clawing back on social protection. This is mainly evident in terms of the removal of subsidies in the many countries in the region. which is supercharged because of the you know, that the different loan programs that several countries in the region have, the IMF loan programs, where they explicitly seek the removal of subsidies. And here I want to also clarify that that it's not. I'm not saying that subsidies are like the best thing ever we had in the region, but the removal of subsidies haven't been accompanied by credible alternative to it. And I would say one of the key features of subsidies, we can argue as much as you want if they're bad or good, or if they're like disproportionately benefit the rich, etc. We can argue on that. We don't have to, you know, like die on the hill of subsidies. But the key issue is that they're universal. They're not targeted. They're not. Yeah, safety nets. They're universal. Everyone benefits. So when we have this massive movement of dismantling subsidies, it means we're dismantling universality as well. So when we have the removal of subsidy, they can be wasteful, ineffective, etc. But they need to be replaced by something credible and something universal. That is not what we have right now. And the second thing is also in terms of the one main feature of the austerity paradigm, if you want, in the region, is that we have the public sector under attack. Again, here we can argue on the efficiency of the public sector, how public sector needs to reform, needs to improve. No disagreement on that, but we cannot deny that because public sector has been one of the main vehicles of access to social protection in its bigger definition, which includes social security and all of this in the region, because you know we have a big informal private sector. But also a lot of the, in many countries, the private sector employees are not effectively protected and also are not as protected as in the public sector. So the public sector has been the main vehicle of access to social protection, and now it's being under attack, etc. And all of this. So also this affects the coverage and the protection of people, obviously. And also, meanwhile, we have education and health services that are being de facto privatized. When I say de facto privatized, I'm not saying that countries are actively privatizing like public schools and our public hospitals, but also we have a sort of, like Omar was talking about Egypt, a sort of steady underfunding of these kind of services. And at the same time, we have mushrooming and flourishing of private sector involvement in those sectors, which we can say it's sort of a de facto privatization, not an explicit way. So here the graph on the right is more about to compare debt service to have these expenses, and now it's only 2022. Now I think it's worse. We have also numbers on how much countries spend on debt service compared to social protection and all of this. I won't go into this. I think Omar covered it a bit, and that helps. So
just I want to tell you that the 10 minutes are over.
Are over? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So you have
Wow.
to summarize maybe the last in one
Okay.
1.5 minutes.
So yeah, wow. Time flies by. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think climate financing is the way to go. Is something to bank on for social protection. What we should focus on is taxing the rich in the region. We have extreme wealth inequality, extreme income inequality. While we're facing crisis, wealthy people have accumulated their riches. We have those numbers on Lebanon. It doubled during the crisis, 2020-22. The wealth of the super rich in the country, in Egypt as well, etc. Obviously, those are a bit older number. Now we have the war, we have like Israel's attack and all of this, so it's a bit different, obviously. But this is illustrative of how the rich and the wealthy and the well-off in many countries of the region are being let off in terms of taxation. So in a sense that here there's a graph about like the wealth and income disparity in the region. Obviously, wealth concentration is higher, is more acute than when you see like the uneven distribution of income. But the idea is that we need to tax the rich, obviously, and so we did a sort of a simulation 2 years ago about the potential revenues from wealth taxes. We took Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Morocco. So So we like, where is it? Yeah. So here we have put this kind of scenario. So if we have a 5% tax, flat tax on those who have an income above, who have net wealth $5 million and above, we can see like how much countries can really boost their spending on health and education. Obviously social protection. In Lebanon, it could like 7-fold. In Jordan, could double. In Egypt as well in terms of health. In Morocco, there is also a substantial increase. So the idea that we say that yes, we need to mobilize all kinds of financing, but what we should mainly look at in the region is how to benefit from the huge potential that are there in terms of the tax system, and also get the money where the money is, which is where rich people and high net worth individuals have. And I'll stop here and thank you, and apologies for I went over time. Thank you very much.
Don't worry. Thank you, Nabil, for this rich presentation. We are sorry that we haven't a lot of time actually to listen to such very important information. I will not talk a lot. I will directly give the floor to Ishaq Diwan, who will give us hopefully a positive case study from Canada on how to take advantage of climate finance. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Salam. Actually, I'd rather speak a little bit about that and a little bit about the opportunities that green finance offers to the region. In terms of that, I think it's important to not just speak of the Arab region, but pinpoint the countries that have a problem with external debt in particular. And these are, obviously Lebanon, which is in the middle of a huge financial crisis plus an invasion. Egypt, which is in the middle of a financial crisis, and has an IMF program. And Tunisia, that is close to a financial crisis, very little fiscal space, if any, high debt service, doesn't have an IMF program. And so, we have diverse countries. We have also Jordan and Morocco with pressure on the fiscal, but not yet. We cannot speak of crisis in these countries. The other countries do not have external debt crisis. Now, the debt situation of these countries is special in the sense that the external debt is putting pressure. There are repayments. These countries have been hit by a series of shocks. They have borrowed from the Eurobond market. The Eurobond market has closed. They have hard time, if any, refinancing their debts. This is creating the fiscal stress. But the external debt is not very high. It's kind of less than 35% of GDP. Some of the figures Zahra was showing are total public debt. The rest is domestic. It's a different problem. Yet the debt service is high, but the mix of creditors is mostly official and multilateral, a little bit of bilateral, and a little bit of market. For Egypt, the market is a large number, but it's a small share of its GDP. This is to say that restructuring is not really possible given these ratios, and so makes the problem harder, right? I mean, and the debt is not flexible; it's very inflexible, and so the debt service pressure is high. There are repayment walls, maturities coming dues, and it's hard to refinance them because the market is closed. So what do? There are really two possibilities. One is austerity. You simply tighten the belt and cut everything. And unfortunately, this is what's happening, say, in Egypt and actually in Tunisia. The other, which is what most countries actually do, is to grow out of the problem. And this is especially the case if the problem is caused by external shock. So you smooth the shock, you actually borrow more to smooth the shock and then grow back out of it. The problem in these three countries that are Lebanon, Egypt, and Tunisia is that they have borrowed and consumed the money as opposed to invested. And so you also have to reform in order to grow out. So this would take really voluntarism from the part of these governments. So before we blame the IMF that comes and put austerity because there's no will to reform, let's focus on our governments and what they are willing to do to actually grow out of the problem, reform the economy so that they can actually push the money to the private sector, to small enterprises, as opposed to use them to consume in an unsustainable fashion. So that's what I want to say about that. A small footnote, let's be careful when you use that service as a share of revenue. To the extent that that service is the repayment of principal, to the extent principal is refinanced, to the extent that it's short-term debt that's refinanced all the time, let's not count that as part of that service. I mean, it's not 65%, it's not 2/3. These would be weird, huge numbers. It's less than that. We should look at interest, say, as a share of revenue. That would be more realistic. Moving on. Is green finance an opportunity? Yes, if we can attract green finance, it could be an opportunity to push back on this fiscal tightness, but there are many ifs there. I mean, first of all, there's $100 billion offered by the rich world to the developing countries a year to support adaptation and mitigation. And so we should get our share of that. However, most of this is going to large countries, to the Indias and Chinas of this world. So we need to be super dynamic and pushy to get some of this. Egypt, Morocco, and Jordan are getting some of that. Other countries should try harder. Number two problem, much of this is going to mitigation. However, what we're interested in is mostly adaptation. This is pro-poor, and this is to solve problem caused by pollution from the rich countries. So to make sure that our infrastructure doesn't disappear every time it rains, that our agriculture becomes adapted and the like. And this is pro-poor, this is necessary. We have to push the donors to put funds in that as opposed to in mitigation. Third problem, much of this money is not additional. It's coming from ODA that has to come to us anyway. So again, we have to be pushy to get additional funding. Finally, what if the government does not plan in its budget to do these things? So if the fund comes, they don't release any fiscal space, they create new spending with new funding. So how can we actually use this fund to support the situation in which we are, which requires a recovery? The best, I think, is adaptation programs that could be quite labor intensive, go to SMEs, and in a way act like a Keynesian push to be able to boost growth rate in an inclusive and poverty reduction manner. So this is the kind of programs that we should put together, you know, adaptation programs that are labor intensive, go to SME, and then push donors to fund them either through green finance, which come from MDBs, green funds, or bilaterals, or even through debt to something swaps into programs of this sort. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes left if you want to.
See?
Thank you.
I can distribute them to the panel and to the discussion.
Next time, I know. Then thank you very much for being in time. Also, I have to thank you also for touching the points the panelists have mentioned, and also to propose some actions and also mechanism actually how to deal with the lack of financial resources for financing debt, public debt, but also social expenses. I will open the floor for questions, but at the same time, I will maybe just summarize some points, because I read the title of the discussion panel is about the alternative financing mechanism. What we have heard from the panelists is two main things. The one is calling for debt relief or reduction, like oriented to the donors in the global north. And the second one is call for a climate fund to finance social protection, but Ishaq has highlighted that it's not necessarily is easy to canalize this or to orient this fund for the social expenses, but for different expenses then. So And also, we heard in this panel, the panelists has also have suggested, like Nabil mentioned, how to restructure actually the state expenses, mentioning, for example, the over expenditure on military, also how you can make a tax reform just to be more progressive, to reduce inequality and so on. The question to all of you, actually, there is any possibility to not going back to the donors in the global north to finance public debt? It is possible to just to be independent of the money coming from these countries, from IMF, global north, and how Nabil, you mentioned also that it is over optimistic if you still like waiting for this climate fund, which is, I agree with you. So what is the alternative in this case? How to get to replace this expectation from these countries? Maybe I will start with Nabil because he has a lot of things to do and to say, but I had to cut his presentation. Do you want to start trying to address these points before take another questions? I don't see any hands actually raised.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. You're on mute, Salam.
Thank you. Because you mentioned that it is over optimistic if all the time we're expecting that the donors will give money for these social expenses. The question to you: do you have any concrete like alternative suggestions or suggestions how to finance this gap in the public state? In the public financing to reach equality or to reduce the gap, and then Ishaq.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, as I mentioned, there's a need to have significant reform of the tax structure in the region and taxation, which is we have. Yeah, I think that there's a great potential around that, especially introducing more taxes like on wealth, on net wealth, and different kind of wealth taxes. There's not only one type of wealth tax, but we have a menu of options that that countries could explore, and that I think that like Ishaq touched on a bit is that like I think countries they need to yeah, I mean there we need to have also more growth in some countries which should be propelled by more Keynesian type of economic policies to boost consumption, boost production, and all of this, to have this kind of more holistic approach to economics, and not just implement the policies that are more of accountant point of view, in a sense, okay, where we can cut here in order to be able to repay our debt service or our interest, etc., and like to get out of this framework of austerity. I think we have a lot of options. Obviously, there's also other options would be to boost intra-regional financing, in a sense. I mean, but they're not playing. I mean, at least to my knowledge, I don't know. Maybe the others can say more about it. But in the sense that we have rich countries in the region. I mean, yes, we have donor countries in the north, but we have like extremely rich countries in the region. And if we have more regional cooperation, where these countries could also be supporting the other countries in the region, but we know it always comes at a geopolitical cost. It comes at a lot of cost, and also the way that in supporting. So, for example, like GCC countries, the way that have been done in Egypt, and all of this is not a good way to support countries, not only through wholesale of assets, etc., but we can have a more robust and more regional cooperation that has a vision, that has a purpose, and especially in terms of climate finance, climate mitigation, and adaptation. So we have a wide range. And then I think also like countries in the region, if we go to international financial institutions, also they don't have this much. I don't see that they're cooperating or they have this much leverage in terms of, say, like for example the IMF, etc. So one thing is that countries could push more in terms of reforms within the IMF, in terms of the policies, how to support countries, but also in terms of pushing for another special drawing rights issuance. And I don't think we see this coalition or collaboration inside the IMF of Arab countries, like collaborating with other global South countries to push for these demands. So yeah, I'll stop here. I'm sure Dr. has a lot more to say. Thank you.
Please, Ishaq, yours.
Dr. Nabil, thank you. I mean, these are very good questions. You know, why are we so dependent on external funds? And obviously, it's not good. And there are several reasons why, and these are problems that need to be fixed. Problem number one is that tax revenues are too small. And so governments are unable to do what they have to do. Not everywhere. I mean, in Tunisia and in particular, and Morocco, it's quite high. But in most other countries in problem, Lebanon, Egypt, certainly tax revenues are too low. And I agree with Nabil, taxes are mostly regressive, consumption taxes on the poor, not enough income taxes, progressive on the rich. And that definitely is something that needs to be fixed. And this is a political issue. And we need much more pressure from civil society for the tax regimes to be better. Number two, domestic savings are extremely low in most countries and falling. And so you cannot have high investments, which is needed for higher growth and inclusive growth, if you have low saving, unless you borrow from abroad. And so that is a problem. And that has to do with the repression of the financial system and many problems of very large informal sectors. They are extremely low and falling in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Lebanon. And that's really problematic. We should look much more carefully at domestic saving, what's happening. Third, we have many small countries that need to import. And therefore, they need foreign exchange. We cannot produce everything in a country like Lebanon. It's too small, or Jordan. Egypt needs to import foods. It doesn't grow enough. Many countries need also to import, most of these countries, to buy oil. Now, for oil, as we move to renewable, we will not need to import oil. So that would be one way to get off the hook on international finance. But for other things, we need to export more. Right now, we export people. And by the way, the flow number one is not from donors or the market, it's remittances. This is the major flow of foreign exchange into the region. We need to export goods, and for that to be more competitive and have growth driven by competitive private sector and the like. And these opportunities are there. It's just for political economy reasons that many governments have clamped down on the private sector, only have a crony private sector that's not productive, only produces domestic services. And we have many opportunities in the region to have a more productive private sector, especially SMEs, green growth with renewable. We have plenty of sun. We could be a manufacturing center of green manufacturing for Europe, for the GCC. The digitalization offers enormous opportunities that have not been used, including because we don't train people sufficiently for the new technologies. And finally, as again Nabil have said, the regional market is enormous. Can we imagine every small GCC country diversifying its production? We can diversify production regionally, but it cannot be done at the country-by-country level. And this is a major source of growth in the future if we manage to fix regional relationships to be able to take advantage of this. But already dreaming of these possibilities can inject new thinking into the politics of regional relationships so that every country can see that it's actually in its benefit to focus a little bit more on economics and a little less on, say, tribal fights.
Thank you. It's back to the ideas of Arab integration, economic integration initiatives. since the 50s. I don't know. I'm not very optimistic it will work in the that today, but it might work at some point. I don't know. Zahra, do you want to add anything from your side?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot was covered by Nabil and Ishaq, of course. But what it takes, I think, is a shift in the policy making and in the thinking about economics and economic policies. So that's what also was mentioned before. I mean, to look at the issues more in a global perspective, and to look at the different dimensions of policy making, and not like thinking technically on the solutions from pure and mere economic perspective, but look at the social dimension, look at the political, and look at the environmental perspective of the issues. Like, I think there is a lot to do also. Like, there is a lot of political issues in the region that are hindering the processes as well. So it's important to also look at these and see how we can enhance the governance, the participation in policy making, in order for these dimensions to be taken into account. That would be my addition. Of course, the other more economic issues were clearly mentioned by the colleagues.
Thank you. Zahra, Omar, do you want to add anything or suggest any mechanism?
Sure, thank you. First, I just want to clarify, my starting point is that national governments are definitely culpable and responsible for everything that happened. But from the last few years of our engagement with the topic, we have found that the IFIs kind of always use it's the excuse that it's government corruption or problems with government implementation that are the cause of the problem, and that's why you don't deserve any relief. So that's why a big part of my presentation focuses on IMF culpability. Government culpability is a given, but they are not the only culprit in what happened. And if we are pressing for debt relief, that is a point that we need to keep stressing. So, for instance, the solutions that Dr. Ishaq and Nabil and Zahra talked about, things like tax reform. In Egypt, for instance, capital gains tax was supposed to be introduced. It was delayed for roughly 9 years, and then it was just scrapped. Some wealth tax, all of these reforms would massively help bridge the divide. But we would also need the reorientation of our production, industrial, and agricultural policy to limit our dependence on food imports, which is a significant crisis for Egypt, especially when the regions that we import food from are going through some serious geopolitical instability. All of that kind of is to say, these things would have worked fine if we never approached the IMF. But now that we are in it, now that we have $154 billion as of now in debt, without debt relief, these would lessen the impact, but they do not pull the country out of crisis. And that's not just the case for Egypt, that's the case for a lot of countries around the world. Immediate relief is needed for these suggestions to actually pull us out of the crisis, but on their own, they wouldn't end up creating enough of a space to actually improve the social protection systems. And in that vein, we can look at Egypt, for instance, in 2020, when COVID struck, the Egyptian healthcare system was being defunded for 4 years prior to that. We tried to estimate how many lives were lost because of the severe defunding of the healthcare system prior to the pandemic, but we weren't able to even reach a good proxy for it. So that austerity costs lives in a very direct manner. and the pressure on importing essential needs from medicine and food is very real and seriously felt by people. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. I will go back to my first question. Do you think there's any possibility to let the IFEs to tell them we don't need your debt and we will not pay back what you give it to us, for example, and we will manage our financial crisis by ourselves? There's any chance to do that?
If I may, yeah, I actually advocate for. I know that this is quite controversial, but I do advocate for strategic selective defaults, organized not just any single country that will do it on its own will be easy to deal with, but if there is an international coalition, and now is, I think, is a perfect time for this, since something like 60% of the world's countries are in some form of serious debt stress. That would be the ideal time for it. And that is the ideal time to use kind of collective action to lessen the impact on all of us. But any singular country doing it on its own, I think the resulting embargo of financial markets will be enough to create a lot of stress on its economy to kind of force it to back down. As a common saying has been going around in Egypt in the last few years, النجاة الفردية غير ممكنة. Individual survival is not possible, and I think that seriously reflects on the global situation at this point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One last point, maybe, if you look at the region at the moment, you will see that maybe 3 or 4 countries in the whole region haven't experiencing now opened conflict. So there is any calculation or consideration at the international level for these severe actually conditions like Lebanon, Sudan, Syria, even Jordan and Egypt are very much like affected by this kind of conflict. Is there any consideration on the financial market of these? This is the one point. The other point is the new geopolitical conditions, the political conditions, like the re-election of Trump, for example, and the European countries who have like right wings now emerging at the same time have little budget or the financial fund to continue carry on with their funding, development aid and other programs. So there's, let's say, the cake for everything became like smaller. So this is an additional challenge. What do you think, how to deal with that in countries like the Arab countries who are already under pressure in this regards? Ishaq, you have raised your hand. Do you want to start? And then we will move to Nabil.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I mean, obviously the regional situation is disastrous. There are wars in many places. I mean, the GCC has risen and all the other countries have become marginalized, and some more than others. It was happening in Sudan, in Yemen, in Gaza, in Lebanon, Libya. I mean, we've never been in such a bad shape. The world is also becoming in bad shape. There's protectionism, global warming, divergence in China and the US. The global financial system architecture is breaking down as we speak. So what to do? I think maybe we would need another series of webinars to think of how to react in this of all these bad news. But I think there's nothing wrong, by the way, with the suggestion of Omar of selective default. We just have to think carefully about who to default on. I think we're going to look not just at debt service, but also at new flows and net flows and net transfer. And any creditor is just taking their money out and we don't need them in the future, why not? The benefit might be higher than the cost, but we have to think carefully about who to default on.
Thank you for answering that. Before you finish, right, Ishaq? I did this. Yeah, okay. I will move, before I move to Nabil, I will just pick up from the chat one question. Amira Badri asked about, do you think we have to apply China experience in the 70s, the detaching self-dependency approach? Actually, it was in China in the 70s, in the Arab countries as well, I will add on it. So do you think we have to go back to these approaches, development approaches? Nabil, you are your turn now, and it is optional if you want to handle both the questions.
Yeah,
or
I'm not an expert on China's
okay.
ascendancy, but what I would say is, I remember, I think at some point I was reading on this, but there's like, I think also the military played a big role in China's economy. I'm not sure if you want that in the region, considering the experience, but but I think what the China example can be seen as a sort of, there is a possibility for the region. I don't know if you can speak about the region as an entity, but say if at some point there is some sort of regional coherence or countries, but it is about you know, countries paving their own way for development and not necessarily following yeah, like a set path by like hegemonic path towards economic development and growth. I think this is the main lesson, and it's also about utilizing your country's add value and resources, people, etc., and all of this. So it's more about not necessarily, you know, like copying what China did, but it is about, yes, there are possibilities, there are different ways of doing economic and social development, not necessarily how it's done nowadays. But I wanted to touch also on the issue of IFIs. I think there's the one issue on, like, if you take Egypt aside, I know we can't, it's a big country, but usually, I mean, the financing from IFIs, especially from the IMF, it's not huge. Not like then yeah, it's more the money that comes when the IMF, or that comes with the IMF program. In a sense, like when there is an IMF program, there are more creditors, more people, more investors willing to support the country, rather than the amount given by the IMF itself, which is little compared to the financing needs of countries in general. But I wanted to touch on the earlier point I made, is I think the region as a group of countries, there's no clear coordinated strategy or advocacy on the international level that governments undertake. So, for example, we have like Saudi Arabia on the IMF executive board. They have their own chair. They're in the G20 and all of that, and we have a lot of movements there. Like, for example, the G20, we have this movement around global implementing global tax on the super rich that could benefit some of the countries of the region. Now they're discussing what do you mean by super rich, who, like, is it the top 1%, etc. But it's a discussion ongoing, and I mean, I personally don't know where Saudi Arabia stands. I don't know if the others on the panel know, but I would imagine they wouldn't be very much in favor of that. But in a sense that there's no coordinated push from the region, and we have also like all the movement around the UN tax convention that, you know, African countries and also Latin American countries are pushing for it. Where is the region? I have no idea. And like I said, even within the IFIs have some sort of push. What do we want? What do you need? Do we need more SDRs? Are we pushing for it? Do we need change in reform within the IMF, whether it's governance, whether in terms of the terms of the programs, in terms of the financing, all of it. There's nothing there. So I mean, we don't need to have a regional economic unity to do all of this, to do like concerted collaboration and efforts on the international level. But it's like, in my view, it's practically absent. So here there is a lot of missed opportunities around that, and that also could yield more financing. More financing for the region, and especially like what I was saying is on. I mean, there is a need for this, especially with the breakdown of global national order, and now with Trump and all of this. So we don't know what's going to happen. But in a sense that, yeah, we have more protectionism, more etc. And what is the region doing in terms of industrial policy, in terms of green industrial policy, in terms of these kind of avenues that are opening up because of the developments in the world and the rivalries, etc. And I think the region needs to carve out its place in that regard. And I'm not seeing any effort around it. So I think this is a huge missed opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe just to add one more recommendation is the collective body in the region. It would be useful in bargaining with IMF, World Bank, or WTO, or for advocating for these ideas you have mentioned, talking about debt relief or reduction, or climate finance and so on. I just want to ask first of all if there's any questions from the okay, there is a comment from someone. China and other African countries, for example, Tanzania, Egypt, Algeria, succeed in small-scale project ownership for poor people. The problem is with sustainability of such experiences in our countries. Do you agree, or anyone comment on this? Omar, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think we do have some experience with this, and it did achieve some tangible gains for the population in Egypt. But ultimately, what destroyed most of these projects were not necessarily economic feasibility, but the democratic deficit that was built into these projects. So when you have an economic project that allows people to make real gains and improvements in their life, but you don't allow for the political development that would allow them the power to protect these gains, this is effectively a gift. And when the regime changes and it has another direction, this gift can be taken with minimal opposition. Even if people take to the streets, such as happened in Egypt in 1977, there's no political structures and mechanisms built to defend these gains. And I think that's the general gist of the problem with almost all of these experiences. So it's not just enough to have an economic program. There's needs also to be a political program accompanying it that's not only thinking about achieving the gains that you need, but also how do you allow people to preserve it and make the program politically and socially sustainable in the long term.
Thank you very much, Omar. Any comments? Yes, Ishaq, please.
I mean, if we have time, there's one issue we didn't touch that's very close to the debt problem, which is the domestic debt, especially the 5 countries that have debt problems, high debt service, have more domestic debt than foreign debts. And one problem that we're having is that they are paying very high interest rate, real interest rate domestically. Now, in the absence of a wealth tax, another way to get to tax the rich is to pay lower interest rate, lower real rate on domestic debt. At least, when this debt service is so high, so that the burden is shared. Right now, the burden comes to mostly poor people in cutting subsidies and safety net and the like. So to share the burden builds another possibility is to have lower interest rate. The way to do that, however, is to close the capital account so that money doesn't flow abroad as a result. And this is something we haven't focused enough in the country on, partly because there is also large remittances. So technically, it's not very easy to be receptive to remittances, but not let money flow out. I think it's an area where it'd be useful if civil society focuses a little bit more on.
Thank you very much. If there's no, for this last and important remark, actually, any comments, Nabil, Zahra? Okay, I then we are anyway almost on time. Thank you very much for your great presentation, for touching on very important points, and for respecting the time. And thank you also for the very lively discussions. I also would like to thank the audience for their yes patience and also interest. And I will take it from what have been said that we need a series actually of webinars to discuss how the region can deal with this challenging time. Good. Then I will get back to Farah, who will, I think, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Salam. Bye. Thank you so much to all the panelists for their rich and insightful presentations. Really, thank you for your time. And thank you, Salam, for moderating this session. So maybe perhaps we could move on to the next panel without taking a break, if the panelists agree to that, because with time we've been losing people. I think it's just a webinar fatigue after a 2-day conference. So Mr. Bisio, Zina, Hamad, and Iman, if you don't mind, and Elena told me that she would be able to join earlier. If you don't mind, we can just get started with our session before it's scheduled, right? Mr. Bisio, do you mind? I see Zena gave me a thumbs up, but I would like to make sure that everyone is comfortable with starting before schedule.
Yep, it's fine with me.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Iman and Zina and Mr. Bisio. محمد, do you mind? عندك مشكلة إذا ابتدينا قبل بوقت؟ Okay, I will chat with Muhammad separately. Mr. Bisio, please feel free, but he's the first speaker. So let me just check with him, and maybe then we can get started immediately.
Yes, just give me a minute because I want to have the program in front of me. Yeah, a second.
Sure, of course. أستاذ محمد كيفك؟
One second, please. Yeah.
Okay, I think we can get started whenever you're ready.
Yes. Sorry about that. It's because I had not the program in front of me because of the early start. But it's wonderful that we can start early so we can keep in time. I also am aware that you've been discussing these issues for already a couple of hours. It's a most relevant and important subject. And even let me start by expressing my honor and gratitude for being invited to moderate this panel, and also my solidarity and appreciation for the work that you're doing, raising these issues and keeping the work in the middle of a very, very complicated situation as you are suffering, and so you have all my solidarity and support and appreciation. And actually, Social Security, solidarity, it's going to be a fundamental piece in the rebuilding of society that will necessarily happen once reconstruction can begin, hopefully very, very soon. Let us jump into our session. We have 4 panelists. I have been asked to be very strict with time, so I will try to be and to do that. And we can start with our first panelist, which is Mohammed Hakim, who will be speaking precisely about social and solidarity economy in social protection and its role. Please, Mohammed, are you here?
محمد عم تسمعنا حضرتك؟ Muhammad? Okay, I'm gonna call him again. Very sorry, Mr. Bisio. Maybe we could start with Iman if you wish, and then have
It's
Muhammad.
okay. Yes, I guess he was also caught in the advancement of time. So we have, let us start with Iman Sharif, also about Tunisia and the role of social and solidarity economy in Tunisia. Iman, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bissoud, and thank you, Farah and Ari, for the opportunity to discuss alternative mechanisms for financing social protection in the Arab world. So yeah, from today's session, we learned more about the challenges our region faces, from high informality and the limited social protection covers, debt problems, and the poly crisis we are facing. So there is a pressing need for innovative solutions to financing social protection. For today's session, I've been asked to talk about how social and solidarity economy can serve as a practical approach to mobilizing resources for social protection while supporting economic diversification. So as I said, we are facing a high level of informality in the labor sector. Informality rate in Tunisia is around 60%. This leave a large portion of the workforce without social protection. Most people employed informally, particularly in rural area and in the agriculture sector, lack access to even basic protection, from health insurance to pension plan. This trend is not unique to Tunisia and reflects structural problems in our economy. For these reasons, funding alternative financial mechanism is very important. So very quickly, what is social and solidarity economy and why it is relevant? The social and solidarity economy refers to an economic approach that prioritizes people and social impact over profit. It emphasizes economic well-being, equitable resources distribution, and solidarity. And in Tunisia, we had very famous experiences of social and solidarity economy. We have the experiences of cooperative, of women-led cooperative in rural regions, and also have the experience of Jemna in the south of Tunisia, where a community after the revolution, they took over the land, and they are they put in place a solidarity or community-led project where people are working on the land. They actually put collectively and operate on this project from the very basic phase of planning and how to organize the project until the distribution of the product. And they are mainly working on dates production. And in Jemna, the community has been able to fund a range of local projects, including health services, schools, and basic infrastructure. This model shows how community-owned enterprises can mobilize resources and support social services that benefit everyone. However, in Tunisia, we had also many important initiatives that started but never developed. I can speak about this app called Ahmini. We're having the idea to create a system where women working in agriculture informally and paid by day, they can contribute via their phone, their mobile operators, and they verse part of their earning to a fund that can be at the next step legalized. You can say, like we have the supportive legislation to make it legal with the support of the government. This ambitious initiative started for 4 months or even 4 years, but stopped at a certain moment because of lack of administrative cooperation and the non-existence of supportive legislation. So despite the benefits of it's important also to acknowledge that social and solidarity economy alone cannot address all social protection needs. Relying only on social and solidarity economy without broader structural reforms might limit the reach and impact of social protection efforts. To fully address the gaps in Tunisia and across the Arab world, we need a multi-faceted approach to address it. So structural reforms are still required to reduce informality and expand formal social protection coverage. We will not forget our main advocacy message that we need universal social protection covers across life circle that is not depending on the employment status of citizens. I don't know if I have still more time, or maybe I can stop here and we can finish later. You are muted, Mr. Bissot.
Sorry, I was saying that yes, you have 4 or 5 minutes more.
Thank you. So to add more on this model of social and solidarity economy, we want to create a diverse system where there is no dependence on only one model. So we have different needs in the life cycle, and also we have different size of enterprises in the private sector and public sector, also having legislation that depends or that adapts to the oil sector is very important. I believe that in the experience of Tunisia, when we had a pressure from citizens and from social movement to legalize the situation in Jimna, we had a very successful experience. How we had other important initiatives where we didn't have the support of the government. We were not able to progress. Another important example, another important process in Tunisia was to create this fund for unemployment. Like the idea is that people who have been employed for 1 or 2 years and who for economic reasons or other different reasons they lost their job, they can be funded from this project. This is also an important initiative that started, and they did a lot of research and comparative studies that stopped. So here we have the political will, which is very important, the legislative need also, and then the administrative support, because every single important. If we have a blockage at a certain level, we'll not reach this need. So the idea are not missing, the initiatives and solidarity between communities are not missing, especially in the rural regions in Tunisia. But to be realistic, at a certain moment, we need the support of the government and the legislative power. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And that was right in time. And I think it's important lessons on how the dynamics and initiative of civil society can fill in a vacuum, but institutional environment, legal and government support is really also quite key. Mohammed, are you ready now to talk about the experience in Egypt? Yes.
Khair.
Yes, we can hear and see you quite well.
بعتذر عن الدخول المتأخر، بس نظرا يعني بعض المشكلات في النتورك، ولاني كنت بتابع الجلسة الثانية فالانتقال حدث فيه بعض المشكلات عندي. مبدئيا انا اسمي محمد عبد الحكيم، انا بشتغل استشاري في مجال الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني، عضو مؤسس في تعاون مصر قب ايجيبت اللي بدأت في 2014 تحت اسم المبادرة الوطنية لدعم التعاونيات، وحاليا يعني من اشهر بسيطة نجحنا في اشهار شبكة الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني للشرق الاوسط وشمال افريقيا، والشبكة بتشمل 14 مؤسسة بتعمل في مجال الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني من 9 دول في المنطقة، هي مصر والعراق واليمن وفلسطين ولبنان والسودان والمغرب وتونس. مبدئيا يعني حتى نتحدث عن الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني والحماية الاجتماعية، علينا أن نتحدث عن عدد من الجوانب. الجانب الأول هو جانب التمكين. كثيرا ما نتحدث في برامج كتير جدا عن تمكين المرأة أو تمكين صغار المزارعين أو تمكين الفئات المهمشة اقتصاديا، لكن هل هذا التمكين في برامج مثل برامج التمويل الصغير أو برامج الإقراض متناهي الصغر أو ما إلى ذلك، هل هو حقيقي وفعال أو لا؟ عن تجارب كثيرة جدا لم نجده فعال. حجم التمويل أيا ما يكن هذا الحجم في مشروعات متناهية الصغر مع عدم وجود خبرة حقيقية أو قدرة حقيقية للولوج للأسواق أو لإدارة مشروعات اقتصادية فاحنا بنتحدث في الاخر عن حجم تمويل قزمي امام سوق معولم بتلعب فيه الشركات عابره القارات ادوار كبيره جدا وضخمه جدا. في النهايه بنجد انه التاثير الحقيقي ضعيف جدا. احنا كانت تجربتنا ببساطه بتنبع من فكره اعاده احياء نمط الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني عبر اعاده انتاج نماذج بعد الجيل الاول، الجيل المؤسس، خضع في فتره الحربين العالميتين لنمذجه، اما نمذجه راسماليه او نمذجه خاضعه للمعسكر الاشتراكي، وفي كلتا الحالتين تم تفريغ مفهوم الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني من معناه الحقيقي. اللي احنا كنا بنسعى اليه ببساطه هو استعاده انماط اداريه تعاونيه يعني تعيد تفعيل القيم الخمسه للعمل التعاوني والمبادئ السبعه داخل الانماط الاداريه. هدي نماذج بسيطه جدا حوالين نماذج زي الشركات التعاونيه، وده احد النماذج اللي انتجناها كمبادره في مصر وعملنا عليها كشبكه في عدد من الدول العربيه، ونموذج صندوق التمويل والادخار التعاوني، وده الاقرب لفكره الحمايه الاجتماعيه لدى صغار المزارعات. الصندوق مال الصغير من السيدات، وبالتالي انا بدل ما يبقى عندي راس مال صغير جدا لمشروع متناهي الصغر لسيده واحده، انت تستطيع لمجموعه من السيدات. ده مكون راس المال في الصندوق. كمان بيبقى في مكون جوه الصندوق مرتبط بعمليه الادخار اليومي للسيدات، وده بيعمل حاجتين، انه اولا بيسمح لراس مال الصندوق بالدوران اسرع، بمعنى انه راس المال اللي جمعوه في الاول لو حد منهم اقترضوا لاقامه مشروع زراعي او للانفاق على دوره زراعيه في قطعه الارض اللي يملكها، الصندوق في خلال شهر او شهرين مش هيلاقي في الشهر الثالث يمول. هنا عمليه الادخار بتسمح للصندوق بانه التدوير يكون اسرع. ثم بنك للخامات اللي هم بينتجوها كمزارعات، ان هم يقدروا الخامات دي في الاوقات اللي سعرها قليل فيه يحوشوها عشان يبيعوها في اوقات اخرى، او يقدروا ان هم يحتفظوا بخامات داخل هذا الصندوق ويديروها بشكل تعاوني بينهم وبين بعض، فيبقى عندهم اسيتس ارخص. كمان مكون التضامن، ان عندهم سهم بيقدر يوفر لهم التضامن بينهم وبين بعض في حالات المرض، حالات حدوث بعض المشكلات الاجتماعيه او الاسريه او بعض المشكلات المرتبطه باطفال كسيد.
محمد we lost you I think. محمد ما عم نسمعك، هل ممكن تسكر الكاميرا بلكي
ده مثلا نموذج تعاوني بسيط جدا. فكره الاراضي الكبيره. هل كده الصوت واضح؟
هلا افضل، هلا عم
هل كده الصوت
نسمعك
واضح؟
على الاقل. ايه نعم هيك افضل.
طيب فده احد النماذج المرتبطه بالسيدات في المناطق الاكثر فقرا تحديدا في الريف، وده احنا قمنا بتجربته في مصر والمغرب ولبنان. نجح بالفعل في انه اولا ان السيدات دول يقدروا يستخدموا مفاهيم زي راس المال الاجتماعي كجزء من عمليه التمويل، بمعنى ان التمويل هنا ما بقاش فقط هو حجم التمويل اللي هم محتاجينه، لكن ايضا حجم التمويل اللي يقدروا يوفروه من خلال اعاده انتاج استخدامهم لعلاقاتهم الاجتماعيه داخل القريه، فيقدروا يوفروا كتير من الاصول اللي بتشكل تمويل حقيقي او استعاده لتمويل حقيقي داخل النمط العمليه الانتاجيه بتاعتهم. كمان ان هم يقدروا يوفروا تمويل محلي داخلي. ممكن يكون هذا النمط محتاج لاشكال من التطوير، محتاج لاشكال من الدعم والتمويل الاعلى اذا ارتبط بده، ولكن ايضا احنا قناعتنا كمان مرتبطه بانه سلاسل القيمه التي نتحدث عنها في عمليات الحمايه الاجتماعيه هي سلاسل دائما ما تنظر الى السوق العالمي والى الدوله بمفهومها الواسع، ولكن اذا عملنا مع الناس بمعنى الارتباط بسوقهم المحلي وباحتياجاتهم المحليه، في الحاله دي احنا بنكتشف انه لا، الناس قادرين بالفعل على تغطيه عدد من الكبير من الاحتياجات الاجتماعيه الخاصه بيهم، وكمان توفير راس مال بل وتحقيق ارباح، لانه حاله المنافسه في السوق الصغير هي حاله ممكنه مش معدومه كحاله المنافسه في السوق الكبير اللي احنا في الغالب بندفع الفقراء اللي الى الاندماج فيه دفعا، بينما اذا دفعناهم الى اعاده الارتباط بسوقهم المحلي وان هم ينتجوا من اجل تلبيه احتياجات السوق المحلي المباشر ليهم، بنكتشف ان قدرتهم على المنافسه اعلى، قدرتهم على استخدام علاقاتهم وراس مالهم الاجتماعي اعلى، سيطرتهم على سلاسل القيمه الموجوده للمنتجات بتاعتهم بتكون اعلى، وده بيحقق في النهايه ان هم بالفعل بيقدروا يحققوا شكل من اشكال الحمايه الاجتماعيه الافضل. كمان اكتشفنا انه ده كمان مرتبط بالحمايه الاجتماعيه بالبعد المادي والقيمي، تحديدا في حاله السيدات. ففي حاله السيدات المزارعات او السيدات في المناطق الاكثر فقرا، تعرضهم لانتهاكات او تعرضهم لغياب قوانين عمل او تعرضهم لغياب انماط من الحمايه، ده بيرتبط دائما مش بس بغياب القانون، ولكن ايضا بغياب نمط اجتماعي مساند ليهم. ده لكن لما بنشتغل على نمط اجتماعي صغير داخل قراهم القديمه وبنمط تعاوني بيعيد احياء العلاقات الاجتماعيه الطبيعيه بين البشر، ده بيوفر شكل من اشكال الحمايه الاجتماعيه لهؤلاء السيدات. ماديا في عدد من الصعوبات طبعا اللي بتواجه هذه النماذج، انه في الاخر احنا جربنا عدد من الصناديق التمويل والادخار التعاوني بدون اي دعم منا كشبكه او تعاون مصر، وجربنا بعضها بدعم بسيط من تعاون مصر. ممكن اللي قدمنا لها بعض الدعم البسيط ده ساعدها في النمو بشكل اسرع، بمعنى انه خلاها تقدر تقف على رجليها بسرعه، دوره الانتاج بتاعتها تكون اسرع، فده خلاها تقدر تضم اعداد اكبر بعد كده، فيسمح لها براس مال اكبر، لان كل ما السيدات بيدخروا كل ما عددهم بيكبر، كل ما قدرتهم على توفير راس مال حقيقي داخل عمليه التمويل ليهم بتكون اسرع وافضل. طبعا ده احتياج حقيقي لتطوير نموذج زي كده. كمان جربنا مع السيدات وصغار المزارعين سواء سيدات او رجاله من اللي عندهم ملكيات بسيطه نموذج اخر، هو نموذج الشركات التعاونيه، وهي نموذج لعمل اقتصادي يسجل كشركه ولكنه يدار داخليا طبقا للقيم والمبادئ التعاونيه بالكامل طبقا للائحه الداخليه بتاعتهم. ده سمح بالفعل للمزارعين اللي يملكوا، ودي ظاهره موجوده، يعني جزء من ازمه السيدات وصغار المزارعين في كل الشرق الاوسط هو ما يسمى بتفتت الحيازه، بمعنى ان مساحات الارض الموجوده تحت ايديهم او مساحات الارض اللي بيعملوا فيها هي مساحات قزميه صغيره جدا، وبالتالي قدرتها على المنافسه في السوق صغيره جدا. ما عندهمش مصادر تمويل، لا يملكوا مصادر تمويل عشان يبداوا العمليه الزراعيه، فده بيخليهم يبداوا في الغالب العمليه الزراعيه بتمويل من التجار، فده بيجعلهم مضطرين لبيع منتجاتهم لنفس التجار، وده بيخليهم في النهايه يحققوا فائض ربح بسيط جدا ان لم يكن في كثير من الحالات معدوم، وبيضعهم تحت طائله التجار. لما جربنا ان احنا نجمعهم مع بعض في عمليه زراعه جماعيه يقدروا يوحدوا مساحتهم الزراعيه فيبقوا بيتكلموا عن مساحه زراعيه اكبر، ندخلهم في اطار قانوني زي الشركات يقدروا يديروا بيه هذه المساحه الزراعيه، يقدروا يوفروا عدد من الاصول بشكل جماعي مما يسمح لهم بانهم يبقوا حرين في بيع المنتج بتاعهم. وفي كثير من الاحوال ما بتبقاش عمليه البيع فقط، احيانا المنتج ممكن يتم عليه عمليات تانية بعد الزراعه زي عمليات التجفيف وعمليات ما بعد الحصاد كانوا غير قادرين على القيام بها، لانهم نظرا للملكيه الصغيره اللي يملكوها المحصول بيبقى صغير جدا، وهم بيكونوا واخدين تمويل من التاجر فبيضطروا يدوا للتاجر. لكن لما بيزرعوا مع بعض بشكل جماعي نجحوا بالفعل في انهم يقوموا بعمليات ما بعد الحصاد. ده وفر لهم عدد من الاشكال المرتبطه بالحمايه الاجتماعيه، سواء في ارتفاع متوسط الدخل او ان بقى عندهم شكل من اشكال الضمان الاجتماعي المرتبط بكونهم شركه تعاونيه لديها مدخرات تستطيع تامين تامينات ليهم في حاله العجز او الوفاه. طبعا ده مختلف عن نموذج الصندوق، ان نموذج الصندوق فيه سهم للتضامن في حاله المرض فقط، لانه مخصص لسيدات لا يملكوا مساحات ارض زراعيه. في الشركه لانهم يملكوا مساحات ارض زراعيه فكان الموضوع اكثر تطورا، بقينا قادرين نحقق مساحه من الضمان الاجتماعي المرتبطه بحالات العجز او حالات الوفاه او حالات المرض. دي نماذج بسيطه، يعني انا شخصيا شرفت بالعمل مع الزملاء المزارعين فيها، لكن عندنا نماذج اخرى لم نعمل احنا عليها كتعاون مصر او كشبكه. عندنا نماذج زي جمنة في تونس، عندنا نماذج زي جبل الشوف وجزرنا بزرنا في لبنان. عندنا عدد كبير من نماذج الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني. هل التعاونيات قادره كنموذج على تحقيق الحمايه الاجتماعيه؟ وده السؤال الاساسي. اجابتنا من خلال العمل الميداني ومن خلال محاوله تطوير النماذج، نعم، العمل التعاوني قادر على تحقيق الحمايه الاجتماعيه. قادر، وقادر مش بس على تحقيق الحمايه الاجتماعيه ولكن ايضا على حمايه الاصول الثقافيه والاجتماعيه والزراعيه للمجتمعات الزراعيه الاصيله، وده يشكل ايضا جزء من حمايه هذه المجتمعات. وده بيتم ايضا عبر مزيد من انخراط العمل التعاوني في واقعه الاقليمي جدا والمحلي جدا، وتفعيل سلاسل القيمه المحليه ورأس المال الاجتماعي. لكن ايضا العمل التعاوني بيواجه عدد من المعوقات. عشان نكون صراحه، الصوره ليست ورديه. قوانين موروثه من فتره ما بعد الاستقلال الوطني في كل المنطقه تعرف العمل التعاوني باعتباره خدمه من الدوله وليس باعتباره شكل من اشكال الملكيه. فده بيدي لعزوف كثير من صغار المزارعين وصغار المنتجين والفئات الاولى بالحمايه الاجتماعيه لعزوفهم عن المشاركه، لانه في النهايه هم يروا ان دي خدمه تقدمها الدوله، لانها بالفعل مؤسسات خاضعه لحمايه الدوله او خاضعه لسيطره الدوله، وده في كل دول وقوانين الشرق الاوسط. وتجارب حديثه لا تجد حتى الان تعبير قانوني عنها. كمان انه احد المبادئ الاساسيه هو في العمل التعاوني هو التعاون بين التعاونيات، سواء في توفير التمويل او في التسويق المشترك او في التضامن. هذا الامر يعني من الاشياء العجيبه جدا ان نرى عشرات بل مئات الاتفاقيات التي توقعها الدول لحريه التبادل التجاري بين الشركات الرأسماليه، ولا نجد اتفاقيه دوليه واحده لحريه التبادل التجاري بين نماذج الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني وبعضها. ما عندناش اتفاقيه واحده تسمح لصغار مزارعين في اوروبا بالتعامل مع صغار مزارعين في الشرق الاوسط او صغار مزارعين في امريكا اللاتينيه او في افريقيا. ليس لدينا هذه الاتفاقيات. الاتفاقيات الدوليه مخصصه فقط لدعم الشركات الكبرى، وبالتالي ده بيعجز حركه الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني عن النمو الداخلي او عن توفير مصادر تمويل داخليه بينها وبين بعض. ونحن نرى ان ده البديل الحقيقي، لانه في النهايه اي تمويل للحركة التعاونية من خارجها ممكن يجعلها تفقد قدرتها الحقيقية على الالتصاق بواقعها الاجتماعي أو بالقيم والمبادئ التعاونية. البديل الحقيقي هو توفير التمويل عبر اتفاقيات للعمل المشترك بين حركات الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني وبعضها البعض، وده طبعا هيستتبع تعديل وضعها القانوني أو وجود تيسيرات قانونية ليها داخل بلدان الشرق الأوسط. لكن في حدود رؤيتي وفي حدود عملنا كشبكة في 9 دول في المنطقة، نماذج الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتعاوني الحديثة التي بدأت منذ مطلع الألفية في المنطقة، برغم العقبات اللي قدامها وبرغم عدم وجود تيسيرات أو دعم ليها، هي بالفعل قدمت نماذج حقيقية على قدرة هذا النمط الاقتصادي على أنه يوفر حماية اجتماعية حقيقية لصغار المنتجين سواء مزارعين أو منتجين، للسيدات وللمهمشين والفئات الأولى بالحماية، إذا قارنا بغيره من أنماط سواء الدعم المباشر من الحكومات أو بأنماط ما يسمى بالإقراض الصغير والإقراض متناهي الصغر، اللي انتهى بعدد من الكوارث في مصر والمغرب كنموذج بسيدات كتيرة جدا يتحبسوا وفعليا لم يقدم مشروعات حقيقية. يعني في النهاية المشروع اللي بينجح معلش يعني لما يكون التمويل أقل من $50 للسيدة في مصر، هل أحد يتوقع إنه سيدة تحصل على تمويل $50 هتسد بفايدة 20% إنها تنجح في ظل هذا الوضع الاقتصادي العالمي؟ يعني هذا أمر لم يحدث أصلا، وبالتالي هذا النموذج كان طول الوقت معوق للحماية الاجتماعية في المنطقة. لكن العكس، إنه لما بندفع الناس للعمل الجماعي وللتضامن الجماعي مع بعضهم البعض ولتفعيل قيمهم الاجتماعية الأصيلة ولارتباطهم أكثر بواقعهم المحلي، لماذا أطلب من مزارعات المغرب زراعة أو للمزارعات في مصر أو في لبنان زراعة معدة للتصدير تدخلهم في عملية منافسة مرهقة جدا وفي الغالب غير مربحة لهم، بينما لديهم العديد من الزراعات المحلية اللي السوق المحلي بتاعهم طالبها والسوق المحلي والمدن القريبة منهم محتاجاها. وده هيوفر لكتير من رباط البيوت في العواصم والمدن القريبة منهم احتياجاتهم، وهم قادرين على إنتاج سلسلة إنتاج وسلسلة قيمة جيدة بين عمليتهم الزراعية وبين رباط البيوت في المدن والقرى القريبة منهم. وده بيجعل عملية التضامن بينهم وبين رباط البيوت دول موجودة، وبيجعل مجموعاتهم الادخارية وصناديقهم وقدرتهم على التمويل موجودة. نحن نحتاج إلى رؤية معاكسة للعمل التنموي.
I was asking him to try to summarize.
نعم، نحن نحتاج إلى رؤية جديدة للعمل التنموي والاجتماعي في المنطقة، تعيد الالتصاق بالقيم الاجتماعية الأصيلة للمجتمعات القديمة، وتعيد الاعتبار للأسواق المحلية باعتبارها هي المصدر سواء للتمويل أو للإنتاج الاقتصادي، وليس السوق الرأسمالي المتسع اللي في النهاية احنا بندفع الناس إليه والناس لا يجدوا فيه أي سند حقيقي.
Thank you very much. That was very illustrative of the potential of local communities and small farmers. It was also mentioned the possibility or the need for international cooperation. And I think that's exactly what Zinanime is going to inform us about, the different possibilities and initiatives in that regard. Yes, Tina, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I'm going to be speaking in English, but I just want to, first of all, give a quick answer to Iman, and but also Mr. Muhammad's Hakim, Dr. Muhammad's presentation, which I found very fascinating. And I must say I became much more optimistic starting to talk about the subject that I will talk about. So I will just do a quick introduction in Arabic to get me into my discussion as he was discussing cooperatives. بدي بس أعمل تدخل بالعربي إنه التعاونيات والإكزامبل اللي انعطت أنا برأيي بيلعب دور كتير مهم في تعزيز أنظمة الحماية الاجتماعية. وأنا كمان بعتقد إنه هاي نقطة حتخليني يعني لو أبدأ أحكي على الموضوع اللي أنا بدي أحكي فيه اللي هي بعتبر إنه وسيلة قوية للمجتمعات المحلية بشكل خاص اللي هي كتير مهمة وأنا أعتقد مهمشة بشكل كبير حتى تقدر التعاونيات هاي يمكن لازم إحنا ندعمها حتى تكون أقوى لجمع الموارد والدعم في مجالات زي الحماية الاجتماعية بس التقاعد. والمشكلة إحنا عندنا مش إنه ما فيش أفكار، في أفكار كتير، بس المشكلة إنه التعاونيات طبعا بتفتقر للموارد. فقاعدة بفكر أنا بالحديث اللي بدي أعمله إنه على صناديق التضامن العالمية. فأنا بعتقد إنه هذا جزء برضو لازم إحنا يمكن كمان ويبينار تاني نحكي فيه إنه كيف صناديق التضامن العالمية ممكن برضو تساعد الحماية الاجتماعية من خلال التعاونيات اللي أنا فعلا يعني كتير حبيت اللي تقال إنه يعني هي طريقة إنه حماية الأصول الزراعية ونفكر طريقة تانية لحماية الموارد، خصوصا إنه في نقطة كتير مهمة قالت إن هي تيجي خدمة تعتبر إنها خدمة من الدولة، وهذا يعني يتعارض أساسا مع كيف إحنا نفكر بالحماية الاجتماعية، خصوصا إنه إحنا نفكر إنه إحنا وبنعتبر الحماية الاجتماعية هي حق لكل مواطن. فأنا يعني بحب أبدأ من هون إنه أنا أعتقد إنه يمكن نقدر نفكر ب صناديق التضامن العالمي، ممكن هاي نقطة نقدر نفكر فيها. فبس يعني أول شيء بدي أشكر البرزنتيشن اللي قبليها. حقلب للإنجليزي هلا and for my own prepared presentation. And I want to also thank the team at ARI for inviting me, and especially Farah. We've been having very interesting discussions about this and struggling with social protection. And I must say, as I was preparing this presentation on the Global Fund, which I've been talking a lot about, and maybe this is one of the last sessions or last discussions, I started to type my notes, and the one thing that came, I'm very tired. Not tired because the session is late or we've been doing this for a couple of days. I'm very tired because I am very tired of hearing about global solutions. And that's why the previous discussions were very refreshing. Great grand global solutions that seem to never materialize. And the issue is that the reality, despite how much we know theoretically and what we've been trying to do, Arab countries are facing this huge structural funding crisis. It's not new, and it's a crisis. It's not. And our social protection systems are underfunded. They are fragmented. They are simply incapable of meeting the needs of the population. We have very fragmented economic systems as well. For the largest part, benefits and gains from a free market are enjoyed privately, and costs and losses are borne publicly. And the status quo, we've been talking for the past 10 years that the status quo is not sustainable. However, it has been sustainable in a very strange way. So I want to give a big disclaimer before I say anything. If there is no political will, and it's not just a political will from our regional leadership, whichever that may be, if there's also no international political will, the only hope we have actually are examples of what we have been hearing in the previous couple of presentations, and hoping that one day what I will talk about now, which we know the blueprints of how these things will work. I hope that we have enough capacity, if the political will is there, we will be able to establish these funds. So for many of you, if you're not familiar, you're hearing about this, the Global Social Protection Fund, the idea, it's a global solidarity fund, and that you're pooling international sources to ultimately support governments under the very important assumption that it is a country ownership process where you are trying to fit in the fiscal space gap to provide and help the governments that are unable to provide social protection to its citizens. Now, there's a lot of discussions on whether we are talking about contributory or we are talking about non-contributory, or how that would work. But ultimately, leveraging the Global Solidarity Fund should play a role in strengthening both contributory and non-contributory social protection systems across the countries. And it's very important point to also bring up is that when we are talking about social protection for a very big part in the region at the moment, most of the time we're actually talking about non-contributory social protection. This is where the people are not, the recipients or beneficiaries are not contributing, but this can actually really cover both. So from the contributory side, they can help pool resources to ensure sustainability of pension schemes, unemployment insurance, which most countries don't actually have, but still some disability benefits, which are much better, and maternity benefits, but also for the non-contributory scheme when we're talking about cash transfers, social assistance. So from a structure perspective, we know that it is there. We've done it. We've done a lot of research on it. How can you create different simulations based on labor force participations, but also demographic transitions or demographic changes, etc. So we know that it works, and ultimately the goal is, of course, to reduce poverty. Now, the one of the biggest issues that has and we have some examples, and then I was trying to see if we have even some form of even similar example in the Arab region of something of that sort. And unfortunately, whenever we have some sort of a pooling of resources for human development, we've had initiatives through the Arab League, جامعة الدول العربية. We have some examples, but ultimately, whenever we have these pooling of sources that are supposed to tackle inequality and societal benefits, they end up being much more about infrastructure and rather about trade facilitation, but it doesn't really go into this like social domain of a social policy or funding these social protection systems that we have. Now, I just want to talk about two quick things, and then I would like to actually hear also what ideas people have. The one example of a sustainable social fund of the sort that we are thinking about with the global funding mechanism for social protection is actually the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, and now to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, because it is a big funding pool that draws from governments, but please pay attention to private foundations, donors, but it's also centralized and then distributed. We can talk more and more about that. But the idea is that it is based on this country ownership of these funds. So you empower the recipient countries to design and lead the initiatives that they would want. So for example, in an ideal world, we would have this really great social protection global fund for social protection. And then you would have like the two examples that we have been hearing about, these funds would go into better strengthening these initiatives, or from a variety of layers, not just, for example, funding them and helping funding them, but also holistically thinking about how can you improve such systems or programs. And it is sustainable because also it is very well structured in terms of transparency, accountability. Of course, there have been a lot of discussions from the political perspectives as to who are the people behind such funds. But as we said in the first disclaimer, everything is political. But what is very important to learn, putting the who pushed for that. I mean, officially, the face of pushing for that fund was Kofi Annan. With several high government representatives from high income countries. But the lessons that we could learn is that pooling of resources works if there is a strong will to do so. But what is very important is that if you're going to do this, you have to empower the countries to tailor and lead their social protection programs. First of all, respecting their sovereignty. And I would also say respecting the culture of how things operate there, because people know better how to solve their problems than you coming and imposing, because this is because this is coming from a global funding, rather if it's not country owned, if it's not people owned. Transparency is very important. Transparency, accountability, that you're trying to really make sure the money goes to the correct channels. And of course, capacity. So capacity development becomes a very important part to also accompany how are you going to be applying this. Now, and another pillar is this sustainability of funding, which links back to the ownership of the country, that there has to be some form of a co-leadership, co-funding approach in the co-funding in the even if it's very small. Now, when it comes to the Arab countries, a couple of points here. What is very challenging, and I think there has been a lot of discussion on that, but it is really, the idea is that something that has to be, and this is a question actually that we could discuss, is this something that has to be actually housed in the Arab world and then like, for example, one of the development funds was in Kuwait from the Arab League, or should this be something much more like a UN or something? So where does it exist? Where should it be housed? And how do you determine priorities for countries? Or is this, so how would you apply that? Because one of the biggest issues in these types of funds in the Arab world has also been prioritizations of which countries should get what and when. One last point I would like to also mention, and then it would be nice to have a discussion about that. One last point I would like to mention is this issue of public-private partnership as part of the co-funding. I think it is very important to underline and highlight that even though we have a very big poverty problem in the Arab world, even though we have a lot of big issues with the in a lot of countries at the moment, also when it comes to increasing poverty, unemployment, we have also very, very large, exponentially increasing inequality. We also have extreme wealth that has also not just in the Gulf countries, but also in technically or from a GDP perspective, medium or low income countries. We do have a lot of wealth. And so the question then becomes, how do you incorporate that into such a fund? There's a lot of different discussions and global initiatives that can combine labor, wealth, business, global accelerator is one of that. But I think such a fund in the Arab world will be highly unlikely to succeed then that is my view, if there's no public-private partnership engaged, which has to be formal, because there is a lot of, and this, you go back now to the taxing, institutional taxing, how do you do that, but this discussion has to go also in line with how would you incorporate the public-private partnership into this discussion. I have a lot of points, but I'm going to stop here because I know that we've been discussing a lot of things and I want to leave room for our last panelist. And then I would be very happy to discuss this more for you, but I will stop here. So over to you, Roberto.
Yes, thank you, Zina. I our last panelist is Lena Simet from Human Rights Watch, and she will, I think, give us from a human rights perspective on the issue, and then we can go to that discussion that we are all expectant to have as around the many issues that have been raised. Yes, Lena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberto, and hi everyone. It's really nice to be with you, and I would also like to thank the organizers for putting together this important discussion around financing, since in our advocacy on behalf of Human Rights Watch, we find that the fiscal space discussion is always sort of the make or break point whenever we engage with some of the global institutions, such as the World Bank and the IMF, when it comes to pushing for more universality in social protection systems, rather than very narrow poverty-targeted programs. I won't go into that discussion, since I think there has been a dedicated panel to this debate. So I rather wanted to share a couple of ideas when it comes to financing solutions. And I'm really glad, Sina, that you mentioned the Global Fund, as I decided to not go in that direction. And I'm actually looking forward to the discussion, as I have a couple of questions myself around governance structures and sort of avoiding a repetition of control by international financial institutions, as we've seen in the past, and also how it links to the global accelerator. But maybe we can have that in the discussion. So I had a couple of sort of financing pathways that I wanted to share, but maybe I will focus on two of those and just mention the others so we have enough time for debate. But so the two I wanted to share actually in some ways link to what some of the previous speakers, and especially Imene, had discussed around also contributory schemes. And the way I thought about connecting some of the sort of the basic structures around how to finance social security systems with some sort of modern twist is around the role of tech companies, or sort of platform or gig companies, but essentially thinking about companies that are now providing some of the services that have been traditionally provided through the informal sector. So I'm thinking about food delivery workers, but also taxi or rideshare companies, or grocery shopping, or even in other sectors such as healthcare or education. It is increasingly common that services are provided through an app or a platform that workers sign on, as well as consumers. And the part of the fight that we see more in higher income countries at the moment, but also in others, including India, for instance, has been at the forefront of really pushing back, is the question of how are workers classified. And in the majority of the cases, workers are classified as independent contractors, which means that they don't have access to most, at least, of the contributory social security programs, such as unemployment insurance, workers' compensation in the case of accidents, but also others such as disability funds. And so we've been doing some research at Human Rights Watch in the implications for the right to social security as well as living wages, but also how the risk is shifted from the private sector to the public, in the sense that these companies are not paying into contributory schemes, but at the same time, workers who are often paid incredibly low wages are relying on social assistance. So they are then relying on, for instance, food support or other sort of more poverty-targeted mechanisms, as their incomes are from platform work are so low. So I think an opportunity here is to really push for the reclassification of workers, and through this increasing presence of the tech companies, holding them to account in paying into the contributory systems. Now, there's some precedent in the United States where at the state levels, labor departments have been suing specific companies for the lost revenue. New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, for instance, has been calculating that over Uber alone, so it's a company providing primarily rideshare and now also food delivery, has been owing more than 500 million US dollars in taxes for unemployment and disability insurance from 2014 to 2018. And after they won the court case, the company had to pay not the whole amount, but a share in back owed taxes. And a couple of other states have been also following similar suits. So I think there's a really interesting opportunity here to hold such companies to account. And another opportunity is also the next year, the International Labour Conference, which is always held in June, will be discussing a standard in order to better regulate platform work. So there's I think a real opportunity to discuss this further. Now, the second solution or pathway I thought would be interesting to discuss is more on the social assistance side, and thinking specifically about the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies, which I know has been a big point of debate, especially in the MENA region, which has historically been a region that relied quite a bit on subsidizing fossil fuels as well as the electricity sector as part of the social contract. Since there have been such few or such weak social protection systems, the subsidizing of energy has been one way to provide services at a lower cost. Now, as we see that more and more, but there has been, of course, a lot of debate around how regressive such subsidies are, and also the drain on government budgets, let alone the implications on the environment and public health, since it has also been delaying transitions to more renewable energy solutions. So the question of to what degree does it exacerbate inequality and disproportionately harms individuals that have limited resources. And Lebanon, I think, is an interesting case where the country's debt has been in part fueled by subsidies to the electricity sector, which is almost exclusively run on fossil fuels. Now, by phasing out such subsidies, there could be enormous resources leveraged to create more universal social protection systems. But on the flip side, we also have several experiences from across the world and also from the region where we saw this sort of transition doesn't really happen. And therefore, there's, of course, a risk associated with the phasing out and sort of the theoretical argument that the savings should be invested, and then we don't see them invested in universal social protection systems that are in line with human rights, and rather, again, sort of create these very narrow social safety nets, as they're often termed, especially by the IMF and the World Bank, that target sort of the quote-unquote poor and vulnerable, but really don't create human rights aligned social security systems. And I think I'm glad we have someone here who can speak more to the case of Egypt, but I think Egypt is sort of a case in point where following the removal of fossil fuel subsidies, which created huge increases in the cost of living, the social protection programs that were created in tandem fell far short of what was needed. Now we saw that about 60 million people were living in or near poverty, and yet the programs that were created with support from the World Bank and savings from the removers reached a sort of a fraction of that population. I think about 17 million people were sort of intended beneficiaries. So you can see that the gap is really huge. So I think therefore on the fossil fuel remover side, there is a huge opportunity. Of course, also a huge risk in terms of if the phasing out is not done well, it sort of reinforces precarity and potentially leaves many households way worse off. Now, I guess so to wrap up, a couple of other areas that are of course important, but I think have been discussed also in previous panels is the role of taxation, both at the domestic level, but also when thinking about a UN treaty that addresses global inequities in the tax structure. There are many interesting lessons that can be learned from some countries. Just to mention, Bolivia, for instance, introduced, I think in 2009, a tax on natural resources that then has been leveraged to create a social pension. So the taxes were therefore earmarked for social protection in particular. And there have also been interesting discussions around incorporating social protection in debt sustainability frameworks and restructuring efforts, as well as reallocating special drawing rights from the IMF. So those would be more global solutions, which I think have to go in tandem with domestic efforts, since so many of our economies are directly tied to global economic structures and inequities. So I think with that, I would close and open it up for the debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lina. I would like to mention, since you mentioned coming opportunities, that next year is the second social summit going to take place. It will take place in November in Qatar, and Morocco and Belgium are the two co-facilitating countries. So the Arab region is somehow involved directly in different ways. In the past, the Social Summit and its follow-up has been a great opportunity for civil society. The climate is probably not so conducive now, but certainly the issues that we have been discussing are going to be a substantial part in those discussions. Now, we have some questions in the question and answer that I will refer to the participants. I have a question myself coming from Latin America. We have found in Latin America that a great deal in situations of high informality, and in all situations, that in the real world, the unpaid or very poorly paid work of women in the care economy is really what keeps a lot of the protection in practice. And this is invisible for most of the planners, and therefore a lot of the solutions proposed do not take it into account, or even overburden women more with additional like income generating activities and so on, without recognizing their already existing work journeys. I am not very sure how that affects the world, but I tend to think that there might be similarities there. And one of the demands of social movements, particularly the women movement in Latin America, is to recognize care as a right and as an integral part of the economy. Talking about financing, for example, ECLAC, the Latin American Economic Commission, has found that activities investment in care-related activities like primary health care, children care, and so on, actually generates, from a Keynesian point of view, of income generating, job creation, tax creation, and so on, more of a multiplier effect than the traditional investment in infrastructure and construction, which is what governments usually do when they want to stimulate the economy. That is, well, a comment, a question, and I will pack that together with questions. We have 3 questions from the same person, which is one about the practices, the second one about the Islamic Development Bank and its role, and finally the private-public partnerships and its potential contributions. I think I will go in the same order that we have, and let's think about a couple of minutes for each participant. Can you start, Iman?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for my colleagues for their very interesting presentations. So to start with answering your question, so the situation in the Arab region is very similar to the situation in Latin America regarding care work and unpaid, especially unpaid care work and the role of women in the society. I have a very nice graph, but I don't have it now, showing where the women's labor participation in all the regions and how it evolves during time. And the MENA region is the only region, even after Latin America, that where labor market participation of women didn't move since the 90s, and which is showing 2 things, like there is limited space for women in the formal sector, and that the majority of women are working, that we can see from our real life, that it's not counting. And also from cultural point of view, the family has an important place in our lives, and there is a very high expectation from women at the household, and also within the bigger family, within the cousins, the grandmother, and like very different generations, and also for the education of the children. And I like to mention this every time, I think. Our colleagues this morning, they talked about the impact of IMF programs, and in Tunisia we have evidence that IMF programs and conditionalities leading to reducing public spending in education had added burden on women on educating their children, because of so we have less teachers in the public sector, and sometimes no teachers, and a lot of strikes. So women, they found themselves at like in many situations, like not few, it's like there is a trend that women leaving their jobs in the private sector just to take care of the education of the children, because education in the private sector is very high, is very expensive, or at least working part-time to make this also like considered care work and paid and visible and seen work. Regarding the questions we have online, so I don't have expertise, unfortunately, in the regions in conflict, and also no in Islamic Development Bank. So, but regarding the private sector, this is a very important question. I think a question and remark that that we need to keep in mind that the role of private sector should be like the private sector should contribute to the society and what we need, and not as extravagism of the resources and of the labor of people. So we need to have to make this not optional, but it should be the role that we expect from the private sector to contribute to have a social role, and not something that they will add to their label. No, should be legal. This should be the norm, that the private sector has a responsibility in society. And we stop here.
Roberto, your screen is frozen. Are you trying to speak?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Internet connection problems. Mohammed, would you like to comment on the questions?
مساء الخير. اولا اشكرك على الاداره الجيده للجلسه روبرتو وصبرك علينا. ثانيا بشكر ايضا اداره المبادره على الدعوه الكريمه، وعلى الزملاء اللي حضروا وصبروا الحضور وكتبوا اسئله. بالنسبه للسؤال الاول، اعتقد انه هنالك عدد من الاختلافات بين الوضع في المنطقه العربيه والوضع في امريكا اللاتينيه في حاله حديثنا عن نمو الحركات الاجتماعيه وتطورها، وتحديدا قدرتها على توفير بديل حقيقي للحمايه الاجتماعيه. طبعا جزء يخص المعوقات القانونيه والظروف السياسيه المرتبطه بوضعيه الشرق الاوسط، وده بيجعل قدره حركات البدائل الاجتماعيه على النمو صعبه. لكن ايضا هذه الصعوبه بتجعل هذه الحركات تنمو في اطر مختلفه، بمعنى انه لدينا الان ظاهره واسعه لاستعاده ما يمكن تسميته بالاقتصاد العائلي في مصر، تحديدا في المناطق الريفيه، باقتصاد العروش، او لدينا عوده لانماط ترابط عائلي وقبلي في المجتمعات الزراعيه والمجتمعات الصغيره لمحاوله توفير تضامن اجتماعي او اشكال من اشكال الحمايه الاجتماعيه والضمان. هذا الشكل من الممكن ان يكون سلبيا بدرجه، ولكن ايضا من الممكن ان يكون ايجابيا اذا قدرنا بالفعل ان احنا نطور حركات الضمان الاجتماعي والحركات التعاونيه انها تستوعب هذه الاشكال العائليه والقبائليه وتعيد تطويرها لتقديم نموذج مختلف للحمايه الاجتماعيه والضمان الاجتماعي المبني على الثقافه الشعبيه الاصليه وعلى الاسواق المحليه. فاعتقد انه شكل النمو هيكون، او شكل التطور الحركات هيكون مختلف ما بين الشرق الاوسط وامريكا اللاتينيه. بالنسبه للسؤال بتاع البنك، يعني بعتذر عن اجابته من لاني ما عنديش معلومات كافيه عن البنك يعني وما يقدمه او تطوراته، وبشكركم جدا.
Thanks so much, Mohammed. Definitely, it's a mistake. We have criticized from international institutions to try to apply the same recipe everywhere, and I wouldn't want to apply one regional recipe on another regions. What we can do is learn from each other experiences and maybe get inspired by them. Gina, do you want to comment?
Yeah, yes, I think inspired is a very good idea. I think, this idea that I actually very much, so just quickly about the first answer, I dislike the word best practices. I find it very provocative because I don't think there are best practices. I think there are good practices that would work for some context. And I think I really enjoyed also what Lena talked about when she was talking about the different cases, especially when we talked about the Uber case with New Jersey. It worked because it was very contextually, New Jersey, for example, and is a very union strong historically. region, that I think that played a big part in how this was able possibly to come through. So I think when we talk about best practices, I think what I usually like to flip is that we know the solutions. We just need to actually figure out technically how to do that. Perhaps if I would want to say what best practices have worked in recent years that were good practices, because I just said I don't like best practices. I would say we need to look at where did this whole idea about managing debt has worked. I think that is a place where I would actually say, let's look at interesting examples. For example, I know there has been some cases, I can't remember with the country now, but in Latin America, for example, where we saw that there was this debt swapping for social protection financing. And these are areas where we can actually learn how did these take place, how did they happen. But I think every country is very special. There are a lot of interesting lessons to learn, and the idea is that how do we apply them. So that's my take on that point. The other question, which I find super interesting, and I want to answer about involving the Islamic Development Bank. I think definitely, I think any institution that has any potential to be able to partake in this collective, collaborative effort on a societal level has to definitely be engaged. I think when it comes to Islamic development banks, of course, when we talk about debt relief, this idea of no interest loans, reducing financial burdens, could be very interesting because it does have this idea of freeing up the resources through no interest. And for a lot of, and I know a lot of times we try to talk about development from the secular angle, but this is again also culturally sometimes not in tune, because you do have a lot of you could get a lot of support also. This is an Islamic region, and you can bring in this alignment with Islamic principles of promoting social justice, ethical development, etc. So we could actually think about a way of how can we utilize what is there, what people are convinced with, to push forward a social justice agenda. Of course, when we're talking about these Islamic development banks, we have to understand that the funding is not really that efficient to address the vast scale of the problems that we're having with social protection funding. And of course, we have the idea of repayment. So, you still have the challenges, but perhaps the one interesting part would be the no interest loans. But you also made me think, and this is another thing I would like to quickly maybe also bring in, and which is the zakat pillar as part of social protection. And a lot of my experience in the Middle East and Arab countries, whenever we would be working with social protection systems and programs, and this has been my personal experience, many times actually, part of the review that we do, at least as social protection experts, not necessarily on the finance part only, zakat is not always included, whereas it's a very important part of the whole social mechanism of social justice and how social protection is done on the larger scale. Now, you have cases like Sudan, for example, where actually the programs that are very much structured and enshrined in the system as in sufficient and as they are, yet they have the name of the zakat program, but other countries not. But that is a very interesting source where we don't talk so much about, but it does also present us with an interesting alternative source of financing. But it is a very tricky, it's a very tricky subject that needs to be discussed. But I feel sometimes it is a topic that we don't get to talk about how to incorporate it. But with the purpose of promoting senses of community and, the moral responsibility, the human right for supporting vulnerable groups, etc. So I will stop here. I'll give time also for my colleague to answer that. I will not talk so much about the third question, because I think I talked a little bit about it. I'm happy to talk more, but I will just move it to the next one.
Yes, Lena, you have the floor.
Thank you. No, very interesting discussion. I guess I would make two comments. On the one side, I'm glad, Roberta, that you raised the question or the issue of unpaid care work and the multiplier effects, since that is an area that is often, at least what we see in our analysis, underestimated in, for instance, loan packages from the World Bank or also IMF assessments, where social protection is purely seen as an expense line rather than sort of looking into the long-term positive effects that it has on not only on societal well-being but also on economic well-being. And some of our partner organizations in South Africa have engaged in assessments of what the multiplier effect would be of some universal programs, and estimated rates significantly higher than what some of the World Bank estimates have resulted in. So I think really sometimes also flipping the script and emphasizing for governments that this is not, yet another expense line, but rather an investment in the country, in the future of the country as well as its economy, I think is really important. And then on the second point, I would just briefly maybe comment on the question around private-public partnerships, where I think we have seen in the past a series of negative examples of the privatization of parts of the social protection systems. And I'm thinking in particular about the privatization wave of pensions in Latin America that has yielded a range of negative social and economic impacts and really reinforced pre-existing inequalities. And since then, there has been a trend, if anything, to renationalize some of those pensions, and even with pushback from the private sector. Now, in Argentina, for instance, when the country attempted to renationalize, or when they renationalized the pension system, they were sued by MetLife, a US-based insurance and pension fund. So I think there's the question really needs to be asked: why do we need to engage the private sector? And to Jimenez's comment on the risk, that there could be sort of this extractive function, I think needs to be really carefully evaluated, to not sort of through the back door again engage in privatization waves that have proven to be very harmful for creating more universal systems.
Thank you so much, Lena. I just noticed that there are other comments and questions about self-dependency approach and mention to past experience in that regard. I think it's a very interesting comment, but it would require a seminar on its own. So I think that we cannot answer to that now, but just register that notion, particularly in the relation between what can be funded with legitimate recurrent resources from the country via taxes, and what can or should be supported or not via foreign funding that needs to be reimbursed or could incur in further conditionalities or even exposure, as Lena was saying, to private public settlements that end up penalizing any attempt at progressive reforms. I think that if there are no urgent jumps into the discussion.
Can I do just a very quick jump in? No, just because I think Lena makes a very important point, but I also want to be, to kind of make this a very strong case about that we contrast between the engagement of the public, the private sector in social protection, and the privatization of social protection, because I think these are, they're fundamentally very different concepts, because I believe social protection is the duty of the state. I think privatizing social protection, the duty bearer is the state, the government. It is a right, is not a charity. This is completely, at least the way I see it, this is the way that you can actually continue sustainably providing it. So involving the private sector, that comes through funding. And this is, again, going back with this idea that unfortunately in the Arab world, we have some sort of, sometimes I think if I want to call it a sort of Frankenstein sometimes of how we see our economy, because it's like it doesn't make sense sometimes. And again, this really stems from this idea: benefits and gains are private, risks and costs are public, and that should not be the case. So the idea is that I think becomes very important that the benefits and gains have to become public again. So and this is where the private sector has to become obliged, and that's why I really like this, what Iman and Mohammed were talking about earlier. But that's why I think we need to think about these creative solutions, and if we think about them, these will become maybe later the best practices. But how do you infuse and maybe oblige public sector to partake? That's, I think, where it becomes very important. But definitely no for privatization of social protection. Absolutely not.
Yep. Actually, when people say private sector, most of the time they think big corporations, when actually cooperatives or the street seller is also private sector. It's not the state, not the public sector. Thank you, everybody. This has been a really most interesting, exciting discussion. I give back the floor to Farah if there is any comment from organizers.
No comment at all. Thank you very much. I just would like to thank you, Mr. Bisio, for your great moderation, and to thank all the panelists for their great interventions and presentations. Very insightful, very thought-provoking, and to thank the audience for staying with us until now and for participating and asking questions. So thank you, everyone. I also would like to thank all of my colleagues, the social protection team, from our deputy director to our interns who are helping us, passing through our coordinators and research assistants. I just would like to thank all colleagues and the comms team at RE for pulling this conference together. So thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.